Again, if you guys are looking for trades, not only for crypto space, like, we're going to have there's going to be people that are smarter about crypto, definitely. But as far as trading, I mean, we have IBIT right here as this long. We like the 47 long, or we like the pre-market high. So it was whatever it was right there. We took those both out, and now you can see a nice little move to the upside now for IBIT as it continues to go higher. We just like that break, right? It was on an island of its own there today, and we like the continuation trade whenever we see things like that. So the island trade there, nice one. That's what I like to call it. Nice move to the upside there. I mean, I just kind of made that up. But I think that's a good one because we've seen it on Palantir, we've seen it on Roblox, and now we're obviously seeing a continuation play today on Bitcoin and IBIT. So we're almost out of it all. We only have about that 10% left, if that, to the upside right now for IBIT. So nice moves. We said that we'd try to hold it for longer. We even wrote down, this is not that long, I understand that, but still about 3%. We were, we have right here 55 cents on $47. So nice little move to the upside right now in IBIT. And then you're still great short there on Tesla. I guess you reloaded that up there, or is that? Yeah,
it took a little bit more there at VWAP. Again, we're
Viction, baby.
I'm looking at that VWAP. To see if, again, we've shown a little bit of failure to follow through off of the open. So if sellers do come in, maybe they're going to show up at VWAP. And again, it had that aggressive bid right into VWAP. So I'm just adding a little bit more there when I see some wiping of the bid there. But let's see. This thing can continue going back up to day highs, going through that 350. I have no idea. But again, looking at that price action just to kind of dictate a little bit of direction here. I could be very wrong. I have no idea, but again, this 15-minute candle has about 13 minutes left to print there, Sean, and that prior candle, strong wick. Again, we dropped down aggressively all the way to 336 halves, and then picked right back up into VWAP. So I am kind of considering that a piece of information as well going forward. So market's also taking a bit of a bounce, so I got to respect that. That's the first green candle since the open. We've only had about two red candles, two red 15-minute candles right there, a bit of a green right here. So let's see, is this a 3-bar? Is this a continuation? Is this consolidation?
Oh boy.
I have no idea.
Good load.
But oh boy, indeed.
Good load. Yeah, I'm with you. So that's why I said oh boy there. We just shorted more of that. So yeah, oh boy is 100% right. Okay. So again, look at the different styles, right? Neil will have a completely different style. I'll have a completely different style. And right now, I'm scalping the living, you know what, out of this as we speak. Like I already have, man, 50 fills on Tesla today, as opposed to how many fills do you have? We're going to be up.
I have about 11.
There we go. So there you go. So completely different style there, as we'll both continue to wait to see what's going to go on. Now, as I continue to scalp out a little bit out of some of these plays, and Obi will continue just to wait for maybe those bigger moves. And we're still doing the same thing here, right? I mean, we're still trying to make money and trying to find the best opportunities for our own accounts. So that's what we're doing right now. As here we go, Tesla. My stop, 344. We just took out some nice profits down there, 341.50. So coming back in right now for Tesla. Let's see if we can get something going on to that downside as both of us stay short. And oh boy, man, IBIT is really going now. If we can get some 56s on IBIT, I mean, this is really starting to go. There's the break of $83,000 as the bulls are riding today, boy. Give me that 56. We're sitting there. Oh, we're missing it. All right, I'm going to punch out a little bit more. There we go. Did we get a 54? Yes, we did. So we get a 54 there, or 55. Nice move now on IBIT, continuously going there as we'll wait for some Tesla. We did get out of 40% now. We just got some more fills down there on this trade. We're waiting for lower, man. My next bid is 341.05, and then we'll see if we can get something in and around 340, and then 338 and change, especially if this market loses it, Obi. I like to trade. Sure. I like to trade a lot. This is a big day at Katina Capital and here at Trader TV Live. Make sure you join us every single day for this. Obi's here with me all week, man. Affirm 52-week highs. SoFi up there. Everything is going, man. Everything is going. So we'll throw it back over now to Obi.
Yeah, no, we got a bit of a read here. So Trade the Pool allows traders like you to get evaluated and trade real shares using the company's capital. No PDT rule holding you back. That's real edge in trading. Here is the exciting part. Trade the Pool has just launched a limited edition program for stock traders. For a one-time fee of just $97, you'll receive $20,000 in buying power. All you need to do is reach the profit goal. The best part, this limited edition program now has a reduced profit goal and fewer minimum trades required to reach the funded phase. Plus, the profit split is upgraded. Keep 70% of the profits. Don't miss a chance to explore this limited offer. Join now for free. The link is in the description, guys. Trade the pool.
Yeah, make sure you grab that. I mean, that gives us these, and again, that's what we're talking about this every day. Like, we're here trading the pool every day, trading our money at a prop firm, getting in and out, taking different ways, taking same ways, taking everything, taking winners, taking losers, taking throws over to the big screen now with Adara.
Last we talked about IWM struggling with 239. As of this morning, IWM's nicely above that 240 area, gapping up right now about 1% and trying to hold on to 240, though it's definitely removed from its highs of days for that Russell 2000. In light of crypto being particularly strong, I did want to focus right now on some small cap Bitcoin related names. Also, side note, CLSK, which has been halted since Thursday, is actually apparently reopened for trading. It's up quite a bit, so keep an eye on CLSK. CleanSpark now open for trading once again after that halt. We have CAN first. This is Canaan. This is up about 40% here. This one has a market cap of around $450 million with a short float of about 10%. Next up, we have HUT. This is Hut 8, bit of a larger market cap for Hut 8. We've got about a $2.1 billion market cap and an 18+% short float. Last but not least, BTDR, BitDeer, near high of days here, up about 23%. BitDeer does have a market cap of around $1.5 billion and a short float of 28.5%. So lots of heavily shorted small cap names in the crypto space to keep an eye on if you're not comfortable trading names like MSTR or COIN, guys.
Right, thank you.
Oh boy.
Lots of vehicles for that crypto trade.
Lots of stuff to talk about. So we just got some more out there on Tesla. We got that 341 fill, obviously, as it came right in there. And then we were like, oh my God, now we're going to break 340. But that does not happen right now. So our stop remains at 344.50. So we just took like a nice trade there. So we will not be red on this no matter what happens now on the reload. So yeah, that's that out. We're giving it basically up into this area. I actually really like this combo where you're underneath everything and you have the market. So this is the 50 period, the 200 period, and VWAP. So for me, this is trending down. And I mean, it's, I guess you can sort of look at it here that bottom was so super clean, so I can understand anybody that's long right now as well. I mean, I think this is just a matter of waiting to see what happens. Have your outs, have your ins, and we just told you that. Like, I have, 40-something fills now, 50 fills on Tesla versus the 10, right? And so just have your trade in mind and understand sort of what you're doing with all of that. IBIT continues to be really the belle of the ball, in my opinion, there, because it's just kind of been trending upside. Hasn't give you much concern. Although I'm going to be up more on Tesla, this IBIT trade continues to be real strong. We got dumped out right there early, so we were still up on it, but then we were able to buy it off VWAP. We really like that VWAP hold, and as our good friend Brian talks about there, Brian Shannon at Alpha Trends, is like, you got to wait for VWAP to give you an answer. And that's what it did, man. It was like in the penalty box, then it escaped there. 2 minutes for roughing was over. Straight up to the upside right now, 83,400 right now, as we're out of the penalty box for sure on crypto and still going. All right, now we're getting close, man, to stop me out. 344.50 coming up right now. There it is. We are out right there immediately on Tesla. Looks like we did have another small order to get some more short there, but we punch out on that way out. So again, an L there on the last piece, but all in all, up on that Tesla trade. And hoping for more, really. Let's just now let it settle down. It's in the middle of the day. Obviously, Obi, it's the position that he's in, as well as Disney. I like that Disney call. We haven't been in that for a minute. Did you want to explain what you're seeing there?
Nothing. I kind of missed that initial break there. I kind of spoke about the idea for a pullback into VWAP. A little late to the trade, as it kind of almost made its way all the way back down to VWAP so far. But yeah, let's see if we can get to that 100 here. VWAP sitting at 110. So aggressive bid off of the open. That trend breaks, kind of dissipates and then pulls in. Let's see how far that can pull in. With the market catching a bit of a bid here, and with Tesla coming back to the upside, I definitely have to be a little bit more patient for some of these tickers. If the bid is going to catch, then yeah, we'll definitely be wrong on a lot of these ideas. So that's what I got really kind of watching. But we're trading it back above VWAP here. Let's see if we make a lower high. That prior high is sitting at 348s here on Tesla, trading at 346s as of right now. And again, market confluence as well. We're catching a bounce on the NASDAQ. So let's see what Tesla has in store for us coming in today. We've kind of broken that trend, and you're right. That bottom that we made down in 336s was quite aggressive, and that was quite nice. I even saw a reason to kind of cover a little bit there, make some decisions for the buying. And I was like, yeah, my level is 335. It doesn't necessarily have to get all the way there. It got about 1.5 points away from that level that I was interested in, and then comes right back in towards some of these day highs right there. So opening price is 346.30s. We're just chopping that area right now. So gonna pack my patience to take some of Sharif's lines there, but we'll see what is in store here. But yeah, Disney, bit of a trend break, holding above VWAP as of right now. Let's see if that one comes in a little bit further there. That aggressive bid off of the open, strong volume, but the volume is kind of dissipating. So that's what I'm looking for.
Yeah, and just to prove I don't really have too much idea what I'm doing, I'm just going to put. So right now we have a very, very small piece left of IBIT. I'm going to put some at 80s and then 90s and then O's all the way up. That's what we've been doing. We've just been riding the momentum higher here in crypto land. I know that a lot of you guys are putting everything in the chat here, and I wish there was more hosts, to be honest with you, to look at more of these stocks. But, I mean, there's just so much happening. Look at Mara. I mean, congratulations, because that is another one.
Another one.
And there's probably
another one.
I mean, there's so many. Like Mara right now is starting to go high of day for MARA, Marathon Oil. Mara starting to go upside, Marathon there. Nice move there. Riot as well. I mean, they're all going. And I'm not trying to ignore anybody's. Like, we just got out of IBIT there at 80. You know, so we talked about putting an order right there. So there's the out there on IBIT. So, and there goes Riot as well, up 18. Here goes HUD 8 right now. I mean, I can even go over to Coinbase most likely, and that's probably at highs as well. HUD 8 only up 21%. Coinbase right now, 320, so huge move up there as well. Yeah, MindMed, let's have a check on that one. Who just put that in the chat? Good call there. Shout out to our good friend Michael Noss today, who talked a little bit about MindMed coming through there. Nice move up, little solid, little climber there. We know there's not too much volume, but a nice move up there. A little small company that many people may or may not have heard of on this show, Palantir, right now at day's high and going through highs. Like, the market is at near lows, right? Palantir breaking highs of day right now. So that name just continues to be stronger. Again, missed trade opportunity galore there for PLTR. We said take the 60-50 pre-market high break. That wasn't that great, so I don't feel like we missed it, but that was an area there. Maybe if we can fall back in for Palantir, but that is still going, man. Well, yeah, what's up to SoFi gang, Riot gang, everybody that's in the chat now. Look at SoFi continuously working as well. 50-period moving average break. Boom. Break and hold. Right there. That just continues to work. Good little short there on Tesla, it looks like, as that bounces off that 347 area one more time, coming back in there. So a couple of trades for Obi, and really just one for me. So I'm looking to get into a little bit more. And Obi, I know you're all over this thing, but just give me 1 second here. Yep. This is what crypto looks like right now in the cryptoverse. So, I mean, Bitcoin 83.5. We could probably update this. This will update as it goes. Ethereum 32 up 1%. Some of the ones that are moving, Solana up 6 and change right now, Obi. So I know that's a name that there's a lot of traders interested in. Solana trying to go higher here today. After that, Dogecoin 26% today. Where's Cardano? 60 cents, up 80% in the last week. So some of these names continue to move a little bit higher here as we get into, again, 83,500 now for Bitcoin, looking at 84, man, and trying to get higher. Happy with the trading here today. I hope you guys are as well. So far, so good.
Yeah, the market catching a bit of a bid again. This second 15-minute candle, only about a minute left, man. And look at that. We're kind of starting to break back above this prior candle high here on the NASDAQ. Let's see if we can bring that in as of right now. But yeah, no, aggressive selling right off of the open was absolutely wild. And I'm looking at some of this basket here. If you're trading names like DXYZ, it's pretty much all the way back up to its opening price as well. And DJT catching a bit of a bid. Low of day as of right now is 31.64, and that's kind of catching a bid back towards its VWAP as well. MSTR broke that high a day. Mara is breaking that pre-market high as of right now. So a lot of these crypto names definitely coming in as well. And IBIT, I know you're in that one. Are you still holding that one? Oh boy, 46.86 is a point in the money on IBIT. That's absolutely wild, man. Congrats on that trade. MSTR, though, 315, trading at 315. Last time we saw, we were in and around that 300 mark. I was like, it still hasn't really broken its pre-market high just yet. And oh boy, it breaks that 306 high. We're trading at 315s on MSTR right now. And that's perfect because we're talking about crypto. Dara, what's going on with the crypto watch?
Lots, of course, going on with crypto. We actually just talked about some small cap crypto names during the small cap recap segment. We know COIN and MSTR have been on great moves, and Bitcoin looks like people are only thinking this is going to go higher. This is a Deribit options chart here for expiring open interest here by strike price for December 27th expiry. Apparently the largest Bitcoin or crypto-related option here for expiring on December 27th is a $100,000 call option. So lots of traders betting that Bitcoin is going to reach 100K by the end of this year, specifically on December 27th, according to Deribit options. So lots of people pricing in that 100K mark for BTC. Bitcoin on a great green streak here. Look at that hold of 68,000. This is on Tuesday, so that's the day of the election. Then the election gets called on Wednesday. We get this big push up, and we've only seen green candles on the daily chart since. We are making new all-time highs on BTC as we speak, as of right now at 83.8. Can we reach 84,000? We'll have to wait and find out, and definitely keep an eye on some of these crypto-related stocks as we make that move up. BTC up about 5%. Ethereum, though, a little bit more stagnant. We were around 3,200 as of this morning, and we're still around 3,200 right now, up about 0.2%. Solana, a great look here, up about 5%. Dogecoin up about 27%. We have some laggards here. XRP to the downside, Cardano a bit flat, BNB down about 1%, but generally lots of strength in crypto, and what's strong is exceedingly strong, guys.
Yeah. Oh, thank you, Adara, for all of that. I mean, good call there on some of like what's been strong and what's not been strong. I mean, we are really right now starting to go upside on many of these names. We got that IBIT fill up there at $47, 47.48. 47.90, we grabbed that fill. So that was that. I told you we're putting an order every 10 cents just to take it so we get out of that. And remember, our trading is very much based on zero fee trading, like at least the way I trade, right? So we'll actually, if I'm sitting there and offering stock, I'll actually get paid to do that trade. So we can, it's called post only. Even on Coinbase, I was actually on the account last night throwing out some offers, and yeah, like you pay basically half the price on a post only order. So, or get paid depending on what your platform, what your situation is for your trading amounts and so on and so forth. So anyways, just a very, very interesting little look there for me on Coinbase and how we're trading here today, trading on a prop floor, getting offers out there, right? So I don't have any more offers now. Let's just let this thing run. But if I did put in an order at $48, I would get paid to that because it's going to run into me and fill me here on the offer. So that's just a little bit of how we can trade here. And often we'll have to pay for it when we do the market orders. Is pretty much always pay, right? There are some gateways that you can try to hit, but good luck hitting those on marketable orders. So yeah, IBIT now $1 in the money. What's up, Joe? Your options must be humming, bud. I mean, if you're long. The account is humming right now as my guy over here is loving life, as we should all be. Oh, I have a trade right here. Regardless if you're long or short, man, the volatility. I mean, we'll talk to Option Joe about that very, very soon. The babyface assassin will be with you in just about a half hour. I'm going long NVIDIA breaking 146. So if this breaks 146, giddy up on NVIDIA. It is the only stock I'm going to be red on today, but this is it. That's the pain endured with NVIDIA. So not much pain at all. We'll wait for it to come through, but I like NVIDIA breaking 146. Let's see if it gets going. Let's see if it starts humming back there through the upside there on NVDA, looking for that break. So that's the next sort of piece that I'm looking for right now. Yeah, other than that, it's been a good day. I hope you guys, BTC is breaking right now, $84,000. I can't even say that with like straight face, like $84,000. We just talked about crypto. Oh, was having a hard time at 64,000. Yeah, well, that came and went real quick. So we'll see what winds up happening now. We have about 5% or less left on this position. Yeah, Microsoft, Apple, a lot of stocks not joining the party here. We'll try to figure out why. Remember to hit the like and the subscribe. Thank you, Fabian, reminding us of that. And if you're joining us for the first time, don't make it the last. We do this every single day. Obi has been fantastic. He fills in for all of us at all times. So I want to thank Obi for that, and thank you so much for that. And then we do have Neil. We wish him a safe and happy. He'll be safe, but a joyful trip in Rome. And never a better time to say when in Rome. I hope Neil does all of that stuff right now. So, all right, let's go throw over to Obi, and then we'll come back to me.
Yeah, no, for sure. Market is catching a bit of a bounce there. We kind of talk about that that hold of that what was that low? That 21,160 as of right now, and you can see that Tesla's kind of creeping right back up. So that place, that 336, was quite nice to buy right there as we're creeping back up towards that 350, 347 halves trading as of right now. So we are kind of holding that VWAP right now. That little dip on that prior candle was quite aggressive. We kind of dipped down into VWAP, and that bid comes in real strong, coming into that 344s, 343.50s was that VWAP. We're trading about 3-4 points above that level right now. 348s coming in. So, Sean, I think that 350 might be on the horizon right there. Again, we got that market tailwind as well. We might get that 350 back through on Tesla, only about 2 points away from that level as of right now. Disney coming back to the downside as well. We're trading at that VWAP level. VWAP's at 110. We're trading at 112s, 10 by 12s right now on Disney. So let's see how much more of a pullback that one can have. Looking, again, distinctly different than the rest of the market here on Disney. No idea what the catalyst maybe was, but just trying to trade some of that price action right now, Sean.
Trading price action is never more easier to do than when using eSignal charting as well. They actually have level 2s on eSignal as well. Make sure you make the difference. Get these award-winning charts. And if you have charts, you can be able to see right now that Palantir is at 6150. But 50-plus brokers you can connect with eSignal. Easy-to-use trading platform. Get your advantage now with eSignal. Analyze, strategize, capitalize, infinite data, instant trading charts that have changed the game for myself. I've been using these for over 20 years. I really like the reliability of them, and also the fact that you can have tick charts, all different kinds there. Every single anchored VWAP, like any kind of technical spot you're looking for. You can also code into here as well. We really, really like eSignal here on the floor. Make sure you scan that QR code below. Get your free trial right now with eSignal and Trader TV Live. We want to thank ICE and eSignal for sponsoring or affiliating with us. Just go scan it out. If you don't like it, don't go through with it. But I can just tell you, these little scanners that they're demonstrating right now on the screen, first class. We've had traders like Andrew Rader come on, talk about where does he pull data from and things like that. This platform definitely gives you all of those advantages wrapped into one easy-to-use piece of software. That is eSignal. Get your advanced charting platform today by scanning the QR code. Thank you, Fabian, and all of that. All right, well, bye-bye, NVIDIA. So right now, there goes NVIDIA. I don't know if it's bye-bye or not, but we are long into this name. Never a good sign when you're trying to go long a name and you get long below the breakout price. So we're long at 145.99. So I'm going to take, again, we always do this, man. If we can, there it is. If we can get out 10 cents, we always do that for about 5%. Now let's see if NVIDIA wants to fly. Our only negative name, we're going to see if we can put something back in our pocket and change all that up immediately with NVDA. So here we go. Nice little long. We talked about wanting this trade. So guess what? We're in it. We're long. It's NVIDIA. Let's see what winds up happening right now for that long. IBIT is just like saying, Sean, man, although we appreciate you getting long, why in the world did you sell any of us at all? As IBIT continues to make new highs right now, as Bitcoin says 84,000. That was a nice story. 84,200 right now. There's going to be some huge gap areas now that we're going to have to look at once we start to chart Bitcoin, because this is brand new territory right now for all of these names, man. Let's see NVIDIA fly. Next offer, 146.25. We'll take that out. Here it comes right now. Oh boy, Obi. This is another name that's going to go right back into our profitable section with IBIT and then NVIDIA. Sorry, we're not even on it. There goes NVIDIA. We're long right there on a 146 VWAP break, trying to see if we can do a little bit of damage here. And so far, so good on NVIDIA. Not trying to make money back, just trying to say if we break long, I like the stock there for NVIDIA. I'm trying to give this back to this little level break. And again, to use what Obi's, talked about many times, and I took it from him, prior bars. So right there, I mean, you can hold this one. I think that's reasonable, down into 145. About $1 is what we're trying to look for here on NVIDIA. Let's see if we can work it out on NVDA.
Yeah, no. Look at that aggressive bid coming in. We kind of caught that piece of information right there on that again prior bar break, kind of break of trend right there. Again, that prior bar did not break since about 8 a.m. right there into the flush, and then it finally breaks on this 15-minute bar currently with about 5 minutes left to print. Or to close on this 15-minute bar. You can see how aggressive that bid is coming right back in here. Not only just on the NASDAQ, it's much clearer here on the ES right there. The ES, that prior bar broke at 635s. We're trading much higher, 642s, 6042s right now on the ES. So some aggression coming in for sure. Where does that come from, you may ask? I have no idea, but some of these names are definitely looking distinctly different. If you look at Amazon, Amazon has not bounced at all. Amazon's still trading with near its day lows right there. Google, though, we kind of talk about Google being relatively strong. The whole market cracked, and Google has only bid up. If you look at the 15-minute chart on Google, we're pretty much trading near high a day there. So distinctly different action there on Google. Softy and Apple still trading near their lows, so no real significant bounce on those either. Nvidia, bit of a bounce there, looking obviously a little bit more closer in terms of action to the NASDAQ. Again, one of the top weighted names. We talked about last week that Nvidia did surpass Apple a little bit there in terms of weighted constituents on both the S&P and the NASDAQ. I don't know if that's holding true as of right now, but you can see that Apple is selling off aggressively while Nvidia holds. So I think that that statement might be holding true. I do have to check that just in case. We're getting a bit of a bounce on top of VWAP here on Disney right there. So it did bounce off of the 110. So the bid is definitely there. So I got to consider this one and kind of keep an eye on that one to see. I think the trade was to VWAP right there. Had to be in a little bit earlier on the crack of that sideways consolidation. Would have been much nicer to be in at that 100 half level. We're trading at 100, I guess 30s as of right now. I got in a little bit late there. I think my entry here is 126 halves as of right now. So just got to be patient for that one to potentially come in. Tesla coming back into this VWAP. This market is going crazy. So we got to check out some of these sectors with Adara Sector Watch.
For most of the day, the Nasdaq's been slightly underperforming the S&P 500, and you can kind of see that reflected in the performance of some of these Mag 7 names. NVIDIA, Apple, here both to the downside in electronic technology, then in technology services, Microsoft a bit more muted, and Meta to the downside. AMZN also to the downside in retail trade, despite a positive catalyst initially on its apparently developing these smart eyeglasses for delivery as reported by Reuters. So definitely some tech weakness here. If we go back to electronic technology, there's some strength in some of these other names, including CSCO with an upgrade, but AVGO to the downside, Micron down about 3.5%. A lot of these semiconductors leading the way to the downside for that group. Technology services generally a lot stronger. Google, CRM, Netflix, all to the upside. Finance, really good look as well. We know this is one sector that's benefited really well from Trump's election due to the perceived decrease there in regulations for banks. So we have BRKB, JPM, BAC all sharply to the upside. Great look as well for consumer services, commercial services, consumer durables led to the upside by Tesla, another Trump trade, and health services. So generally lots of strength in this market, though there are some areas bringing the market down. Health technology with AbbVie down about 12%. Also on watch here, guys.
AbbVie, okay. Oh man, this Palantir is absolutely insane. Wild. We were just very, very close to getting that 145.20. We didn't get it. We put it down to 146.20. We missed, so we actually wind up missing there on our NVIDIA outs. But we got out of 30% only, 1/3 only. I'm going to use 145.50. I do not, so I've changed tune a little bit here on this play. What I was going to say is we're going to average in, which we just did right now at 75s. I'm going to get out of this play if we break 145.70. So that's going to be the play for me to get out of NVIDIA if we break 145.50 to the downside. Did I say 145.70? Sorry. 145.50 there to the downside is what we're going to get out of over there on. This guy's killing me over here as the professor's getting ready with the babyface assassin Joe coming through there to talk all about the markets and every single name that is moving around. They'll try to look at. That's going to be impossible. There are so many names today, including GameStop, as that's trying to make some moves here as well. So yeah, man, thanks for watching the show so far. It's been a great show. And it's not even just It's a show, sure, but what we're trying to do is, trade here, actively take some questions, look at some levels, and that's what we do here. Answer questions, talk trading, have a good time, and hopefully be able to garner some of your interest so you can come back in the next couple of days. And with that being said, we do have something, one of our more favorite segments, at least for me, is...
Yes.
All right, what is for lunch, you might be asking? I mean, on a day like today, you would think, okay, there's been a lot of chicken dinner winners. So, maybe there's going to be chicken coming. On Friday, we had a great, unfortunately, sorry about the Dallas Cowboys. I didn't have too much of an opportunity to talk to my guy about this there today. But ribs, great football food.
Okay.
We had that on Friday. There was wings, I believe, and there was something else. But today, we get back to the basics again. It's creamy lemon chicken casserole. So it's a chicken dinner winner. I mean, I think a casserole is more of a casserole is more, of course, of I would think more of a dinner, like a nice warm casserole sitting in front of a nice, blazing fire. You got a nice little red wine there. But this chicken, potentially you have a little bit of a white there. Maybe not on a Monday, though, because you want to stay focused and stay ready to go. Oh, but right now, NVIDIA starting to go back up to the upside. We take a nice little long down there. And now let's start to scalp a little bit out here on that as we had a nice evening with a friend of ours, our family friend, who I coach with. And we went over to their house and had a great Saturday evening, which they had a nice chicken dish there. Steamed white rice, organic dark green vegetables. That's what the chef is cooking up, and that's me, but I'm not cooking that up. And that is what is for damn lunch. All right, NVIDIA right now, 145.85, 20 cents of the money. We just took some more out there at 146, but let's fly to the upside here with NVIDIA, I hope.
Yeah, no, NVIDIA is kind of moving pretty strongly there. Alphabet actually taking a bit of a pullback now. You can see that prior 15-minute candle on the NASDAQ. We were talking about that strength, and that strength slams right back into this sideways consolidation that we were having earlier right there. Slam. So some selling kind of coming right back into this market. Again, aggressive selling off of the open, and tries to, well, it is still trying to bounce, I would say, but that prior 15-minute candle, oh boy, that top wick. Some aggressive selling definitely coming in to a lot of these names here. Softy catching a bit of a bid, and I was telling Sean, I was like, oh, Softy's at 420, Sean, and I was like, maybe potentially a level. Let's see if we can get a little bit higher off of that one there, but no sign of a bounce just yet off of that Softy 420 as it kind of it's starting to push into that low day right there, 419.83 happening there on Softy. Amazon as well, man. Amazon's consolidating near its day lows. We kind of talked about that. We were like, oh, this market's so strong, catching a bit of a bid, but some of these constituents still trading near their day lows, kind of consolidating sideways, and then we see that sell come in aggressively once more. And I don't know what that means, but again, something I guess maybe to keep a note of. Disney still holding on top of its VWAP as of right now, so we're going to continue watching that one there. Not really too crazy. Again, like I said, I chased a little bit into this trade on the consolidation, on the breakdown of trend right there. We're holding VWAP right there. So again, the trade may as well be over. We'll see. We'll see how long this consolidates, and we'll see if those VWAP buyers continue to hold this name up. Aggressive strength off of the open there. Not really doing too much a relative volume here. Let me just check on DIS right here. How much relative volume are we actually doing on the day? Let's see. Real quick right there. So I got to open up. Yeah, we're doing less than, well, we're doing about just over one. So just around, let's say, we'll call it one times relative volume there. So nothing too crazy. And we did kind of have that volume falling off as well coming into the midday session. So only about 12 minutes to go before you guys get Sharif and Joe with some lessons on options, I'm thinking, right? Yep. So yeah, let's see. Definitely a lot of those. It's on earnings. Okay, so thank you, Ramin.
Perfect.
So telling us that the lesson today is going to be on earnings. So going to be interesting on that. And again, we've seen some strong earnings names. We're talking about Palantir. Palantir, that strong continuation off of their earnings, still continuing to push higher. Right, Sean? So absolutely crazy action on Palantir. Again, you were saying it's trading above 61 now. Oh boy, yes it is. 61.40s near high of day here on Palantir. So that aggressive strength coming in. Day low 58.70 on Palantir. So we are catching a bit of a bounce on some of these names. Continuation was absolutely solid on that name. But in terms of earnings, man, I'm looking at, again, we were talking about Monday and SPNS. They haven't really done too much as of right now off of the open, still trading within their, relatively within their pre-market or opening range on those ones. We were talking about ARC as well in the pre-market. Remember, ARC is actually doing quite well. We're trading near high a day on ARC. Upstart with the continuation happening right now as well. Another earnings name from last week was Fortinet, FTNT, and that ticker has pushed up off of the open as well, trading pretty much sideways as of right now. So a lot of earning names kind of on watch today
NVIDIA
for that continuation. We're getting a bit of a bounce. I'm hearing Sean say NVIDIA kind of coming back in. So let's keep an eye on that one as well, with the market holding that 21,200 as of right now, and that ES ticking up as well. So let's see if we break this prior bar wick on the 15-minute candle. Here comes 348s, Sean. So this is looking hella strong again.
Which one?
Tesla.
Oh, 48. I'm not even... Well, yeah, I know you're looking at that, so I wish you best of luck for that one. NVIDIA, I thought we were going to come back here and say that we've broken this 50 level, but we came really close to it. So I just got more out at like 95s, 88s there on the way back up, just trying to scalp this out. NVIDIA is weaker than the market today, and it's quite obvious. So let's just wait to see him. If it pops, great. I have no more offers. If we break lower, then we're out. I'm going to give this to 145.45. Let's see if it can really work out. That Palantir is something else, that's for sure. All right, let's go over to Adara and get Money Talks.
DXY, much like Bitcoin, got a nice pop here after the election, but unlike Bitcoin, we have seen a bit of a struggle for DXY to continue that upward momentum. Now we have our second straight candle to the upside after a pretty bearish candle that we got there on Thursday session that we did bounce off this previous resistance level around 104.4. So with the DXY, we have a lot on watch this week, though. Again, this is a bit of a lighter week with regards to economic data today. We don't have anything due to that holiday here for Veterans Day in the U.S. or Remembrance Day in Canada. Tomorrow, though, a slew of Fed speakers. We're going to be getting Fed's Waller at 10, Fed's Barkin at 10:15. Then at 2 p.m. tomorrow, we'll get Fed's Kashkari, who has been known to make some market-moving remarks. Keep an eye on that. Then we'll get Fed's Harker and Fed's Barkin after the close there on Wednesday. So lots of data on Wednesday. Then we're going to be getting CPI coming, or sorry, that's Tuesday. CPI coming through on Wednesday. PPI coming through on Thursday as well. So lots to keep an eye on later in the week. But starting with Fed Speak tomorrow should be interesting as the DXY approaches a resistance level here around 106s, guys.
We're getting ready. We will be celebrating Remembrance Day coming up at 11 o'clock. So, and Veterans Day as well. So we'll pause for a moment of silence. So any of you that are trading, we are going to be doing that very, very soon. So I want to thank Adara for Money Talks coming through again. All right. So, yeah. I mean, Upstart today, Affirm, like UPST. We've sort of looked at some of the banks, but mainly looking at, names like SoFi or Robinhood, not banks really in the same sense as these ones. And then Upstart and Affirm, some of these lack conventionally sort of new loans. Again, Upstart will loan to, big upstart companies. So as the IWM and as rates start to get a little bit better, these guys see a little more profitability coming through there. So we're going to have to watch out for Upstart, and then the buy now, pay never firm, which apparently people are paying. Affirm right now, nice movement to the upside, up 16%. Affirm taking out, this is not going to be all-time highs, but it obviously has just got into like the 150s or something, I believe, even higher than that when we first came out. But for right now, Affirm, nice move, up 16%, near day's high again as well. And oh boy, right now, let's fire off the hot dog cannon, because there goes NVIDIA. We're finally starting to go. So we take an out right there at 10s. So that was a good out, or 08s or something like that. And now we just wait for NVIDIA to see what's going to happen now with this name. But we are excited for it. NVIDIA starting to go a little bit higher. We're waiting for it, starting to go higher. NVIDIA right now, 46.10, looking for an out now in the name. So keep going. I have another offer in 25s. We'll see if we can get that. Other than that, I think we're doing what we want to do. Be patient with this name and see if it wants to go. IBIT did dip back down, and now it's trying to go back through 48. So again, IBIT right there off the 50-period moving average. Yeah, I don't have anything else. IBIT and NVIDIA are the only ones, and then wishing that we were in Palantir.
Yeah, I'm watching this. I mean, this is creeping up a little bit into that 350 mark here on Tesla. We did hold that VWAP as of right now, and we're frozen. I think.
Yeah,
frozen here
again.
A little bit. So that happened a little bit earlier as well. Okay, so we're back on. So a little bit of freezing happening there as again market kind of bids
Report that
right back
again.
up 349. Yeah, are you going to put that in?
That's okay.
Yeah,
we're fine.
So
I mean, it's back now.
We froze a couple times there, but only for a few seconds. Again, nothing too crazy. But yeah, no, that's 350 potentially coming back in here on Tesla. Let's see if that can bring us any sort of conviction for the long to get even longer, or to get long on this trade above that 350. That definitely will be interesting to see if that does come in as of right now. So 349 and some change trading right now. Again, I'm still holding onto a little bit. I added on a little bit more as we got a little bit higher. But if we're going to push past that 350, then I will be long gone from this trade and looking for the next trade there, Sean. So we'll continue to watch this one there again as it creeps up. We saw what happened on the initial test of that 350, and we kind of watched it a little bit there for aggressive sell all the way down to 336s. Oh boy, and now we're coming right back up to 350. So this one is a wild one, Sean. And now we have market tailwind as well, bringing us to the upside. 349 halves coming in.
Wow, I mean, could Tesla break that 350? Absolutely unbelievable runner there for Tesla. You are right about that one. And one name that is also giving us some of those feels is right here, right now, and that's going to be our guy, NVIDIA, as we continue to get a little bit higher now on NVDA. Again, looking for more, but we'll settle for less. NVIDIA, maybe we get that nice little upside move. I don't have any more offers. We're waiting at 146.50, which, I mean, that would be nice. And then the 200 period, hopefully continuously going here, is going to be NVIDIA. And then IBIT, again, waiting for that. It's 10:56 right now. Again, thank you, everybody, for that. Frozen is a good movie. Yeah, we were talking about our quotes being frozen there, not the movie, but I like it. Frozen 2 is good. Frozen 1, I believe, is better. All right, so 48. I'm going to take an offer now. Did we just get it? Yes, we did. We got an offer there at 48.01. So we will take that bid now and getting out of that here for IBIT. So far, so good here for that. Okay, we are now frozen potentially again. Right now, as we'll watch out. Nice little rejection there. You just mentioned there one more time for Tesla, as that is bouncing off 350 again. So you just mentioned it. Good little spot there. I'm going to take some more out. NVIDIA's trying to do something right now. It just went to 50s and pulled back there. So I don't know what's up with that. I'm going to take another piece out. It just got like a little liquidity grab. So I don't know, again, quotes or anything like that. We're going to still stay very, very patient. Watch out for that. If you ever think you're having like technical difficulties, I don't think we probably are. Sometimes just there's a lot of volume and traffic that goes through the line, so sometimes it will hiccup a little bit. But if that's ever happening, what I would say is always refresh your pending orders. Make sure that, you know, the fills are there and what's in your account is in your account, because sometimes you can get filled and you may not know it, especially if it's you know, on a floor like ours that has hundreds and thousands of trades going through all of the time. So a good little look there. JP Morgan and XLF continue their epic run this year. Again, although today, JP Morgan up 1.66 and starting to head to the downside. What a nice move. We can zoom back out a little bit on that one. What a nice move for JP Morgan, continuing higher there. The name that I think benefits the most from the current administration and environment is going to be Goldman Sachs. Again, with more deals potentially coming through, we look out for that. Oh boy, Obi, we're up here at 146.50 now on NVIDIA. This is 75-cent winner, and we just put it on a couple minutes ago. So we'll wait. I think I'm going to take out another piece here, though. Why not do that? I'm going to cancel my 50, get a 40. I'm waiting for 43s. I'm going to just punch them out there at 40 if I can get it. There we go. We get some at 40. We're waiting at 43s. It's been a nice move up here with only a minute and a half left before 11 o'clock.
Yeah, no, I'm continuing to watch this. The same thing, again, Tesla definitely in play. One of the top names on the day for sure. Here, market tailwind quite strong, pulling up into this 350. And yeah, you're right. A little bit of a hold on that 349 area as of right now. So can't really get through it just yet. Let's see if it'll get through it at all at that 349. But we're churning a lot of volume here at that 349, just poised for that, maybe potentially poised for that 350. That day high is sitting at 350.71 as of right now. We're trading about, just let's say about a point and a half away from that price. And some aggression coming in on the tape as well. About 50 seconds for this hourly candle to close there, Sean. So let's see how we do that. But I think at 11, I think we're going to have a bit of a moment's silence.
Yeah, we are. So we have about 40 seconds until then. So yeah, again, just remembering, everybody that have fallen. And we're going to talk about that in just 30 seconds. We're going to have a little bit of something there where we will have a moment of silence. So obviously it means a lot to everybody. So in just 20 seconds, being Veterans Day in the U.S. and Remembrance Day here in Canada, we do want to take, in the next 15 seconds, we're going to pause for, I guess, maybe 30 seconds. We'll feel it out. Moment of silence to reflect and honor all of the veterans, right? So here on Remembrance Day, very, very important. So here it is. It's 11 o'clock. So
Welcome, everybody, to How to Trade, formerly known as the Midday Show. That's your boy, Joey Options. I'm Sharif, and sorry we couldn't do the regular introduction for obvious reasons. I don't think it would have been appropriate, but we're very excited to have you guys on a day where the market is certainly moving. Joe, we're going to have a look and shout some people out as they join us from the other stream. We already have a couple of the OGs joining us in the chat. Shout out to Mr. Two Pamps, Darwin in the chat, Botrix and Naps joining us as well. The OG Zion Lala and the small cap gapper trader extraordinaire Scott H, as well as Yannick, Gorav, Juan. We got Hey Davis. Brian Thompson's made the trip. Vic Yan Novak and Sir MRM. Stock up. We got Pitchbull, Fiddlebeck joining us as well as Adrian Petraeus. Shout out to Benton, COIG, baby. It's been tough being an Arsenal fan, just like it's been tough being a Cowboys fan. We got Mary S. Lyman and other Zinc. Britt Brendan and Kendall Lopez joining us as well. Eric Chen and Donkey Trader. We got Christopher Wagner. We got the world's best mod, baby. Bears versus Bulls. Idris, Oscarito, Ed George, Leroy Brown, The Piper, Nick M, Chatan 47, and Drops Trade. I don't know. Do you not hold the trades? Are you kind of like me, where you're paper handing things most of the time? Or
we're working on grip strength, man.
Shout out to KZ and Seth. Who else we got there? We got Fiona Smart. We got Pro Trader Key and Sweeping LNH. Shout out to Sunday Blessed as well. Thanks for everybody for joining us. How was your weekend, homie?
Oh, it was a great weekend. Nice and relaxed. Got some work done. And you know what? I downloaded some video games because I caught some heat last week.
Why?
I'm not gaming. Yeah, well, I don't know. There's this game Rocket Lab or whatever the boys were talking about, Rocket League and stuff like that. See, so it shows you how much I know already, and I'm telling you I've downloaded them. But I downloaded some Call of Duty, and that's it, yeah. And just ran some due diligence and ran some replay, and that's it, brother. So how about you? How was your weekend?
It was fantastic, man.
Nice.
Took obviously Thursday and Friday off. Needed to shut the brain down, just get some R&R, and you know how that kind of thing is. Like hit the gym,
zone out, and hit the gym.
Been doing deuces a day.
Oh,
yes,
wow,
deuces a day. So it's been nice and
days,
and interesting there. All right, Joe. Here's the deal. We're already involved in BTDR. Shout out to Adara for bringing this to my attention. Small cap gapper that I believe is crypto related, if I'm not mistaken. BTDR. just give you some information on this one. Yeah, what are they? They're in mining. Okay, so good look there. We already wet our beak there for a 10-penny winner, setting up at 15s. Super quick. I like the support resistance flip on this one, Joe. I was telling you this off camera.
Yeah.
That 1090, 1085, but because we got so close to that 11, I had to weasel my way in super quick there at 11. But let me tell you guys, it's a bit volatile, okay? It's bumping up 10, 15 pennies, and it's dropping down 10, 15 pennies, despite the fact that the spread is about 2 pennies right now. It is quite volatile, at least from what I've been seeing the last 15, 20 minutes or so. We got a lesson lined up on earnings. Anything you want to jump into before we weasel?
We're going to touch a little bit on what's leading the overall markets today. So for all my race fans, we got a win play show. We'll go through the first top 3 here. We got the consumer discretionary led by Tesla, then the financial sector, and then industrials. And then we'll go from the bottom up. So in last place, the winner is the tech sector. And second last, we have health. And then materials in third last, guys. So that's that look there. And then we all know that Bitcoin is having an absolute fantastic day and absolutely fantastic weekend. So those are your top sector performances for the first half of the session.
Sounds good, brother. All right, let's get right into that lesson. Well, I think this is one of, if not the last lesson we're going to do on earnings. I think it's still appropriate since we're, still in the midst of earnings season. So let's get right to it. Today, Ram, we're going to talk about identifying institutional buying and selling post that earnings report. In other words, we're going to, touch on Wyckoff's accumulation and distribution, and I think we all remember that from the lesson. So understanding the flow of institutional money post earnings can provide you significant insights into the stock's future direction by identifying whether large institutions are accumulating or distributing shares at a particular area. Traders can make more informed trading decisions. So let's just start, as we always do, with some of the basics here. The role of institutions, especially or as it pertains to the market impact or their impact on the market. Institutional investors like these hedge funds, sovereign wealth funds, pension funds, you can go on about the different types of funds, mutual funds. They often trade in large volumes, which can significantly impact a stock's price. But they also have more of a long-term perspective than you or I or some other traders on the floor here may have. So they typically like long-term investment horizons compared to retail traders, making their actions more indicative of the underlying market trends or what will likely subsist. Okay, so one of the ways we can basically identify whether it's institutional buying or selling using technical indicators is volume analysis. So what we're looking for here is unusually high volume. So a sudden surge, for example, in trading volume after an earnings report can signal institutional buying or selling pressure. And then there's also the issue of volume distribution. Analyzing how volume is distributed throughout the trading day can provide clues. For example, heavy volumes in the early morning hours might indicate institutional accumulation. So here's where I want to stop for a second. So oftentimes you hear the Katina man before the bell rings, and Neil sometimes, they talk about the order imbalances. Why are they looking at the order imbalances? They want to see what kind of market orders, not market orders, that's the wrong word to use. What kind of orders have been placed into the market for a particular name before the bell rings? So we all know about the New York book, the NYB. We know that none of the prints on the New York book can fill prior to 9:30. So what we're looking for, what we're trying to gauge is whether institutions are trying to accumulate the stock because usually they need big boy volume to get the shares that they want. And where do we usually get big boy volume? Right at the open and right at the close. So you're oftentimes going to see accumulation and distribution during those two times. So that's kind of basic stuff. We all know that. What I wanted to bring your attention to is midday when you see the 5 or 10 green candles in a row on the 5-minute or the 15 or whatever you're looking. That's a buy program, and that's usually institutional accumulation or distribution. So it's not a hard and fast rule that they're only buying at the open and only buying at the close. Sometimes they are weaseling their way midday, but it's a bit, I don't want to say tougher to see because you can kind of see it, obviously, when there's uninterrupted green candles to the high side or low side, or red candles to the low side. So that's what I want to bring your attention to. The volume analysis, most prevalent at the open, and I have to pause here because I'm printing up a multiple storm. Woo! Okay, thank you. We're going to take out some more up in this place over here. Nice 30 pennies in the money or 25 pennies in the money or so. Let's let that one cook. Okay? So we're done with volume analysis. How about price action and volume? So accumulation pattern. So a gradual price increase accompanied by increasing volume should suggest to you potential institutional buying, in the same way that the distribution pattern will signal to you institutional selling. This is where you're going to see declining prices with increasing volume, which is obviously, again, indicating the opposite. And this is Wyckoff's accumulation and distribution chart. We did an entire week on this. Maybe we'll do one in the near future. But this is kind of the accumulation phase where we have a sideways move. We're stuck within a range. You know, whoa, this is going here, Joe. I need to interrupt again.
No worries,
oh,
man.
baby.
Go
BTDR. Shout out to Adara for telling me about this one, man. The human algo doing the absolute most. We're going to set up some more. We're going to set up some more orders here, Joe. We're going to put it on the north side of 40. Oh.
Man, the people love the money storm in the chat. I love it. That's a big one, man. The dollar club.
The Katina man is long 50s again. On?
Tesla
I'm kidding,
broke,
Katina man.
baby.
Yes, the 50s breaking on the Cybertruck Tesla. You want to cover that super quick, Joe? Or are you good?
Yeah, I'm all right. Yeah, keep
You're
going,
good,
man.
okay.
Yeah, I'm just having fun with you guys.
Right, so this is the accumulation area, RAM, where we kind of get the sideways movement locked within a trading range. Yeah, whatever the range is, $5, $10. It seems to be locked into that area. And then sometimes you have a breakaway gap. You don't always have to have a breakaway gap, but one of the ways to look through the break or to find out whether accumulation is done, institutional level accumulation, and whether we're going to trend with more retail participation, is to look for a gap up, a breakaway gap, an initiation gap, sometimes they're called, through the break of the accumulation range. Same thing happens with distribution, just the contrapositive. So you're looking for that accumulation, increasing volume, then perhaps a breakdown gap through that key area of technical support, okay? Price gaps, as we just kind of mentioned, large gaps up or down on high volume can sometimes signal, I should say, institutional accumulation or distribution, specifically breakaway gaps. And that's kind of what I want to stress to you guys right there. We're locked in this accumulation phase, and all of a sudden, either an earnings report, something macroeconomic, something specific to the sector, or whatever, something comes in, it's positive, and it shoots up just like this. For our purposes, obviously, we're looking at it from the earnings perspective. So usually it is earnings that's sending this bad boy a lot higher. Moving average also very important here as well. A stock crossing above its long-term moving average with increasing volume can be a bullish sign, potentially indicating institutional buying. That 50 period moving average, whether you're using exponential or simple, that 200 exponential or simple moving average, very important to see where the price of the name you're looking at is on the daily as well as the weekly. Okay, so I would submit to you, and some people even go back as far as the monthly. I look at the daily and weekly for the most part, look to see where the price is relative to the 50 and the 200 on both those time frames. Options flows. I don't want to wax poetic with Joey Options next to me over here, but unusual options volume, another key indicator, a sudden and unexpected surge in options volume, especially out of the money options, can indicate large institutional positions. But then there's also the issue of protective puts, which is a significant increase in put buying by large institutional investors, which can signal to you a hedging strategy or even the potential bearish sentiment amongst bigger money participants. So you need to be on the lookout for that. Conversely, call buying, the exact same thing as we just talked about there. A substantial increase in call buying can indicate bullish sentiment and a potential accumulation phase. And there you go, unusual options activity, contracts in the thousands. Oh baby, 330 came and then everybody started buying there. So it kind of figures with what we were talking about looking for accumulation and distribution by large institutions at the open and at the close. There's also the issue of the short interest, very important as well. Short covering. a rapid decline in a short interest for a name after positive earnings report can suggest institutional buying to cover those short positions. Now, I'm going to submit to you here an important point. The short data that we typically get is about 2 weeks or so old. So this kind of strategy about looking at the short positions to detect institutional buying or selling, it's going to be a bit delayed. So you need to look at it from that lens as well. And there's also the issue of the increased short interest, kind of the opposite, with a decreasing short interest with people covering. So this is essentially a significant increase in the short interest following a negative earnings report might indicate institutional bearishness, excuse me. And this is kind of like the idea of gauging the short interest on a name using a graph. This is just an example I wanted to show you guys, obviously. You're going to have to pay for this type of data, though. From my experience, if you really want to get accurate short interest, it's usually a pay type situation. And last but not least, 13F filings. What is this? This is essentially review quarterly filings by institutional investors to identify their holdings and potential trading activity. We all know Nancy Pelosi, the best trader on earth. You know, keep your eye on what she's doing. No, I'm kidding, of course, but the whole point is, look at Tina Man said she's printed up a storm. Yeah. Not arguing with that. Just keep your eye on what some of these other larger players are doing in the market by reviewing their 13F filings. And here's an example, as we just joke, obviously, with a 13F. They're showing, you know, exactly what they're holding when they sold it, how much they're holding, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And some cautions and final considerations here, Joe. False signals are an ever-present danger. It's essential to consider other factors such as market trends, economic indicators, company-specific news, all while interpreting what you perceive to be as institutional buying and selling. And then there's also as I mentioned, the delayed reporting, especially that short interest, the 13Fs as well. They're going to be delayed. They're going to come out once a quarter. So you can't rely on them for very quick, actionable market decisions. And last but not least, Ram, market manipulation. You got to be ready for this. It's real. It's present, and you need to account for it. So beware of the potential for market manipulation through fake volume, for example, or misleading order flow. I hope everybody prints up multiple storms, Joe.
Yeah, beautiful stuff. As always, Sharif, we like just talking earnings because we get it 4 times a year. So
yes, sir.
It's very important to kind of get a fundamental understanding of why things move and what is moving. But as of right now, I'm just looking at some AMD. I'm going to pull up the chart on AMD here real quick because I want to point something out on it from a volume standpoint and what I would classify as a genuine move. And we're going to talk about it this week when we correlate volume and price analysis, right? So this is exactly what I'm looking at. As this stock is breaking out, what is happening from a volume by time standpoint? The volume is increasing. This is something that we want to be able to identify, and then we can classify this as a genuine move. Another point that I want to put out there is that as we decline, as we have this pullback, you can see the volume dwindle on an average standpoint compared to what the breakout volume was. Now, I'm looking to add here, I'm a little bit late. We do have a hammer doji here, but this is something that I'm looking to play that is just trading above VWAP, especially when we have dwindling volume. So keep that in mind, guys. When you have strong moving stocks and you can identify pullbacks through weaker volume, this can give us a little more conviction in the trade to say, hey, maybe we're going to continue to the northeast and this is just a pullback, so let me see if I can start a position there. I'm going to start something really small. I thought I punched in, but apparently I didn't. But we're going to start small. And if I have to cut the position, that's fine, because you know me, I like to have these really close to VWAP, and it's not so much right now. But that's fine. I don't mind taking a small loss on this just to test the waters to see if we can continue and take that second leg higher and possibly go and test the higher days. But something that I also want to point out here, guys, as well, and we were talking about this for a while, and I know Adara had her eyes on it, but I've been watching this stock for a long time, and you guys know that I like to play gaps. All right, so I was talking to Sharif off the side, and I said, okay, I started a position in this, and then eventually my thesis played out exactly how I thought it was going to. So I'm looking to play the gap fill. Our good friend Greg V would classify it as a soft gap fill, or whatever you want to to classify it as or call it is, but I entered this trade at the breach of the gap, right? Boom, simple, and then I exit at the low of the gap down session. So these are just little nuanced trades that I'm looking to put on, and you can see it's a pretty nice trade from 316 to 336s on that. So I also have something else that I was talking to Sharif off camera about as well too, is General Electric. So these guys just, they made a deal with a Royal Jordanian order for a Gen X 1B engine for their Boeing 787. So they put a lot into that. So looking for this to continue, and it's just a simplistic trade, right? Like I'm just looking to play this gap fill in GE. Not looking for any extension. This is strictly a technical trade thesis that I've been working on for a very long time, and then just starting to take advantage of those there, guys. All right, so that's my look on GE and CrowdStrike as well. But I'm still sitting here in AMD, and we're gonna see what's going on. I told you I'm not gonna give it too much leeway. I don't have much tolerance for this stock. As you know, in the past, we tried to build the same thesis with something else, but we're gonna hold on and see, because I do think that we're gonna be able to put some momentum, and then we can start gaining some ground and get off these previous lows. But we're gonna talk more about IBIT and AMD right after we get back from Adara.
Beware of Roblox here, up about 4.5%. This name does have a 6.2% short float. I'm seeing some comments circulating on social media suggesting that Roblox could be having this partnership with Mr. Beast, who's a very well-known social media creator and one of the biggest creators on YouTube. It's worth noting, though, that the actual post starting the speculation came out on Friday, November 8th. So not a new post, but it's being circulated right now on social media. Keep an eye on RBLX, guys.
Yep. Yeah.
I gotta remind everybody, Joe, to vote. Otherwise, the afternoon segment means nothing without you guys. There's a lot moving today. I will not be convinced otherwise. So get into the chat. Let the OB is the one, Kenob, see what you want him to analyze. The Katina man, he's going to hit the gym now, and he's going to be back ready, refreshed to look at the tickers as decided by you. So get into the chat. Tesla's up 10%. I wet my beak on some Tesla profits the other day, Joe. More like this morning in the pre-market. I had to, dude. You have to take some out, man. You have to, the Katina man said. Like, I mean, you have to. So get into the chat. Vote for Tesla. Vote for IBIT, which I also started a position on Thursday.
Let's go.
I'm a little late, Joe. No, but it's okay.
No, sorry to interrupt you on that for a sec. So I'm not trying to sell this to anybody, but I was talking to my friends. You have that group chat. And I said, so there's about 32 halving cycles on Bitcoin. We're on number 3. So are you late?
No, I don't.
You know what I mean? On the grand scheme of things.
There's so many ways to look at this.
Exactly.
Measured move. The NOS boss called it on the show. He called it 320 top, Joe.
Yeah. So, on this cycle, you know what I know? But seriously though, but it's like, are you late? Like, the last Bitcoin halving is 116 years from now. We're gonna be long gone. Yeah, dude. 116 years is when. No, is when it's the final one. The final one. It's every 4 years. 2028 is the next one, right? So every 4 years we have the halving cycle, but the final one is 116 years from now, when the last Bitcoin is going to be mined.
We're not late.
No,
we're not late.
No,
you feel late.
You feel it, right? You're watching this thing, right?
If your thing was, oh, I should have bought at 50. Okay, sure, you were late. But imagine how late you'd be buying at 250 when it was 50. So I'm in. I'm not even thinking about it anymore. It's all over. We're just leaving that as it is, Joe. All right, there's some stuff here running, and it's running without me. Because I took out the entire position not knowing. Yes, again, BTDR going, guys, 1160. We took out the final little bit. Come on, at 40s, you give me a break. This one is really going. Let me tell you, it's a 2-penny spread. It looks awfully good. It's very, respectful of these levels. The reason I got in over here at 11, I like the support resistance flip. I was gauging a 1090 resistance, given the consolidation area in this initial bull flag, and then we whiffled and waffled consolidatively over here. So I said, this is good. I can manage risk well with this area. Got in, and obviously, story is that I took it out too early. So we're going to be looking to do a little bit better over here. There's some other stuff moving, Joe, so let's talk about these ones. LMND, really good one. Lemonade, really running up over here. This was south of 30. Where did we close out? 28.50 on Friday, and now we're up 34.50 generally HOD. Right now coming a little bit off that level though. Let's pull up LMND on the watch list over here so we can get updates. Yeah, we're holding the 10 exponential. We haven't been able to breach the 10 exponential since the opening bell, 9:30. It has not closed below it. It just got a quick dip off that 10 EMA on LMND right at 33.90, and it's already 30 pennies above that, printing 34.21. So I'm very interested in this one. Let's keep an eye out on that. I'm also interested in AMPX, and let me tell you though, the volume on this is dropping and it's already low to begin with. So I don't want to be quick to jump in. I'm much more rather take AMPX at VWAP in and around 205, 206. I don't want to pick it up off the 10 exponential when the volume's dropping in this way. Not my look. But this one looks really good. And this one's just dying for a flat top break, Joe. Look at this. We got a whole bunch of selling at 178 to 180. And more recently, we've been unable to take 178. On the other side of that coin, you might think that's bearish. But what's keeping me bullish about CAN is the umpteen of higher lows that is putting in. So we're looking, well, I don't have an animation for it, but I'm looking for a flat top break. I likely will weasel into this. Adara's got, I'm not,
you're not,
I didn't punch it in.
You're not tapped in, baby. You're not tapped.
My bad. I was secretly trying to ignore Ram.
Whoa, Ram.
Yes, get it, Adara.
You said you deserve a little.
Sorry, guys.
As we usually do here every day around 11:20, what we're going to do is take a look at the larger movers to the upside and the downside on the S&P 500. As always, if these or any other tickers are on your mind, make sure you get in the chat and vote. Exclamation point join, space, $, and the ticker of your choice. This happens every day during the midday. You have until 1:50 p.m. to vote. And then at 2 p.m., the top 5 tickers will be looked at during our rundown segment by Opie and Sean, with Sharif providing color commentary here on the green screen. I always like to have a theme for this segment, and so today's theme is going to be names that are making gaps up or down by over 10%. So big gaps up and down, and there are actually quite a few. We're going to start with some down gappers, starting with ABBV. This name is in that biotech space, down about 11% here. Their schizophrenia trial actually missed endpoints, and this was a $9 billion trial. So big miss here for ABBV. Next up, we have MPWR. This one actually down by 20%, so faring even worse than ABBV. This is Monolithic Power Systems. They're in the tech space here in the S&P 500. Edgewater Research released some comments suggesting that due to Blackwell supply chain flow, MPWR might actually be losing some business from NVIDIA, so keep an eye on this one. And then last but not least, we actually have an upgapper here, BMY, Bristol Myers Squibb, up about 11% here with a bit of a bull flag look going on right now. Looks like this is a bit of an antipathy play with AbbVie with regards to its schizophrenia trial, because BMY actually does have an approved schizophrenia drug here with the FDA. So BMY, ABBV, and MPWR on watch. But if there's any other tickers you're looking at, remember to vote, exclamation point join, space, $, and whatever ticker you're looking at.
Very much for that, Adara. Yeah, you got to be ready, Ram. Otherwise,
You never know. But it was bang on.
She said that was very loud. So I told her she's got to be ready. Stay ready so you don't got to get ready, Ram.
Always be prepared. Always be prepared.
People always asking who Ram is. I find it hilarious because they don't know.
How do you not know the real superstar?
I know. She's the real star of the show.
She's the real star.
Really, there is no other star.
Yeah, exactly. So I don't know, Sharif, but we got out of, I told you my tolerance on this one. Stock is absolutely low. That's AMD. So we got out of AMD. The semis are a little weak today on the session, Sharif. We have NVIDIA down about 1.5% on the day. And then now AMD about 0.75%, down about 0.75% there. But I do think that we do turn around again because we had a really strong drive. We recovered really nicely off of this opening range break on the 5 minutes. So if you're playing the 5 minute to the downside, then you get this doji right here, which we're going to be talking more about. Identifying these distinctive candles when we do volume price analysis, but it can give you these signals of when stocks and assets are potentially turning around. So if you're paying attention to this, you have AMD at an extreme low, and it prints this hammer doji, whatever you would like to call it, and then we have nice, strong, continuous momentum to the top side with that increase in volume. I do believe that AMD is going to turn around at some point, just because on the higher time frames how much the volume is dwindling. Yes, we are continuously selling. NVDA is also weak, and so is some of the other tech stocks, but I do think we turn around at some point. Unless this volume on the higher time frame starts to pick up a little bit, I'm going to look for a turnaround, especially around VWAP, in this asset. So that's something I'm keeping an eye out. I'm not going to rush it. I'm going to let the trade come to me. I'm going to wait for those indecision prints at lows or below VWAP, and for the stock to slowly start to turn around. So that's something I'm going to keep an eye out for. As I mentioned before, I do think we turn around at some point. IBIT is starting to pull back a little bit now, around $48.22, which is fine, because all that means, Sharif, is that I can grab a little bit more at a cheaper price instead of this thing absolutely just ripping to the top side. So we'll keep an eye on that. And on NVDA, we did break VWAP with a little bit of momentum gaining here. The volume, as you can see on the lower time frames, is picking up as we continue to sell. We did have this flat bottom break here that Sharif likes, so we had that, boom, absolutely, and right at VWAP too. So that's when you tend to see those. So keep an eye out on that. I have absolute faith. Like, you have Tesla ripping and a lot of other major tech stocks like Google ripping as well too. So keep in mind, it doesn't take much for this market to turn around, and I think at some point you will get buyers stepping in. You just have to be patient enough to sit on your hands and wait, because as you can see, the primary trend here is still to the downside, and we are kind of turtle shelling, curling over a little bit. But I think just due to the way the price action is printing, that we do turn around, and then we can potentially test some of this mid-range levels here around 147. But again, I could be totally wrong, so just pack your patience. Let the price tell you what's going on. Let volume tell you what's going on, and then you can make a trade based off of that. But Sharif, you know what? I had a shower thought, and we were just talking about Google, how they have the antitrust, and they want to be broken up. But I was like, okay, I'm like him. Let me see what do you know what the most watched YouTube video is?
Mr. Beast?
No, like a singular video, the most watched singular video.
Idea.
It's Baby Shark. Baby Shark. All right, and you know how many views Baby Shark has?
No idea.
15 billion.
Wow.
And there's 9 billion people. So when you, yeah, exactly. So no, but my thought was, and I don't know, I could be wrong. It's just like, if you have the ability to touch every person in the world twice with your product, then how can you ever be defeated? It's extremely intense, and that was just a thought. I know whoever created the song is obviously profiting substantially off that, but when you just have the ability to reach out to so many people, it's so hard. When your ecosystem is that vast, it's so hard to be defeated and broken up. But other than that, was just my shower thought. I had to look up what the most value.
No, I mean that makes pure sense.
Right? So it's just absolute dominance. Statistically, it's every person on the planet has watched Baby Shark twice, which is crazy.
Rem's trolling me already in the chat. She's like, Sharif's 10 billion of them. Apparently, I'm gold bullion up in here, right? Bullion.
So there you go. Yeah. The majority of the views came from Sharif.
Shark feels sick,
in
bro.
the gym, in the gym, pumping Baby Shark.
Can you imagine? That'd be the sickest workout song ever. Guys, I got back into BTDR. Idea is support resistance flip, kind of the same reason I got into it at 11 it was a support resistance area flip. It's also the 10 exponential. I'm not going to give it that much room over here, so if it does break down and not hold this area, then we're gone. Zeno, we're also looking to scalp as well. So I'm looking at wetting my beak just below that 40 penny area. Let's see how this one does. It's a little spready, and the spread is starting to open up a little bit on BTDR, so keep your eye out on that. Separately, I'm involved in this name as well, CAN. I like the fact that it's got this flat top at 178, so smaller starter position here with the idea of dollar cost averaging into this. So I've already put my DCA orders out there as well as my beak wetters to de-risk if it does break down. So I'm going to keep my eye out on CAN as well as BTDR for the play. Now, AMPX, this one did break out a little bit, not break out, but it got back into highs. Now, the reason I'm not quick to get into this, despite the fact that it's putting in these higher lows, it's just because the volume is dropping off. Now, the volume is dropping off, but it's presenting me with a tradable pattern, which is what I see is an ascending wedge. It's got higher lows on every successive wick with essentially that 25 penny top, $2.25. So this could be, you know, a bull flag continuation. Look for that 225 break and take. I put an alert here for a VWAP dip. I kind of had a bias that this would dip into VWAP because the volume was so low, but that doesn't mean anything. We'll keep tabs on this one to see if it does that. We got Adara, though, at the big desk. What do you got, Adara?
This part of the show is brought to you by Firefly Neuroscience. Firefly Neuroscience has taken a bold step in advancing brain health technology. In collaboration with Bright Minds Biosciences, Firefly's innovative AI-powered platform has successfully analyzed data from a groundbreaking phase 1 clinical trial using advanced EEG technology to track brain activity. This data unlocks new potential in treating neurological and mental disorders, reinforcing Firefly's position at the forefront of brain health innovation. As they prepare for phase 2, this partnership signals exciting developments for the future of neuropsychiatric treatments. Firefly Neuroscience, shaping the future of brain health.
People are saying CleanSpark. Yo, this thing opened finally?
Yeah,
you didn't know that this thing was halted for days?
No, I heard someone say it was
for days,
wow.
dude. It opened at, I think, 10:15 or something like that. So CleanSpark is open, guys. Let me just see. It opened right at 10:15 a.m. Okay, and it gapped up. Well, not surprising, obviously, because, well, crypto's been flying. So good look there. Sorry, I didn't want to interrupt you.
No. That's it. I think I finished my thought there on Google, and just, I mean, that the ecosystem it's there, so you can't. There's no denying it, and that's why they are one of the best companies on the planet, and I think will continue to be for the foreseeable future. Absolutely. So. No matter what, who wants to break them up or antitrust, just the ability to touch that many people, even though it's like, okay, yeah, I get it. Not everybody watched Baby Shark, but a lot of people know. But so it's like 15-point-something billion views is absolutely insane. So we'll keep an eye on that. And guys, I'm here on AMD, and I think I'm going to start a position again. I may be a little bit early to the dance, but I'm starting to to see this indecision I'm seeing on the lower time frames, even though, oh, there we go. I was just confirmed not to take that because we are taking another leg down. So I'm just gonna pack my patience a little bit more on this one here because there's so much other strong things to be trading, like especially Tesla. I know Sharif and Sean were talking about it. So yeah, at time, these guys are locking in some profits in the long term too. So it's like, maybe I don't know if I'm going to just yet because I have a wicked average. And you know what, Sharif? Earlier in the year, I trimmed some of my Tesla back when it was in the mid-100s, and I allocated that to Apple. And as of right now, looking like maybe it wasn't the best move.
What would you get in on Apple, if you don't mind my asking?
Apple, I have a really good price on Apple.
So then you're good, bro.
Really, but as for a percentage gain, it's not even gonna be close. So especially the period, like the past week run that Tesla has been on. But I mean, it's still the third largest holding in the long term, so we're still happy about that. But again, it's just all about when you have these positions, like, I wish they were just a little bit bigger. I wish they were a little bit bigger. But sometimes you just got to be happy with what you got, and luckily that your AMD's not the largest or third largest position. You know what I mean? I can't let it go. I'm sorry. Yeah, I'll get over it eventually. But guys, we're just gonna go over kind of the top volume on the session. And leading the way is Tesla with 108 million shares traded on the day. Second place, we have NVIDIA with 96.8, and the show is Mara with 62.3. So we got the win place and show there. My friend, what are you cooking up, my brother?
We're printing again on BTDR over here. So a couple of prints. Where am I long? 13s, lucky number 13. Just took out some at 30s. Next, a step over here, looking out for 35s. We're printing 34s here on the ask, 30 on the bid. It's got a cross. So I'm going to pack my patience, see if that one wants to cross there. I wouldn't mind taking this into the high day. In fact, if this breaks and takes 1160, you're going to see me add. Now, you don't see me usually add on a breakout. That ain't my move. I'm usually a support and resistance trader, meaning that I like for it to pull back into a predictable level where I think it'll hold up and then take it there. Bang! We take out more, Joe. So letting this bad boy run, let's put it up over here. And now we're going to put it in the high 40s to see if we can break and take that $0.50. Again, this breaks 60, which is essentially the high day. 1161 is the high day. I'm going to be adding on the breakout there. Now, this one. Oh, here we go. Wow, I might already get the fill. This thing moves, bro. Who's the stock think it is? Tesla? calm down over there, bro. So we're printing 47s now here on the bid, and I'm waiting at, or sorry, the ask, I'm waiting at 48. So we'll see if I get the print or not there. Now this one, oh, geez. CAN. Where's my position now? 176 at this position, so I'm 5 pennies out of the money, but it just dipped off VWAP. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna add here.
Ooh.
Yeah, I'm adding here, and then if it dips below 165, I'm gone. I wanted to add at VWAP. Obviously, I wanted the break and take. Bob Curran in the chat. Shout out to Bob. He was letting me know that there's a wall of sellers. I think, Bob, you were saying something around 150,000. Correct me if I'm wrong. Obviously, I don't know if that's that big. It's 150,000 lots, not shares. I don't know if that's that big on a dollar a name. So we're going to give this one a try. It's breaking out. It's 35 pennies, 35%, excuse me, up on the day. If it wants to break below VWAP, I think that's my line in the sand. So we got 75 average now. Let's see if this one can weasel up or not. We'll find out awfully soon. Back to BTDR over here. Still waiting for that print in the high 40s. We'll find out if I got it or not when we get back from Adair at the big desk.
Let's take a look here at some earnings as part of our earnings segment. But before we do that, it's worth noting HPQ here up about almost 3.5%, nearing that $40 level, currently above 38. This volume candle here in the 15-minute showing about 1.5 million shares during this candle. We have a total of 3 million shares traded today, so about half the volume on the day in this one candle as HPQ gets to new high of days. I have not seen a catalyst on this yet. I will keep an eye out and let you know if anything changes, but it's worth noting there has been a bit of an uptick in social media interest since that volume spiked to the upside. Now, one earnings name on watch here is Shopify, SHOP, getting a nice move to the upside this morning despite a lack of catalyst, but they're reporting tomorrow morning, so it could be some enthusiasm here ahead of that report expected at 7 a.m. tomorrow. Analysts here are looking for 37 cents per share in earnings and revenue of $2.11 billion. That would represent 23% year-over-year revenue growth. Now, what other names are going to be on watch for day one tomorrow? We have Grab Holdings and Live Nation, so GRAB and LYV, both reporting after the close. But tomorrow morning is going to be a lot more exciting. Not only do we have Shopify, we also have On Holdings, ONON. We have Plug Power. We have C Limited, SE, that is an ADR that tends to get a lot of traction, and Home Depot, HT. So lots of tickers to keep an eye on for tomorrow's report. If these or any other tickers are on your mind and you want to know what Sean and Opie have to say about them, get in the chat and vote. Exclamation point join, space, $, and your ticker of choice, guys.
Yeah.
250 bounce. We were just yelling at 350. See, I'm still living in last week.
Yeah, that's literally last week's. That's last week's price, man.
I saw everybody yelling in the chat, the bone broth. Shout out to you, man, because that was a good call out by you. 250 bump and pop on TSLA, and I didn't want to trade this because it was kind of expensive. Joseph bringing up a solid point. Trade TSLL. You don't want to stomach the price and the movement of TSLA. You're going to look at TSLL or any the umpteen amount of derivatives. This is what I'm looking at, Joe. I think this is a good look right here. You get that Ram. You get that 350 drop. Initially, we were using 350 as resistance. Now we're getting 350 as possible support. It's also the 20 exponential. VWAP a little south, around 347. I'm going to wait, as my friend Neil likes to say right now, to get this on the back end. So prove to me that 350 is a real deal, and you're going to bounce. If that means getting a crappier price, that means getting a crappier price, Joe. We're going to pack our patience.
Yeah, absolutely. Odyssey Flights, I see what you wrote in the chat. Can you explain options-based ETF stocks like AMZY and NVDY? Yeah, actually just looking into those a little bit now. And I know that there's synthetic covered call strategies will purchase and sell combination of exchange traded and flex call and put options contracts based on the value of the price returns of NVDA. I'm gonna have to do a little bit more research on these because I'm familiar with them, but as per like a peer explanation, I'll have to do some more due diligence so I can explain them to you a little bit more outright. But I think it's a fund just based off the profits of covered calls and covered puts as well. So I want to get a little bit more into that. Maybe we'll touch on it a little bit more later as well too. And then Starbeast pulling a Cathie Wood. Joe pulling a Cathie Wood move. Yeah, on the Tesla, absolutely, because I'm pretty sure she sold a bunch of Palantir last week too. Me and my good buddy Greg V were talking about it. She sold Palantir and picked up AMD which I can't really criticize her because she's Kathy Wood. But at the end of the day, it's like, what? Okay, I don't really understand that. But again, I don't need to understand it because she's successful and she obviously knows what she's doing. But one thing she also did was, I'm pretty sure she sold NVDA at the bottom, which was absolutely brutal, a bad play by her. And then the thing just absolutely continued to rip. And I know Scott Wapner, we talked about this before, Scott Wapner was making fun of Steve Weiss for picking up NVDA at like 400, and then it went and traded up to like 1,100 bucks. So I don't know. Those guys are getting the last laugh. We're here in AMD, guys. I don't know if we found a bottom yet, but I told you I like the dwindling volume and how the price action is becoming indecisive. So with that, I'm looking for a move and a little bit of a pullback. The semis are weak, but I'm not trying to milk a stone here and try to get something out of. If it doesn't want to work, there's so many other hot stocks like Tesla, and we can use the vehicle TSLA. And then we also have IBIT too, which is also absolutely just been on a soar with the underlying asset Bitcoin. So there's other things that I can be trading and not trying to milk a stone here with AMD, because you guys know where I stand on this position and on this stock. So that's something to keep in mind. And I think as you gain more experience in trading, you'll learn it's like, don't fight things because the market will do what it wants to do. Just join with what's hot. You have earnings. We're talking about earnings. If things have great reports and the stocks are moving in the direction, then the chances are you'll increase your chances of profitability if you do just decide to join with them and not try to come up with a thesis that you think you're going to outsmart the market, because you will not at all. All right, guys? So just keep that in mind. We don't got much more leeway in this trade on AMD, and then we're going to cut it. And then I don't think I'm going to try to pick the bottom on this thing anymore until, as Sharif just touched on, until you prove to me that we're ready to continue on that northeast trajectory and see if we can become a long on the session. We are negative on the day, which is unfortunate, and same with NVDA, down about 1.5, 1.6%, and then now AMD catching up to its peer at negative 1.3% on the session. So guys, I'm gonna give this till 145.60s, and then after that, I'm done. Maybe I'll take one more stab on it, but that's it. We pulled back too much of this move already. I did like the dwindling volume, but we are not holding this secondary trend, and so that's something to keep an eye out. We did form consistently higher lows, but then again, this pullback is a little bit too deep for my liking, so that's something I'll keep an eye out on.
Fair. So I got stopped out quickly. I took some profits here on TSLL. This was the idea of taking that 250 bump and pop, but it showed me a couple of green candles, fooled me, got in, so I got stopped out for 15 penny loss on the remaining amount. So look to do a little bit better. So the next level I'm looking to set up at on TSLA, and again, I'm gonna have to get it to prove to me. Now I might have to wait a little bit longer for the proof to unfold this time at around 347 on the actual equity name itself. 346.98 is where I see the volume weighted average price. Currently, we've got a 4-candle red formation on the 5-minute chart on TSLA. With that, it didn't quite make it up to 360, 358.64. This is kind of how the chart is looking. So if you're looking for support and resistance to hold, you might get it because the closing prints here are at around 348.75. That's where we're currently at. I was looking for a wick flip at the $50 level. I didn't get it. So I'm going to be waiting at this level over here, 347, to see if we can get a hold at the volume weighted average price. I won't be trading TSLA, likely be looking at TSLL or any other derivative I feel so inclined at looking at the time, but we're going to wait for a VWAP on the actual main name to see if it holds up there. So TSLA certainly in focus right now. Microsoft, very interesting look today on the soft one. So it had a bunch of, these bottoming tail candles, which shows buyer exuberance. I mean, it's not breaking out by any means. 416 exactly low at day 418.25 right now, looking to take the 10 exponential, but still not doing that quite yet. Interesting look on MSFT there. So we'll keep an eye on all these. Yeah, I'm not really that, enthralled with the Mag 7 today, saving except for Tesla. Google looks really good right now on the intraday look. So higher lows generally held VWAP. It did breach it by about 50 pennies or so. 179.50 was VWAP. This one weasel. Oh, what am I saying? It dropped it by like 20 pennies. So It breached VWAP by about 20 pennies. That's not that bad. Still off the high of the day at 180 and a fifth. So I'll pack my patience, see if we can weasel into any of these Mag 7 names. But I'm involved now in a couple of these small cap gappers. BTDR, we still have a position on this one. Not much. CAN, gotta hold VWAP, bro. Otherwise, you're gonzino. The out is already out. I mean, I've already posted, sent my order for my stop loss on this one below 165. So it's going to have to hold that level. Otherwise, I want nothing. Pretty Panda, FOXO, testing the high of the day. You don't got to tell me twice. Let's have a look at FOXO. I'm going to bring in the side chart over here for you. And then we'll have a look at that FOXO. What is this? What is this? Okay, let me guess. Crypto, Foxo Technologies. What is this? Commercializing epigenetic biomarker. Okay, so not crypto at all. In any event, Ram, 93 and a half pennies a high of the day. Good look there. Now it's just finding its way onto my my scanner because it did take 85 pennies. I filter south of 85. So this is beautiful right now. There's a different trade to be had, obviously, with the $1. But what I would bring your attention to, Pretty Panda, look at that pre-market high at 96. Let's break and take that day. Oh, that's not pre-market. That's Friday's trading level. Excuse me. Look at that break and take of that 96.59 pennies. Today, technically, we're still an inside day, ensconced by the lows and the highs of Friday. Let's see if we can take out that level at 96. Be really interesting there. Good continuation on this name, though. Does it have a headline? Why is this thing jumping? But what is the name of this company? Foxo Technologies. Okay, did we have a catalyst on Friday? I'm not seeing anything. Okay, so maybe we'll check a little bit later. But FOXO, awfully interesting right now. Let's keep an eye on that. Let's also keep an eye on Tesla. So Tesla right now is at VWAP, guys. So we're looking at TSLL here. Again, I'm not going to punch into this super quick. I'm 0 for 1 on it right now. So I want proof that volume weighted average price is going to hold up. I will participate in this name. Good look for Tesla, up 8%, Joe.
Yeah, beautiful stuff. 2NY asked me to look at a sound from in the chat. Yeah, I'm liking the way this stock is moving as of right now. And one thing we're going to touch on when we correlate volume and price is that when we have these breakouts and you have these resistance zones being broken, you want to see that influx in volume, right? Because this could identify as a potentially genuine move, right? So that's something that can signal like, hey, there's a little bit more conviction within this trade because I have the volume backing my thesis. And that's something you really, really want to keep an eye out for, especially in the earlier days of trading when I was a breakout trader. And I'm like, oh, well, why isn't the stock moving? Why isn't like, I'm expecting it, we keep slamming into resistance or support. Why aren't I getting these breakouts that I'm looking for? And that could be because the volume wasn't backing the trade. So you need to look into these things. Soundhound AI, 2NY, I really like this from an options standpoint. I'll pull up the chain for you a little bit later, and I'll take a look at some open interest and see what's going on with it. But as of right now, you're looking pretty if you're in this on some options, and you've already had some and you had some in-the-money calls. I don't know if you have any positions open yet or anything like that, but as of right now with this breakout and the volume supporting that, I really like this look on Soundhound. So that's a good look there to NY. And you'll always get the nod from me when you have volume backing your thesis. And the price is somewhat orderly. You don't want to be in disorderly price action where everything's chopping around and candles are overlapping each other. That's nice orderly price action, something you want to look for on a daily standpoint, and that's a really good look. So I like that as well. And I know some people have Microsoft. I want to bring up Microsoft as well too, and that's why I'm working with Joe in the back in the algo room on a specific algo. Yeah, because I have a really high conviction in this thesis of gap fills, especially in high high ranking stocks like the top 50 of the S&P and the top 50 of the NAS 100, and because they tend to fill their gaps, and that's exactly what's happening here on Microsoft. The unfortunate thing is, though, I'm only human. I only have two sets of eyes, so to keep your eye on everything, Sharif, is a little bit hard. So that's why I want to set up this algo so that we can have trades executing when I'm not paying attention to it. I can input the stocks, etc. So I worked on some Pine script over the weekend as well too, Sharif, to see where I can get this thing going, and then I can take it take it from there. But again, that's a good look there on Microsoft. You get a 10-point move, so you get the majority of this gap almost filled, and that's another percentage metric, right? So I think about like 60 to 65% of this gap has been filled in just a matter of a couple of sessions. You have the high 2 sessions later, so that's a 10-point move in Microsoft as well too. So that's a thesis and trade plans that I am currently working on with Jose in the back there. So yeah, so good look on him. And guys, we're still in this AMD. We didn't take too much size, but we're gonna look to add on this position, especially if we start to curl over here. I told you this pullback is a little bit deeper than what I would like, but that's a part of the market. Sometimes your thesis can be correct, but the timing is just slightly off. So you have to be really patient and let price action tell you what can potentially happen next. And that's why I think correlating volume and price is extremely important. Volume price analysis is what is keeping me in this stock. And why? I mentioned this before and I'll mention it again, but as you see, we have this appreciating stock with the volume increasing as well too. But then on the pullback, you can see the massive drop off in average volume. This is what's keeping me in this trade. If the volume were to be picking up, there's no way I'm going to try to catch a falling knife on this in this situation. But since volume is dwindling, then I'm going to look to hold this a little bit longer, and then I can add into this position to make it a little bit bigger. But Sharif, what are you cooking up there? Because I know you're killing it in BTDR.
I'm not. It's come right back into my entry, Joe. So we're not holding too much in the way left over here, but packing my patience to see if this one wants to give up the ghost at my entry. I've already put in my stop, so we'll watch to see if this one breaks down below 11. But yeah, big move up for BTDR, but an equally, I don't want to say an equally big move down. That's not fair. It's not even below VWAP, so calm down, bro. So we'll keep an eye out here. It's right at the 20 exponential. It's not like I want to use the moving averages for this specific name. I feel that there was good support at 11, so we'll see if there continues to be support at 11. But it's really kind of deviated away from that support resistance flip pattern that I got into it initially for. I got in at 11 because that was initial resistance, and then it showed me 11.25 was resistance, so I tried to get in there. It didn't hold up there, so we had to get in at 11.11, which ended up being a good area. But if it's going to break below that, that's fine. We'll let that one cook. Let's see what Tesla is doing. So Tesla's still, not really giving up the ghost at VWAP right now with these bottoming tail candles. It's below VWAP, no question about that. It's $1.20 below VWAP. So if this one wants to reclaim, I don't need to be first, but I need confirmation. Currently, I've got 5 uninterrupted red candles. The current one we're on right now, which has 5 minutes to close, so it's very nascent to say the least, is green, but I'm not going to put any stock into that. Show me a candle or two on the 5 for the long. Now, I need to be realistic, though. I need to understand what kind of time of the day I'm trading in right now, and I don't know if I'm going to get that big boy move in the same way that you would have got it off VWAP earlier in the day, like say 10:30 or something like that. Once it broke VWAP, kind of weaseled up into that 349 area, dipped down, held VWAP, then it took out the high of the day. So I don't know if we're going to get that during a less liquid time or a more illiquid time. I'll pack my patience, see if that Tesla sets up again. Now, CAN, respectful. I added again at 169 this time because it's still doing the VWAP dance. So despite the fact that there was a wall of sellers at $1.78, I do like the fact that we're holding up at the volume weighted average price for an attempt at that 180. Now, I've seen this in the past where I could wait until the end of the show. It's a 3-hour show before I print anywhere near that 180. That ends up being the case. That's fine. I don't mind doing that as long as I don't get stopped out. I can just let this manage itself by putting in beak wetters and putting in automatic stops. So we're gonna keep an eye on CAN. Hopefully it doesn't go to the can.
No, we don't want to go to the can. Huh? No, none of the can stuff.
Got to set up a pun.
But I can tell you one thing that's I'm kicking in the can right now, and that's advanced micro devices. See you later. We're not trading you anymore. I told you I'm not going to try to milk a stone here, Sharif. The thing doesn't want to move just yet. We'll maybe take one more trade on it just because, right? But other than that, we're not going to milk. We're not going to try to milk a stone here, guys. We're out of that trade. We took another small loss. So we went 0 for 2 on AMD, which is totally fine, but because we kept those losses small, so now all it needs is one high conviction trade. We push a little size of it, and then we're going to be back positive on it on the session again. So guys, that's a good look there. I want to point out McDonald's as well, too. I don't know if I talked about McDonald's earlier today. Adara, were you talking about McDonald's not too long ago as well, too? Yeah, exactly. So if Adara is looking at it, I want to take a look at it too because she knows what she's looking at. But otherwise, guys, it's the same narrative. You know what I'm looking at here. We have a breach of the gap, and we're going to look to take advantage of this because this was the gap down when they found E. coli and I think the onions there. And then a couple days later, they just reissued the quarter pounder again too. So again, a minor thing. I guess people did get sick and somebody did die, but unfortunately, it's just not enough to totally damper the stock. People are still going to go to McDonald's. People need to eat. So I'm looking for this thing to recover in the near future. We did kind of reject the gap a little bit right now, but that's totally fine because once it re-breaches, again, we're going to look to start another position on that one as well too there, guys. So I like that look there on McDonald's. So you guys know that I have multiple positions. One's closed recently with CrowdStrike and the gap fill thesis. We're building into GE now, and then we're going to look into McDonald's as well, too, for these swing plays. But as for sticking to what's hot, I'm going to get a little bit of a beak wetter here, Sharif, on IBIT because this thing is absolutely monstrous. And I think we're now at, well, not I think, I know we're now at all-time highs, 84,364. So we're in absolute price discovery right now. And Sharif and I were talking off camera, our good buddy Tom Lee over at FundStrat. He has a $250,000 price target on this thing. And I know a lot of people have high price targets for this halving cycle as well, too. So we're going to look to continue and join in this strength. There's so many strong things. And IBIT is absolutely, our Bitcoin is one of them, especially over the past couple of sessions, being up a significant amount and breaking those all-time highs with conviction. As I mentioned, you've seen the volume step in on the break of those highs. This is something that can give us more confirmation in the setup, and that's why I am so heavy in the position. I'm probably too overweight in it, but that's okay. When we're swinging the bat, Sharif, we're swinging hard and we're swinging for that grand slam. There's no doubt about it. Yeah, well, no, but seriously, because I have so much conviction within the trade and within the setup from a supply and demand standpoint, and just the cult, as Wayne would say, the cult-like action that Bitcoin has backing it. So.
And quite frankly, too, dude, like I told you I was listening to a pod on the weekend, and, well, not on the weekend, on my days off, and it really kind of, nothing I didn't know, Joe. I guess we'll talk about it when I get back.
Bitcoin. When we get back.
There's the big desk.
We're going to take a look here at what's been happening so far during the midday session. And oddly enough, though we have a little bit more weakness in the indices, there's a lot of individual names that are really strong. We do have the Qs here slightly down in the day, S&P 500 outperforming them. That's in spite of a big move up for Tesla, which has given up some of its earlier gains. Still up, though, about 8% for TSLA, and actually did earlier today breach that $350 level as we have the continued Trump trade momentum. So keep an eye on names like DJT, RUM, and the entire crypto space here, too. We had crypto making new all-time highs throughout the day this morning. So lots of those types of names in play. But what about some of these other tickers? We talked a lot earlier today about some of those names gapping down, like ABBV on a failed schizophrenia trial. And also we had MPWR with some rumors that it might lose some business from NVIDIA. But there's some other names with non-catalyst related cap moves to the upside. During the midday, HPQ, you're up about 4%. No catalyst here that I could find. A short float here of about 4.5%. And then about a 3.5% short float on Zoom. ZM here up about 5.5% here. Near day's highs here at $86. No catalyst for this, but getting a midday volume spike. So lots of individual strength today. Other names of strength include HIMS, CRM, and quite a few tickers here to keep an eye on as we end into the rest of the day. And it's worth noting if there's any tickers you're looking at that you want Sean and Obi's opinions on at 2 p.m. during the rundown, you have until 1:50 p.m. to vote. Exclamation point join, space, $, and your ticker of choice. Back to you guys.
Thank you very much, Adara. While Adara was dropping said hot lines, I think Joe and I weaseled into this Tesla trade. I've scalped out a little bit already here. This was a 22 break and take Ram. Now I'm looking for this one to run up. It has a doji, a candle of indecision. It's also a bottoming tail candle on the 5. Now you never want to put too much stock into what one measly 5-minute candle shows you. But hey, you got to put the odds on your side, and that's all we're doing here. So I've already de-risked a little bit to take advantage of the pump. I've got my next little out set at the third of $1.33. I'd like ideally to de-risk on TSLL. as TSLA approaches that 350. Now I think we're still $2 off it. Let me tell you, not one penny of this trade is going to go against me. So if we dip below my entry, I'm going to flatten out and then get back in if I have to. So I don't want to get cut up on this trade because it's awfully volatile on the day. But this is a good look right now. Joe, how do you see this?
Yeah, no, it's the exact same thing when we were talking off camera. I was like, Sharif, look at this indecision candle right below VWAP. So that's something that we're going to touch on a little bit too, is just how to distinctly tell like where you are in price and at extremes or extreme highs or extreme lows, and how you can determine what that price action candle is telling you. And that would say, hey, potential turnaround. But the one thing I'm going to keep an eye on always, Sharif, is the volume. So the one thing that we will keep an eye out on is that we have this steady volume on Tesla to the downside, which is an average volume. So I'm still going to look to hold to see if we can hold 22s and VWAP here. And if we don't, that's fine. Then I'll get out of the trade and then be able to get another position. But as of right now, we did get the little pop. I didn't take any off because I do think that maybe we can continue to the top side and take that second leg. But even though Tesla is up quite a bit today, so I'm looking at the leveraged one. I'll pull up Tesla. We're still up about 10% or so on the session. Just about 8% on the session. So a 2-to-1 levered here on TSLL. So we're just sitting around 7.9 on the actual underlying asset. So yeah, Jay-Lee, Doge went from 11 cents to 30 to 32 plus in a couple of days. Yeah, like me and the boys in the group chat were watching some Dogecoin too, because back in the day we had a massive position. It was like one of the first things that we bought as a collective unit and put all our money in. Sharif, it was a lot of fun we had there. And we bought it at like fractions of a cent, and then we rode it all the way up to like 72%.
I love it.
Yeah, I like 72 cents, and the group chat was absolutely going wild. But we had a lot of fun with that one. And then Tony Price says McDonald's is more of a real estate company than a food company. Oh, Joe. Yeah. Well, hey, I mean, sure, that I'll have to look into that. But
yeah. Well, a lot of people say that about franchises.
Yeah, franchise, right? You're right.
Yeah.
It's all about location where you buy it and stuff. So yeah, I can definitely totally see that for sure. And Doge's new high of day, and I mean, just from a crypto aspect, and Adara will touch on it as well too, probably throughout the day. But Ethereum is it's up like 30% in the past couple of days, and only about 20% off its all-time highs, if I have those numbers correct. And it was lagging its the peers, because everybody else was trading higher, and Ethereum was just kind of chopping around a little bit. But it's been on an absolute monster tear. So guys, look to join the strength with that. Don't go against it, because I know a couple of weeks ago, Sharif and I were just looking at some liquidations on Bitcoin and through the different brokers, and there was a lot of liquidations. So, I mean, a high, like hundreds of millions of dollars in that aspect. So guys, don't fight something that is breaking out like Bitcoin. If you want to play the fade, make sure you have a lot of conviction and stops in place, because you can just get absolutely torn up, and you don't want to blow up your account either in that aspect. So, but Sharif, what I'm really liking right now is that Tesla's holding VWAP as of right now. So again, if we decide to open up slightly below this range, then I know that my thesis is wrong. But until then, I'm just going to hold on a little bit, my friend.
Sounds good, man. We have the same price now because I got out as the remaining portion of my entry came into my price, so I got stopped out, but getting back in as it showed me what I like. So that's what we'll see there, Ram. We'll look for that one to continue. Guys, the future though could looking actually kind of short right now, to be honest with you. The future is looking like a rounded top, a rejection off VWAP, so I am a little concerned, but Tesla is kind of marching to the beat of its own drum. What I'm seeing on the future is a symphony of lower highs and lower lows on the NQ December contract, so that has me a little bearish at the moment, but I think that that's probably more in line with, or more relevant, I should say, to some of these other Mag 7 names. I don't know if Tesla would be the one that is going to benefit the most from a downward move, or not benefit, but suffer the most from a downward move on the future. Right now it seems to be kind of independently running. So we just got a print. There we go on TSLA. Now we're waiting at the $0.25. Let's see if we can weasel up into 25. Seller of note at 24. We'll see if this one can ascend above that level. Lots of volatility on TSLA as we continue to zig and zag here, as Joe said, at the volume weighted average price, which is, bullish in and of itself, that fact that it held the level. But we'll have to see if there's continuation we're not putting all our eggs at the out of VWAP. So we're going to have to keep an eye on that, see if it can break and hold above the volume weighted average price. 25s, bang.
Bang.
Nice. So we're going to continue running a little bit more over here, Joe. Let's set up at 33s. We'll see if we can ascend a little bit more there on Tesla. A 3 green candle setup now on the 5, but let me tell you, they look quite indecisive as compared to the setups or the candles on the way down. Here we go. Now we're moving into 30s, Joe. 32 showing up on the bid.
Let's go.
Yeah, it's not bad look.
No.
We'll keep eyes on that one. Now, separately here, I got quite excited, I guess, when this one held 69s. I'm talking about CAN and worked its way back up into 74s. I've layered my orders. This one's showing me 74s now on the bid. I'm looking for this one to hold VWAP and to test the high day. And the best part about this is we've got a flat top here. So if we take out that seller at the flat top, it could be, I don't want to say it's going to get parabolic, but you could definitely see some short squeezing take place above that because it just hasn't broken. So you can make the assumption that if I want to get short, my stop would likely be a smidge above that 178 level on CAN. So we'll pack our patience to see if we get that. What are you looking at, Joe?
Yeah, I'm actually just having a thought in my mind, and I was going to ask you, I was like, Shuv, I was looking at Walmart over the weekend, and that's just something a stock that I think is absolutely fantastic for your portfolio. But I was looking at the technicals on it, and it's like, where do you get in? Because you just buy the top here, right? Because there's like the pullbacks aren't deep on it; they're extremely shallow, and it just continues to appreciate just week over week, month over year. It's an absolutely fantastic stock. So I was doing some technical analysis on Walmart, and I'm like, man, where do I get into this for the long term? And I'm coming to the conclusion, it's just buy whatever price you can almost get, because this thing is absolutely phenomenal. Sorry, guys, I'm trying to pull it up for you here. I don't know why. There we go. And we're just going to take a look at it, because I'm like, hey, where do I get into this stock? Because all it does is just trade higher and higher and higher. So that's I'm waiting. I don't expect these gaps to be filled, because I think that's when it split. So for it to depreciate that much, I don't see that in Walmart, just because it's Costco and Walmart leading the consumer staples, and just something that is just absolutely mandatory to the way of life. And America loves Walmart. Canadians love Walmart. It's an absolutely fantastic North American company. I don't know if they're anywhere else in the planet, but
they're in Mexico.
Are they in Mexico? Yeah, they're in Mexico. Yeah, well, North America.
In England, they're technically there, but they go by a different name. I think it's Asda.
Oh yeah. Oh, okay. So it's owned by Walmart. So there you go. Like, this thing is global. Where am I going to get on this stock? At this point, it's just like, hey, buy this dollar cost average into it a little bit, build a position. So if you're looking to allocate X amount of money to it, divide that up by however many entries you would like to get, and just average into this stock, because it's just an absolutely phenomenal company, Sharif.
I agree, man. Let's have a look at, because now you're piquing my interest over here at Walmart.
You know what I mean? So it's just like,
let's find out, dude, where we can weasel in.
Where do you get into this stock?
I personally would use a moving average. Just when it's trending like this, moving averages are cake. Moving averages are absolutely brutal when something's consolidating. But there's a lot of respect here, Joe, for the 20. Any dips into the 20s seem to have been bought up ever since the breakout there. This was the earnings August 15th, right? Because you can tell the volume bar there just yells earnings. And there's a zig and zag too. Usually that's earnings related. Yeah, the 20 exponential.
Or was that earnings or split? I thought that was split.
That was the split? The split's over here.
Split's over here. Yeah,
that's February. Yeah. Good call though on that. I forgot that they actually split. But yeah, that's the move. I got stopped at a Tesla for the remaining amount there, as it did break below 22. So that's a lot of zig and zag with Tesla. I think that the meat of the move here is behind it, or it's to the short side. So I'm going to steer clear right now until this sets up a little bit differently. Ideally, something above 350. 350 is a bit of a line in the sand, despite the fact, obviously, we got into 358. So I don't want to get cut up on Tesla. It's occupying a lot of my attention and giving me very little in exchange for that. So I'm going to have to I'm going to have to put this one on the do not trade list for now until it sets up a little bit differently. Oh, baby, can is breaking out. Boom. And we already got a couple of prints there.
Go,
now we're already moving back into that 178, Joe. So I'm happy the fact that I did have conviction adding at the volume weighted average price on can. Looks like it didn't go to the can quite yet. Maybe it does later. 178 showing up again here. And now we can get a full picture as to the amount of sides. There is big boy lottage waiting at that 178. Whether or not we take them out, an entirely different story. This is only what we can see on CAN. There could be a plethora of other orders hidden from view. Iceberg orders, sometimes they're called. And the point about that is we can't take account of them on the book. Where we can take account of them, or account for them, I should say, is on the tape. You can't bamboozle the tape. You can bamboozle the book, but you can't bamboozle the time and sales. All the orders, dark pool or otherwise, will print on this left side of the screen here. That's the yellow and the green and the red that you guys see on the left side of my screen. So I'm waiting for that print at 78, knowing full well that we likely will reject a few times before I get that print, but I'm happy with the fact that I did add at that area, so we'll see if this one wants to run up. Walmart has sold Asda in the UK, says Pegasus Business Sales. Thank you for bringing that to my attention. It's been a hot minute since I lived in Leicester. I lived in Leicester the late 2000s, early 2010s. And back then, Asda was kind of Walmart, and that's where we used to go. College students broke, you know what I mean? Like going there, racking up on energy drinks, anything we could get for cheap.
That was also Giant Tiger. You remember Giant Tiger?
Of course, they're still around.
They're not as
Dar's pumped about Giant Tiger.
I think they have them in Winnipeg. That's why maybe, I don't know.
Speaking of Giant Tiger, speaking of Adara, she's at the big desk.
This part of the show is brought to you by WorkSport. Introducing a new discovery on the NASDAQ, WorkSport, ticker WKSP. WorkSport is a U.S.-based manufacturer and rapidly expanding with growing revenues, government contracts, and innovative green energy products designed to power your life off-grid. Whether you're on the move or seeking sustainable energy solutions, WorkSport has you covered. Now trading on the NASDAQ under WKSP, discover the future of clean energy with WorkSport.
And they have the tonneau cover for the Rivian, so anybody with the R1T, go on over. WorkSport got a tonneau cover for you guys. I don't know if you can step on that one and jump on it like you can on the Cybertruck. You'll have to find out. And if you do, let me know. I'd be interested to give them a good product review. All right, guys, let's have a look at the Mag 7 over here. As I said, I'm not going to touch Tesla until it breaks and takes Ram that $350 level, because it's been cutting me up a lot. On the trades at VWAP. I mean, it's really consolidative in a way that I didn't think it would at the volume weighted average price. So if it can get above that 350 level, holler at me, yell at me, let me know exactly that it's breaking above. In fact, I'm so interested in that 350 break and take, I'm going to put an alert for Tesla as it approaches that 350 level so that I can be made aware of that. Gaurav letting me know that the dead one, Apple, continues to bleed. Let me talk a little bit about this one. So Apple right now is in a position where it could be trouble. Why? Because of the tariffs. So now we need to be concerned about things or components that may be subject to the tariffs that are included in the Apple phone. Now, or in the Apple's products. Now, let me tell you this. Last time Donald Trump was at the helm, he got a call from Tim Cook, an unexpected call, an unsolicited call. The Cook man wanted to meet him and talk about what he perceived to be were, tariffs that could hold him back. And he got an exemption. So Donald Trump has shown his propensity to give exemptions to American companies. I don't want to say when warranted or when he's so inclined. So I am kind of in a wait and see position right now on Apple. I don't want to have to weather the storm with this monster dealing with the tariff situation and have to give back the gains. So I'm going to, be watching it quite closely here to see, should I liquidate my position on Apple and funnel it into something else? It's by far Guy's not biased at all.
Yeah, no, not at all.
I love it. So I'm watching here intently to see whether there are any news headlines that could affect this, whether Donald Trump makes any specific proclamations, pronouncements with respect to policy that could be beneficial or derogatory to Apple. So I know that they have been the weakest one, them and Meta, to respond to the Donald John Pump trade, right? Apple has not benefited. Meta hasn't benefited. Meta, I think, is a different reason because of censorship and that whole thing. I think he's got a bone to pick with them. We'll see. We'll see. But I am concerned about the Apple trade. I am, quite optimistic that the Donald does give them some sort of an exception. We'll have to wait and see how this all pans out. It's all super nascent and hard to tell exactly what's happening. So the future is dropping here, guys. So I was, I should have put my money where my mouth is, Ram, and took this short off the volume weighted average price. It's putting in a rounded top. It's not even a top. It's a rounding pattern off the volume weighted average price. It works right into VWAP, and then, like true to form, it's VWAP and the closing print from Friday. So 21,232 or thereabouts is where we closed on Friday. The VWAP is a little bit above that. So it was a double resistance whammy here for the futures, now down 0.25%. So we're going to pack our patience and see whether or not we can get any sort of trades on the Mag 7 here. But I've been really focused more on these small cap gappers. So we'll see if there's any trades to be hacked there. FOXO. So we're going to take off BCG now. BCG is no longer going to make my list. We're going to look at FOXO. FOXO looking awfully good here as it dances with that dollar area. Seems to be support at 90. So trading 91 right now, and that support at 90 is not all that surprising, given that that was the resistance level earlier that when we were working into that level. So a 90 dip trade here could be interesting for a $1 break and take on FOXO. And just realized I haven't been giving you any of the details with respect to these small cap gappers. So let's just start now. FOXO, $12.5 million market cap, a light 550 million shares traded on the day, and they've got a float of around 8.4 million shares. I negated to load up trade ideas, so I'll do that now to find out what the short float is, and I'll tell you guys in a hot second when it loads. Come on, trade ideas. All right, here it is. Let's find out what the short float, if any, on FOXO is so we can trade it appropriately. FOXO, yeah, not much, 0.42%, so a negligible short float there, nothing to write home about, but I still like the way that this one is setting up. So we're going to get into this one over here. Who are we going to take off? We're going to take off LMND. It's too expensive for me to trade today. So we're going to go FOXO on the NASDAQ. No, it's not on the NASDAQ. New York, not on that either. It's on the MX then, likely. Yeah, there it is. Yeah. FOXO on the MX. Let's load up that bad boy. What are you looking at, Joe?
Yeah, I'm just over here in IBIT Sharif, and this is just what I always touch on, risk to reward. We took a couple L's on, 2 L's on AMD, and then we took a small loss on TSLA as well, too, as it came back through VWAP. But that's the thing, I'm just sticking to trade theses and trade plans and then executing based off them. So I went 0 for 3 to start. But then when you put on trades like this, those can gain ground and help eliminate those losses. So that's my trade on IBIT here. I'm just trying to join the strength. We tried to test high a day and all-time highs, that is, as well, too. And we slightly failed to do so. So I took a little bit more, I wouldn't call this the backside of a secondary trend or a tertiary trend, but I took a little more off just in case we do decide to pull back a little bit and come test my break even, because I will cut the trade at that. But I do think we continue to crawl a little bit higher here on IBIT. And I know I've been trading it a lot, but there's a reason. It's because it's one of the stronger assets in the market. So that's why I'm just going to continue to keep my eye on something that is strong and just avoid what isn't. And that's why I said I'm going to take 2 trades on AMD. I'm not going to try to milk a stone and try to get something out of it when the potential or when the trade isn't there, right? So that's just something I'm keeping an eye on. And I was looking at Microsoft and Apple, Sharif, because I know you were talking about them. And just contemplating, was like, hey, what am I going to do with this position I had? Because I remember you were saying, hey, this is the longest I've held an underlying asset, right? So, and it's like, okay, yeah, I totally see where you're getting at. Do we continue a little bit lower, or are we just chopping around a little bit here, accumulating some shares, and then maybe we continue another leg higher? I don't know, but again, there's the tariffs looming possibly, but it's an American company, it's a giant. And you know where I stand on those ones is it's so hard to beat those guys when you have so much money coming in. And especially when you have great analysts like Dan Ives and Tom Lee saying like, hey, this might be a super cycle for iPhone 16s, then hey, that's going to add a lot of revenue to the company. And they already have an outstanding ecosystem. So it's hard to beat, but lock in those gains because I'm thinking about doing the same thing as well too, Sharif, because it is lagging its peers like Tesla and the other mega cap stocks. So that's something to keep an eye out because if you can lock in some gains and then potentially get a better price, look to do that as well too. So that's something I might keep an eye on now that you mention it because it is lagging. It's actually one of the smaller holdings in my long term, but it's lagging the rest of my holdings significantly. So it's like, okay, yeah, I'm in the money significantly. Do I lock in some gains and then look to allocate that capital somewhere else? Or do I just hold that cash and wait for a better price? So only time will tell, and you just continue to do analysis. But I think eventually if Apple does decide it wants to sell off, it will pick up steam eventually because these things don't need much to get them going, guys. So we'll continue to look at that, and I'm over here looking at IBIT. Let me know what you guys are looking at in the chat. We'll go over. I know someone mentioned something in the chat. I'm sorry that I missed it. So bring it back up, and then we'll go and we'll take a look. We went over SoundHound, and we went over a couple other stocks, but just let me know in the chat what you guys are looking at. We'll run some analysis on it. Let us know what positions or options positions you're looking to add. And yeah, I'll touch a little bit on just my gap thesis. And I used options from an AMD perspective, so I was extremely leveraged on that position. And what I told you guys before, and I'll mention it again, was that I was constrained by time. Time was not working in my favor when you're buying long options, and that's why that kind of trade thesis affected me and hurt me a little bit more than what I would do with just flat out equities. So just keep that in mind, guys, opposed to just flat out equities. You do have time constraints with options. So I see PayPal in the chat. A lot of people are trading PayPal.
Really?
So yeah, so let's take a look at PayPal. They're NYSE, I believe, yeah. Are they nice? They're nice, yeah. Okay, so yeah, PayPal. And I remembered PayPal was in the dumps. I know they're coming out. I think I heard they're coming out with a stable coin or something along those lines, Sharif. So
really?
Yeah. So they're up about 5% on the day. So we'll keep an eye out on PayPal. It's a really good look, and it's breaking out. But one thing I don't like here is, guys, look at these candle prints. Look at the effort, and then look at the result look at the result in these prints, but look at the effort. The volume isn't there. So that's something that I would always keep an eye out on is the effort and result and how these candles are formed and printed after the volume has settled. So just keep in mind that volume isn't sustaining that breakout. Even though I'm not a big hater of PayPal, I would like to see that volume step in there, my friend.
Yeah, it was an interesting look there on PayPal the other day. When they reported, they had some good numbers. Users continue to grow. Some interesting stuff there on PayPal. All right, guys, let's have a look at the trades we're currently in. FOXO, we're at 90 pennies. We're out of the money by 2 as it's dipped into 88. So tougher look there. Keeping an eye on this one below 84. It's all over on this one. So we'll lose 6 pennies if this one does break down. So it didn't hold that initial resistance area. Now it's going to either stay above VWAP or I'm getting out of this one. So that is the look. CAN comes into 78, rejects again, but the fact that it ascended and held off VWAP, I like. I don't think I'm going to be adding into this again on the way down. I've added my position. I built my position, I should say. I won't be adding any more on CAN. So keep an eye out on that. Now, I'm interested in this coin long because apparently Coinbase is up 21% and it's just bounced off the 10 exponential. So I'm very interested in getting in here. That's exactly what I'm going to do. Let's see if this one wants to hold above the 10 and then continue on its merry way to break that 328.79. So where are we long on coin, or we already dropped 20 pennies? Wow, that's just, we're taking CONL, which is a derivative of coin. I believe it is a 2 times derivative. Let me double check that for you guys. CONL, I don't even have it up.
Yeah, 2x.
It is 2x, eh? Okay. So I'm going to look to see if we can basically build a position into the 10 exponential. 68.50 is the next level that I'm looking at adding on. We'll pack our patience with this one, see if this one wants to go on, well, because it's up 41.25% is CONL. But we're looking at COIN as the main one there.
Jeez.
Yeah, it's a bit of a mover, Joe. So we'll keep tabs on that. What else we got over here? So this one, FOXO, continuing to hold up above 86, but still definitely not at the level that I want to get it in at. So, or get it out at, excuse me. So Packer Patience looking for this one to retake 69 on CONL. I'm really interested in this one right into that 68.50 level. So I will be looking to add in and around there. BTC is fading a bit, so coin should start a short, says Jay Lee. Let's have a look at BTC. Yeah, so BTC is fading a little bit. It just rejected 85,000. It's down to 84,500, but it's still putting in a higher low, Jay. So we'll see if that trend wants to remain intact there. But yeah, good point. You always got to look at the actual asset itself. If you're going to trade coin, unless coin's got a specific catalyst itself for that's relevant to it and not to other areas of crypto, well then obviously you got to keep your eye on the main asset itself. So I'll keep on my eye on that one. What are you looking at, my man?
Yeah, so we got a super chat from Russell McQueen. He's saying, Elf, thank you for the $5 super chat, much appreciated. And while you were mentioning it in the chat, I didn't happen to miss it because of the amount of times that you said it. But anyways, we're just over here looking at Elf for you. And again, you're going to get the nod from me. I was just reading about what they kind of do, a multi-brand beauty company. The company offers inclusive, accessible, clean, vegan, and cruelty-free cosmetics and skincare products. The company's family of brands includes Elf Cosmetics, Elf Skin, and Naturum. Okay, so well, People and Keys, Soul Care. I mean, I like this. I like the look on Elf. It did put in this insane double top here around 222, and then it sold off drastically, especially when the pivot lows were broken. But now it seems to be recovered. I know nothing about this thing financially, but from a technical standpoint, you're going to get the nod from me. And why are you going to get the nod in this instance is because we're going to look at the basic metric of volume. You have this consolidation phase, whatever you want to call it, accumulation or accumulation down here. And then we have the break of the resistance. What happens when we break resistance? That volume steps in and then the price continues to the northeast. So that's something that you want to look in at. As a breakout trader, you want to see this volume step in because that's going to give you more conviction and confirmation within your trade. So I don't know if you have a position in it when you started one, but as of right now, it's not looking horrible because you do have volume backing your thesis, and that is extremely, extremely important, especially if you're a breakout trader. I mentioned to you this before in my earlier days, before even now it's the amount of screen time, but when you first start off trading and you're looking to play breakouts and you're building your playbooks, etc., that you need, and I'm looking for these trades to break out, but I'm like, why aren't I getting these breakouts? Why isn't the stock moving in my direction? Why do we keep running into overhead resistance and bouncing off floor support? Well, it's because the volume wasn't backing the thesis, all right? So that's something to keep in mind. And then you notice when you're on the right side of the V or the volume and the breakout is occurring and you're in this trade, it's like, okay, well, I have volume backing me as well too. So that's something extremely key important because if you have just steady, if we can just pull up my chart here, because if we have steady volume without an influx of it, then it's like, okay, there's a reason why your stock isn't breaking out. There is no breakout volume. You don't have new participants coming in and breaking out the underlying asset from prior support and resistance, whether it be to the downside or to the top side. Just always keep in mind, if you're looking to play key break levels of resistance and support, look for that volume to step in, and that will give you a lot more conviction within your trading, all right? So that's something that, as experience, as time goes on and you gain that experience, then you'll notice like, hey, I started my ELF position at 116. So yeah, congratulations, you're about 16 bucks in the money. So good luck there, and hopefully you manage that position really well as well. So yeah, good luck on ELF. I don't know too much about it. So yeah, I mean, there's so many stocks to talk about and so many, and learning a lot from you guys as well too. It's like, I've never even heard of this company. What do they do? And then you gain somewhat of an interest in them. But guys, as of right now, just let me know what you're looking at. We're going to do some VPA lessons this Thursday, so that I think we're going to have a lot of fun with that. AMD finally able to flip around. Elon, yeah, I don't know, my friend. I know you had some puts on it that expired last week, but again, I mentioned this countless times. I'm not going to try to milk a stone, But we'll get back and we'll talk some more stock, Elon, right after we get back from Adara.
We're going to do our small cap recap now during the midday session, although we're actually going to be looking at mid cap stocks during this midday, fittingly enough. We have the IWM up here, up about 1.5%, so definitely stronger than what we saw about 2 hours ago around 1020, bouncing nicely off that 240 level. So that's what's happening here for the Russell 2000. But what about some of these small to mid cap stocks? I'm going to start here with Joby Aviation, JOBY. No catalyst on this one. They did report earnings last Wednesday. They missed on both EPS and sales, but up here about 17% with a market cap of around $4.7 billion and a short float here of around 19%. Then we have HIMS, much like Joby, they reported earnings last week as well. Definitely removed from day's highs, but still up about 17%. With a market cap of about $5.85 billion and a short float of around 18%. Last but not least, CLSK. This is the only one of these that has something of a catalyst. Clean Spark, you may remember, was halted for multiple days. That halt ended around 10:15 this morning. Nice push to the upside, likely in tandem with what we're seeing with a lot of these other crypto-related stocks. CLSK has a market cap around $4.2 billion and a short float of about 20.7%. So here are some of these heavily shorted mid-cap movers on the rise. If these are any other tickers that are on watch for you, make sure to vote for them in the chat. !join, space, $, and your ticker of choice. At 2 p.m., the top 5 tickers will be analyzed there by Obi and Sean. And Sharif will be providing his color commentary here on the green screen, guys.
Thank you very much for that, Adara. Yes, so CONL just pumped up again. We just took a bigger position here, scalped out a little bit, but it's coming right back into my entry. So looking for continuation on this name. There does seem to be some resistance at that $69 area on CONL. I'm keeping an eye on actual Bitcoin as it moves back up into about 84,750. Nice pop back off that $84,500 level. Bang! We just took that out through the $quarter dollar, not the $quarter dollar, what was that? Yeah, the $quarter dollar. Not a bad look there. So now we're gonna set up at the third of a dollar on CONL, see if this one wants to ascend into those highs. But look at that, it drops 30 pennies like that, Joe. I mean, it's just, this one is awfully volatile. If you're not ready to stomach some of these moves, then just stay clear of this one. Let me tell you though, anything below 80, I'm just gonna take it out. I'm looking to scalp on this one and look to the high, or to continue to the high side. It's going to come down into my entry. I've already got red on it to begin with, so can't give back too much here. If it doesn't continue in, the upward direction, obviously gonna look to scalp that out. So CONL up 42%. Here we go. 15 showing up. 25s there. There we go. Let's see if we can get that 33 print. 29s now. Bang! Again, we take that out. So nicely in the money on this one. I'm going to let this one cook, Joe. Let's see if we can continue to ascend a little bit more.
Nice trades there, man. You have some on the Bitcoin thing too as well, and CoinL. So yeah, bang, bang is right. Oh, I forgot to tell you, Sharif.
Yes, sir.
When Obi and I were on the show, I volunteered you for something.
Hey, say it again.
I volunteered you for something. And I was like, hey, I don't know if I should be doing this, but I did it anyways.
What did you do?
So listen to this.
I don't know if I like this.
I know, exactly. But anyways, we'll talk more about what I volunteered Sharif for right after we get back from it.
Oh, boy.
Keep an eye on CMG, that is Chipotle Mexican Grill. You may recall in August, its former CEO, Brian Niccol, was announced that he would be the new CEO of Starbucks. And at that period, they had an interim CEO here, Scott Boatwright. Now the company, as of 5 minutes ago, has confirmed that Scott Boatwright is going to be its full-time chief executive officer. So moving from interim CEO to full-time CEO, he'll also be a member of the board. And he served as the company's COO, chief operating officer, since 2017. So Chipotle with an inside hire for CEO. Welcome Scott Boatwright to the CMG team, guys.
So yeah, Sharif, we'll finish on what I volunteered you for.
Oh boy.
So we were sitting around about 400 or 500 likes, and I said if we hit 1,000 likes, it's me versus you in a push-up competition.
Oh boy!
And not only did we surpass that, we hit 1,100 likes. But
wow.
Neil said, I don't want any of that smoke. And then I thought about it again, and I'm like, he's right. I don't want any of that smoke. So I don't know. The people gave us what we wanted, and unfortunately, you guys can't answer on that one because I told it. Neil's like, you don't want that smoke. You're like, you know what? I thought about it a little bit longer, and I'm like, I don't want any of that smoke.
Joe, hold on, bro. We're printing a storm here on CONL, man. We're almost $1 in the money.
Listen. Elon in the chat said, Joe, is AMD ready to take a round? So I'm going to take my third swing, Elon, on AMD. Long. Okay, AMD. He's long. He's long AMD as well, too. Elon, I think I'm a little bit late to the dance here at 45.61s is where I would have liked to get in. But are we going to start to curl around now? We'll see. I entered my final trade on this stone milker of AMD. What do you got going on there?
I like how you volunteered me.
That's what I say. Yeah, I know, but that's the thing. I'm like, oh, maybe I shouldn't do that. I thought about what I was getting myself into.
All right, let's talk
Neil confirmed about it.
Let's talk a little push-up. Right, What's your all-time best? I'm going to tell you what mine is, and I don't think I can do this anymore without training for it. 65.
Okay, I was going to say 60 is mine. Yeah, just like straight.
Unbroken,
60, yeah. 60 clean. I mean, we're going to touch the nose to the floor and fully extending the elbows. And then Neil's like, you don't want that smoke. Thought about it a little bit more. He's like, I'm like, he's right. Don't want that smoke. So
because I got him on the Sally Up, Sally Down challenge, so he still hasn't recovered.
But 1,100 likes on that one. We got Obi and I. But we're gonna go to Adara,
yes.
And maybe we'll see if we can interpret that with trading.
Keep an eye on SAVE. That's Spirit Airlines here, up about 30% on no catalyst. It's worth noting, though, we do have a 34% short float for this one. Really small market cap, too, $381.68 million. No catalyst, like I said, but could be a bit of a technical break. There's been some resistance here around that 320 level in a couple different time frames. As you can see here on the daily, we've had some higher highs and higher lows before this nice push to the upside for SAVE. Flying high right now, guys.
I was looking at that, and I think the Chilean Nightmare actually has a play on that options play, by the way. I'm assuming, bang, he's guessing. We're over $1 in the money now on CONL. I think the Chilean Nightmare is betting on Save actually being able to merge and being able to save their life. Big seller right now on 70, Ram. If we can show this, big boy seller on CONL, unable to ascend above 70, and there's not enough. There it is. Wow, go CONL. There it is. We're going to set up. Where are we going to set up, Joe? 15s. What's life without whimsy? Let's see if this one wants to continue to ascend into the top side. We got a couple of more, so I've got two more outs over here. If we can take this one out, there's a seller at 14. If we can take this 15s out over here, then I'll be one more out there. There we go. Boom. We take that out. Let's continue to pop up here on Coinbase. I'm trading CONL. It's a derivative of coin. I'm going to let this run, bro. We're $1.50 in the money on this Katina Man. The Katina Man has returned from the gym. He was very interested to find out where Bitcoin was trading. And let me tell you, he was astounded by the fact that it broke 85,000. I'm putting a lot of words in his mouth right now, but he's astounded. He confirmed it. All right. We are really pumping up here, Joe. This is a big move, bro. This is a big move here on CONL Coinbase. The actual product itself is up 22.25%, guys. This is a $330 name. It doesn't usually move like this. Shout out to the Chilean Nightmare, because did he? I told you. Yeah. The Chilean Nightmare is very excited. And he's got reason to be, Joe.
Yeah.
He's got reason to be. He's in Save. He's in Bitcoin. The dude chose well. Again,
he's diversified.
You're getting out of what, Fabian? All right, he's selling his position. Fabian, if I can say one thing to you, it's a great trade, brother, but the mergers and the deals are just starting. Just starting.
If I can say one thing, Fabian, paper hands, buddy. Come on, hold on to those, babe. Hold on.
It's not just me now.
Uh-oh.
Felipe Lopez, the Chilean Nightmare, is the individual you just saw back there in the production cam. He's Chilean, so I call him the Chilean Nightmare. That's him pointing right at you, baby. Mm-hmm. Shout out to Fabian. His real name is Fabian, in case you're wondering. I know sometimes we're talking about Ram, we're talking about the Chilean Nightmare. There's all these other nicknames that I have for people, and so just ask us who we're talking about. We'd be more than willing to oblige you guys and let you know exactly what's going on. How are you doing over there, Joe?
Yeah, we're good. I mean, I don't know. I honestly don't know what to say, Sharif, here. I just keep trying this stock, and it doesn't work out. So we're going to have to keep an eye out on AMD. I'm just not in sync with it, and that's totally fine, because what we are in sync with is IBIT, and I'm more than happy to be in sync with IBIT, opposed to advanced micro devices, who I just keep trying and don't seem to be getting in at the right times. But that is okay, because we are creeping in on all-time highs on Bitcoin and IBIT around 48, 41. But I do think that we can curl over a little bit and continue this trajectory to VWAP. Did we put in a potential bottom on AMD around 145.26? Possibly. Let's see if we can hold these lows. And I think if we hold these lows, we do have a chance to recover. As I mentioned before, and I'll mention again, the volume on the selling pressure is dwindling. So it is only a matter of time until maybe if a buy program steps in, and then we can continue that push higher and higher and higher. And Elan, I know I'm in this with you too. So let's see what's going on with that. We'll take a gander at some of the megs. The Qs are now actually negative on the session, about 0.3% down today, but the SPY is still holding on positive, and I think a lot of that has to do with the financial sector. Last time I checked, the financial sector was in second place, so we'll take another look at XLF. It's still positive on the day. I want to find a percentage metric on this thing. So still up about 1.8% on the session, sitting in second place, which is absolutely fantastic. I like it when, as Sharif says it, Jeremy Diamond, they're in first place now, up 1.7% on the day. Jeremy Diamond and the boys over at the American Financial District are leading the way, my guy.
And look, we got to talk about Goldman as well. You bring up a fantastic point. JPM, obviously they're the king of the bunch, no question about that. But Goldman, the Katina man, brought this point up earlier, talking about deal making. IPOs, well, we got a couple of good IPOs in, I believe, this year. We got Birkenstock, we had Instacart, we had a bunch of others. They're not all coming to mind, obviously, at the moment. But Reddit, thank you for that. Obviously, that was a big one as well, and it's done really well since IPOing. But the point is, the regulatory environment hasn't been conducive to IPOs, hasn't been conducive to mergers and acquisitions. That will change. How much it changes and who it changes for, that's kind of what left to be seen. Let's talk a little politics here. Let's call a spade a spade. J.D. Vance openly said that he agreed with some of Lina Khan's policies. He didn't agree with everything. He agreed with some of her policies. And if I can get a bit more nuanced, I think specifically as it relates to big tech, these the mega caps, the hyperscalers, if you want to call them that. So maybe they get dealt a bit of a blow while some of the smaller caps or whatever, non-hyperscalers, non-mega caps can continue, possibly to merge, acquire their way into productivity, acquire their way into growth, which has been the model for many, many years. So we'll see, man. So many unanswered questions, but it's like hitting the reset button almost on a game that you've been playing with a bit of a different rule base. You know what I mean? Like the rules have changed a little bit, not entirely, obviously, but some new stuff. So I'm very excited, not just because we're getting a new incoming administration, but because it presents us with a different economic landscape and changes the game a little bit, and that kind of helps reset. Those who missed out on certain plays can get in. I think it's just an exciting time to be trading right now, and I couldn't be more excited. So I said excited a lot.
No, but again, we are excited because the market has been nothing short of exciting, especially the past the week or so leading into the election and then post-election. So you can't deny that the market has been absolutely exciting, especially when you have stocks like Tesla appreciating an insane amount, and as well as the crypto sector just absolutely roaring. So that's something that is really good for us traders. and day traders especially. So Dear Oil, do you think TQQ is finally building a support level, or is it too early to say? Well, looking at the Qs here, Dear Oil, I'm not too sure how much of a Dear Oil, exactly.
Get it, Dear Oil.
Dear Oil. I don't know if it could be building a base. Could you look for a potential bottom, but also just be prepared for it to break the low of the day as well too, right? So just keep in mind, wait for price to tell you that it's turning around. As of right now, I wouldn't really be looking for a long on the Qs, but that's just me. It's totally subjective, right? So if your setup is showing up, then by all means, take it and execute it correctly. But as for me, I don't know if the Qs, which look like they're going to breach the low of day right now, is a long in my thoughts. But I'm just sitting here in AMD, and I think in order for AMD to continue to crawl higher, I'm going to need the Qs to participate in the broader market as well too. So we have Apple, the big boy, sitting in second place now at market capitalization. You had NVIDIA, Apple, and Microsoft. So that thesis is playing out well for you,
Nobody's
Sharif.
going to unseat those three. We're not even close.
No,
like
you can't
Amazon's
unsee that. No, you
change,
can't. No,
right?
and
like,
you know what I mean? And Tesla just hit $1 trillion again not too long ago. But I mean, if you're looking for someone who's crawling and just gaining ground, Google.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
So Google is always a good look there. But again, Apple's making new lows of day.
Goodness gracious.
Seeing around minus 2.28% on the session, down $5. So that's just my look there. And AMD is continuing to crawl higher. And I think that's what I'm just going to keep my eye on. Can Bitcoin make a new high of day today? Possibly. We're creeping in on it. We're not too far off of it. The high of day on IBIT sitting around 48.54, and we're about 48.41 there, Sharif. But other than that, I'm going to keep my eye on AMD. I'm going to look to add into this position. Okay, boom. It's my moment to shine. Here we go. It's this time. Trade the pool, guys. Trade the pool allows traders like you to get evaluated and trade real shares using the company's capital. With no PDD rule holding you back, that's a real edge in trading. Here's the exciting part, guys. Trade the Pool has just launched a limited edition program for stock traders. For a one-time free fee of just $97, you'll receive $20K in buying power. All you need to do is reach the profit goals. The best part, this limited edition program now has a reduced profit goal and fewer minimum trades required to reach the funded phase. Plus, the profit split is upgraded. Keep 70% of the profits. Don't miss the chance to explore this limited offer. Join now for free. The link is in the description, guys. So make sure you join, scan the QR code, and become a funded trader.
So I didn't know that there were printed scripts. Yeah, you guys got the treat because Ram just throws me to the side.
5-star.
Right? She's like, look, bro, you got to figure it out. You're the one doing the ad read. You organize.
What?
You've got a paper printed out.
I got a
and
paper.
everything like
yeah,
that.
I walked into the office on Thursday, and Fabian's like, "Oh, here, Joe, you can read. Which one do you want to read?" I'm like, "Oh, yeah, very nice, thank you." Yeah, that's what it is. So we were treated very well. It's 5-star.
Yeah, clearly, bro.
Ram,
When she wants to be nice to people, she knows how to turn it up.
Yeah, but we're Libra twins. That's why we.
Oh, that's right. She's a fake Libra. I forgot about that whole thing there where she's doing that. Shout out to Ram. We love Ram. Come on. All right, guys. I was talking to Carrie Weaver in the chat. Carrie, you bring up a solid point. We've seen the dance before between Trump and Canada with respect to tariffs. I don't want to say Canada came out unscathed. That's not the truth. But he does seem, and by he, I'm talking about Donald Trump, seems to make exceptions from time to time for when it makes sense to him. I mentioned the Apple exception before when he got that call from Timmy C. It was an unsolicited call, let me tell you. And he could make exceptions for other Canadian exports. I mean, it's a $3.5 billion a day trade between our two countries. $3.5 billion a day. So, you know, there's something's got to give a little bit there. We'll obviously, we're just kind of guessing at this point, so we'll see exactly what we get in short order. All right, guys, I'm in FOXO, and I'm not happy with this trade, and I want to tell you why. It did hold the level that I like, that 84 penny. Look at that, reject, and then hold. So I did like the fact that it respected a previous area of resistance, flip to support. What I don't like about this is the umpteen amount of lower highs that we're getting now on the chart. This ain't the look for me if we're going to start putting in these lower highs. I'll flatten out for a little bit of a loss. Right now, we're 3 pennies out of the money. That's what I'm seeing right now. So if you want to take this as the top, the area crest, the breach of $1, so that's the high, successively lower high, another lower high, and currently, if we reject 90 pennies, that's another lower high. That ain't the look. That's not what I'm going for here. So I'm not shorting this name. So I like the fact that it held at VWAP. I like the fact that it held at a previous area of resistance, but I don't like the lower high look. So I'm going to be watching this a little bit closer and looking to weasel my way out of it if I have to. So that is a look there. Not much else for me going on right now. CONL, I got out of the entire position there as it broke down through 69.50. I'm very proud of this trade. This is one of my better trades in a hot minute. I don't think I've ever been $2 in the money on anything on the show. So the fact that, you know, I almost had $2 on that makes me kind of appreciate you, Adara. I know Adara's taken more than $2, but she loves those spready tickers, and they're a lot more volatile. What have you been looking at today? Anything that you want to update people on?
Signa, trying to flat top break at 340.
SIGNA, which?
Or CI.
CI, Signa, says Adara. She said it's flat top break.
Yeah, I like that. I like that. Yeah, I like that ascending wedge.
Let's have a look. What's the ticker on that, Adara?
CI.
CI. Okay. Oh, that's easy. All right. Let's have a look at this one, Joe, because Adara says it's flat top break.
Yeah, look at
yes.
that.
Look at this. Okay. So for a hot minute now, but the most notable thing I would say about this is we're above VWAP, and it's putting in a symphony of higher lows, especially since that 930 drop there, Joe, off the pre-market high. Every successive low has been higher than its predecessor, so keep your eye out for that one. CI. Apparently, we are going to Brenda. All right.
All right, we are back. We were talking a lot over the past couple of weeks and over the past couple of days about the success for small caps in recent trading. There he is. Todd Shapiro is CEO of Red Light Holland, friend of the show, back with us for the first time in a little while. Good to see you, my friend. How are you?
Yeah, Brendan, great to see you, man. It is awesome. Like, you know, we're very excited that there's some movement in the small caps and the CSE or on the OTC, and obviously others are on the TSX. But yeah, it's nice to see some volume back in the game. And I think there's a real big focus, it appears, again, in the psychedelic sector, especially where Red Light Holland focuses on psilocybin specifically.
Yeah, typically, I mean, there's so many different ways we can go on this. Let's touch on macro first, Todd, and then we'll drill down a little bit to what's happening with the overall company. You mentioned, you know, we were discussing this a little bit last week. You mentioned the simple fact that regulation could be moving in the right direction finally south of the border for further expansion on the research side, further expansion on the medical side specifically. Talk a little bit about that and what you think, you know, might be the easiest path here as far as this industry in general is concerned.
Yeah, and we've been saying it for years, but obviously there's a lot of hype now with Donald Trump becoming your next president, the 47th president of the United States, but his alignment and allegiance with RFK Jr. And that's a big push towards psychedelics. You hear Rogan talk about it. I mean, it's something, to be honest, obviously I'm nowhere near the size of Rogan, but as Red Light's mission and mandate, we've been talking about the importance of psilocybin and other psychedelic therapies for veterans. What a perfect day to be talking about it on Remembrance Day here in Canada. And of course, lest we forget, and thank you to all our fallen past and present soldiers. I mean, it just means tremendous what they've done to fight for our freedoms. And why aren't we taking care of them? And it's really interesting now. So RFK Jr. coming in and talking about looking for access, looking to help veterans, and back to what we've been saying for many years is, I don't want to get into a whole political divide conversation, but we've been saying that we think the conservatives will lean towards veteran access before the liberals will. And I think this is now what we're starting to see a path towards. And believe it or not, before RFK Jr., and I could go through a list that I have written down here, but there have been numerous different senators and leaders of certain states that are on the conservative and Republican side that have been pushing for bills for many years now. Actually, we're seeing a lot more on that side of the party divide. So when it comes to hopefully the future, we believe it's looking bright, but most importantly, we want it to look bright because we want to help people. These medically assisted suicides is not something we personally agree with when it comes to helping with trauma. We understand there's terminal illnesses or certain really tough situations on when people would have to make that very difficult decision for themselves and for their families. But why aren't we allowing especially veterans and those with trauma, to have another option before maybe taking their own life from a medically assisted suicide, which is something that Canada does and does quite often, actually. So, you know, statistically, we're trying to show the benefits of psilocybin that are proven by science. Studies show it now. FDA has even given 2 breakthrough opportunities now to explore psilocybin specifically, and those continue along for different disorders, and one of them being trauma. So we as a company continue to advocate and push for the right to try, but most importantly, and on a day like today, a right for our veterans to try psychedelics, specifically psilocybin, to help.
Yeah, no, absolutely, and something that is very important to continue working on. When it comes to Red Light Holland, tell us a little bit about that process and you know the steps toward participating more so in the research side of things.
Yeah, and listen, candidly, it is a slow process, and as a company, we've always prided ourselves on doing it carefully, cautiously, and factoring in the use of proceeds with our capital, call it the war chest. So, you know, we were fortunate when there was early hype in the psychedelics to raise on the back of that and raise on very high valuations. So it wasn't as dilutive as it may, you know, appear, you know, the way it looks now as the charts have come down for typically all of the psychedelic companies. But for us, we you know, when it comes to research and development, we've had 5 psilocybin import permits from Health Canada. We grow magic truffles. It's terrible to say the magic. We got to get rid of the magic, I think. You know, they're just psilocybin-based truffles in a legal climate that we're allowed to grow and sell. In fact, as a publicly traded company, we believe that we've sold more legal psilocybin as a publicly traded company than any other company that's publicly traded in the world. And I mean the big companies even that supply for clinical trials and do more synthetic versions of psilocybin. So we're really proud of that. And of course, getting those 5 psilocybin import permits from Health Canada, working with Seacrest Laboratories. We you know, are continuing this talk on R&D, but where are we putting the capital to use? Because we need to commercialize it at the end of the day. So it's a slow process, but it's one that we are absolutely zeroing in on. And I'm not going to say I'm going to have an announcement soon regarding the advancements of that, but you know, working on these homogenized capsules, working on the extraction, it's still all part of the plan. And ultimately, what we want to do is create a standardized product that can be commercialized, sold through a naturally occurring substance, and with the end goal and the clear aim to help human beings.
Let's go to the retail side of things here, Todd, for a minute. The company announced a deal with Costco Canada earlier on this year. Tell us about that. Exciting for Canadians, anyways.
Yeah, it's massive. I mean, again, 4.5 years ago, we went public, raised a bit of money, raised more money, and we were heavily focused on psilocybin, as we've just been talking about, and the access and the right to try. Understanding now that the markets were taking time to get there, governments weren't sort of putting this into motion as quickly as we all had hoped for at the beginning, like they did with cannabis, we made a pivot. And we made a pivot into regular mushroom growth. And when I say that, I mean shiitake, lion's mane, oyster. So we have like a fresh mushroom farm in New Brunswick, Canada. We have a major brand now called Happy Caps that does these home grow kits for your viewers that may not know that, and they sell into America as well. And we opened up a massive partnership with Costco Canada. We're in 82 stores currently selling these home grow mushroom kits where you can grow at home and get good value, get the freshest mushrooms possible to cook with and harvest. And again, that's in 82 Costco stores. And I think it's a really big accomplishment because, you know, the sales channel is slow in produce and in consumer packaged goods. And you really got to develop relationships carefully. And for a company that only pivoted into the home grow kit of mushrooms or fresh mushroom produce a few years ago, we think we've grown leaps and bounds in that department. And we still have, you know, really good conversations going on with major retailers in the United States today. And the goal is to continue to expand the CPG while we wait out the side of psychedelics. So, you know, we're kind of split down the middle here. We got to focus on revenues in the near term through legal mushrooms, but eventually we would love to get the other mushrooms legal to help people, because at the end of the day, we're very good growers. We can grow a shiitake tremendously well, and we can grow a magic truffle tremendously well. And hopefully you two as well can currently grow your shiitake, lion's mane, or oyster because of our blocks. But maybe one day, like cannabis, when they legalized cannabis in Canada, they allowed every household to have up to a certain number of cannabis plants to grow at home. And the whole theory, if you think of the vision, is will you be able to grow at home if and when regulations ever permit your own magic mushrooms for your own care? And that's really part of a long-term strategy for us. And we believe, you know, if you look back at this in 10 years, I mean, it just put your hand up if you're watching, or yell at the screen, because so many people are trying magic mushrooms. So many people are self-medicating really responsibly with a lot of education and information. Of course, the science is backing it now, increasing our neuroplasticity and how it is helping the brain and breaking down our priors and actually breaking down the bricks for us to go back to, in a way, a childlike state where we were happy. We didn't have this trauma. These bricks didn't go up. We didn't shut our brains down. We're reopening our mind, and we're able to help ourselves through microdosing or through these facilitator-based bigger macrodosing, call it, through therapy. And we're going to continually push for it. And we're big believers of the right to try. I'm sorry, I'm always long-winded, Brendan.
That's okay.
I'm super passionate. And we just want to help people as a company. Red Light Holland has always said that. It's not easy, especially when the microcaps were dipping there. I mean, the CSE index just looked terrible there for the last 2 years. And we'd like to say we're very proud to be very relevant still, to have a significant amount of cash. Last reported, I believe, $14 million. And as well, I think last week on the CSE, we were the highest volume traded stock on the Canadian Securities Exchange. So that speaks in, I think, significant numbers, and the fact that we're growing a business, we're getting great distribution, but we're also keeping an eye on a stock for investors. And we want to make sure that people, do their financial due diligence and look towards like these sort of, maybe it's a higher risk play, but at least recognize that we have a great runway while growing a business. And of course, the mission, I don't think anyone can argue with.
Todd, I want to get your opinion here on the regulation side of things. You and I have had a conversation in the past many times about the retail side of things and the place for retail. We mentioned this earlier this morning, if anyone was with us in the pre-market, but recently we've started to see in Toronto the closure of some of these retail shops that have popped up in advance of any kind of regulation and legalization coming through. We saw the similar activity happen before cannabis got that approval. I mean, these are two very, very different industries, but talk about that similarity a little bit there as far as the retail application is concerned.
Yeah, in Canada, the amount of illegal magic mushroom shops operating is mind-blowing. We've done some research into it, and when cannabis shops were illegal, and when the governments and the authorities came and started shutting them down, which ultimately led to the legalization back in 2018, which, by the way, a lot don't realize, Stephen Harper, a conservative leader for Canada, was the one that initially put the bill forth to explore the legalization of cannabis. So it's funny with the conservative Democrat stuff or liberal stuff. But back to the shutdowns, yes, we'd like to have a approach which gets rid of the illicit market. I think it's really important. You want to make sure you know how to get proper supply. You want to make sure that it's grown properly, that it's safe, that there's education, there's information, responsible use aspect. That has to come. We think it's a very important strategy. Is there a relation? The only interesting, I think, wildly, side of that all is that there are probably 10 times as much of illegally operating magic mushroom shops now than there were cannabis shops. So if you think about that mind-blowing numbers, the people have spoken. That's my point. People are supporting these illegal shops. They're not afraid to walk into them. They're using them because they want to help take care of themselves. They want to cut back on alcohol. They want to cut back on opioids, and they're realizing and they're reading the science that this can absolutely help with that. So the people are speaking up, and we should be listening to the people. And that's a lot of what you're hearing now with this kind of big pivot going on in America, and maybe that'll lead into the United States. But why are we taking people's freedom of speeches away? And part of that is the right to try naturally occurring products. Again, back to Rogan and back to RFK Jr. and back to the Elon Musk, and what everybody is talking about is, whether it's from the media, that you are the media, and what I'm saying is you are the people who should be able to choose what path forward you want to be able to help yourself. And magic mushrooms are grown from the ground. We talked about this, Brendan, numerous times. In indigenous roots, they've been used for tens of thousands of years for healing purposes. So the whole concept is ludicrous. You don't get me into healthy eating too, because I also think the whole sugar outlandishness and over pushing of terrible products for human beings has just been exploited for the past 40 to 50 years. And I think there's very responsible corporate and good companies with great corporate governance and self-regulatory measures to ensure that better products get into human beings, and that will equate helping both mind, body, and soul. And we need to take care of humans now. There's such a mental health crisis going on. Economies are tough. Hopefully we see some pickup in that with help, which does, help the mind at times, because people relate financial stress to ultimate, really terrible stress. So we need to push forward with great products, and that's what Red Light Holland is continually doing, whether it's through our legal magic truffles in the Netherlands and selling them and growing them and distributing them across to hundreds of different smart shops, to then working with regular mushrooms here and getting them out to like 300, 400, 500 different distribution points of sale, and then eventually working with hopefully the governments and whether it's liberal or conservative government, as I said before, to push for the right to try, most importantly, and I don't want to sound exploitative of all, but we need to help our veterans now.
TRIP, guys, you saw the chart there, quick double over the past week and a half or so. It's been pretty exciting for small caps. Todd Shapiro, CEO of Red Light Holland. Good to see you.
As always, I really appreciate your time. Thank you so much. And I love your channel. Trader TV's kick ass. So you guys do a wonderful job with it. And it's fun to have the retail buyer. By the way, we have like tens of thousands of retail investors in our company. So, we always say we're the people's company. We appreciate you, and we appreciate you doing such a good job speaking of retail markets.
Thanks, Todd. Appreciate it.
Cheers.
Very interesting interview. Very eye-opening too. I don't know if you caught the Rogan pod with our friend Elon.
Elon, yes.
But they were talking about just that kind of stuff there, and it's not something that I pretend to be an expert in at all. But it's something that especially for, as he was mentioning, for the vets and stuff like that. It's definitely a nice exploratory area.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, coming from a storefront perspective, I mean, it was the same before cannabis was legalized here in Canada. You had these pop-up shops like Canna Clinic and remember that place? Canna Clinic. Canna Clinic,
Are you talking about the one on Yonge and Egg?
No, there's one on they had that one, and then there was one on Queen Street, and they were everywhere.
They were good
Kensington,
times.
right? Canna Clinic was up there, but I mean, again, they got shut down real quick, and then they just open up again, and then just. Yeah. So I don't know if it's a matter of time until these things become fully legal. I'm not one to say I dabble in any of that. If I'm speaking truffle, it's balsamic truffle from Scatterbush. Have you had that? Have you had the balsamic truffle from Scatterbush?
I haven't.
I'm a big cheese guy, so it's really good.
Truffle season. When is truffle season? Like August?
You're past me on that one, man. You're way past me on that one. Just bring me the balsamic truffle from Scatterbush, and I'm happy. All right. It is good stuff there. But yeah, man, Sharif.
Yes, sir.
We'll pull up my chart here on AMD.
Chilean Nightmare is just like hanging out beside us here. How are you? Did you close that position on save? No.
Oh,
yes.
No.
I'm telling you, bro. Like, I don't want.
Did he know? Did he?
He knows. I told him. We're gonna load up save right now, Ram. We're gonna have a look at the chart now. While we're talking about save, what is this? Look at this direction.
Hey.
And my man, look.
I love the daily on this thing.
He didn't even get into it today. He's been in for a hot minute, at least 2 weeks. Correct? Yeah.
I got in at the very top there.
This bad boy over here?
Yeah.
Yeah, so you're $1 in the money almost. So good for you. And again, what I was telling Fabian off camera was, I was like, look, there is going to be a fundamental shift in deal making, whether IPOs or acquisitions and mergers. And this company was prevented from merging with 2 different companies. Fabian, first it was JetBlue, second it was Alaskan. So they had suitors, but the government said, yeah, so I hope you picked up a storm.
Yeah, nice trade there, Fabian.
The Chilean Nightmare killing it there, and then he just like walked away, mic drop,
mic drop,
it's all good.
Walk away. Doesn't even look back. Just a mic drop later. Okay. Doesn't even look back. So there you go.
I pity the fool that doesn't hit the like and subscribe button.
It's okay. We can play along.
Like and subscribe.
Neil is in Rome for anybody who's wondering. Him and the fam out there enjoying beautiful Rome. How was it last time you went, Katina? I mean, you went last year, didn't you? He said it was horrible.
It was horrible. When in Rome.
I don't believe him. No. Not for a second there.
Oh my!
Everything was horrible. The food was horrible. Everything was not.
Never go back to Rome.
Don't go back. He says. Don't go back.
The gelato was.
Katina, man, you're not. Nobody's believing any of that, Katina, man.
Wow.
The fresh made pasta was disgusting.
It was horrible. The
according to Sean.
And the pizza.
Take him back. Now, let's talk a little trading over here, guys, because I weaseled out a couple of positions over here. My position on FOXO.
Oh.
Wow, that was an inopportune time to talk about it because we just got stopped out for a big loss there on FOXO. Yeah, literally, I was about to wax poetic about this. Be like, hey, look, it's putting in higher lows and holding VWAP. I literally loaded it up and I was stopped out for half, and then I got stopped for the full position.
One there.
So, yeah, fantastic trade by me here, Katina Man, and yeah, great, good luck. The Katina Man is short the future right now on his chart. There it is.
There
I was talking about that while you were at the gym, man. We got that rejection off VWAP. I'm sure you can see that. The blue line on the Katina Man's chart there. He was looking at the 50 period. Good call. I was looking at VWAP, but I think that was kind of the same look there. So good call on you. Katina Man short T-triple-Qs down now 1 2/3 as the actual NQ December contract, Joe, down 0.5%. But that's the only one that's really in negative land. ES is only down 0.1. The Dow's up 2/3. And the Russell, oh, baby, 1 1/3 in the green today on the Russ. So that rotation trade. As these small caps continue to catch wind, man.
Yeah, good stuff. And speaking of small caps, someone in the chat has been absolutely raving and going on about KULR. I'm not too sure if you're familiar with this stock, but I can't find too much about it. But what I will do here is look at it from a technical standpoint and say good on you, because its thing is absolutely ripping to the top side. I'm not too sure what they do, but whoever mentioned KULR, good luck there, because the volume is stepping in and we are creating an isolated, well, we've already passed that pivot. So good luck on KULR. We're a little bit off the all-time highs, still about 100% off that all-time highs, but you're gaining ground here at putting in a spectacular session, which looks to be up around 30% on the day. But guys, what we will do here is touch on my AMD trade. And Elon, in the chat, unfortunately, this thing just does not want to go at all. So what we did is we entered, we hit in this quick accumulation phase, and then we made a high. I took some off. Unfortunately, I didn't take enough off, and then the trade came back against us. We were slightly positive on it, but it came back a little bit past my break even, and I took a little bit more off the backside of this trend, but the market was just tanking, so I took it off. And we'll talk more about AMD and other small cap gappers when we get back from Adara.
I have some more info on that KULR. So this is called KULR Technology Group. There's no news on this one, but we've seen today some of these names ahead of earnings have been making moves, and KULR reports after the bell on Wednesday. So the ticker could be on watch there. Short float of about 4% here, market cap of around $85 million with a 155 million share float. They do work in the technology space, and they trade on the Amex, guys.
Got in at 9 or something. Shout out to the Katina Man. Him and I just talking off camera there about a couple of trades we've got on. Guys, I'm interested here in Google. Now, there's been a lot of blood on the Mag 7, and we just printed the low of day right now on the NQ December contract. However, we're at that 21,100. So could we find support at this area? If we do, goggles looking awfully good today. It's up 0.7. It's not the biggest percentage winner for Mag 7. That's obviously reserved for the Cybertruck, up 5.5. But it's the second best performing name of the Mag 7. So I'm interested in goggles here as a long. Now, the future's obviously going to have to hold up. I'm not going to be taking goggles long at VWAP if the future continues to bleed. But what I'm looking at is at 21.1 to see if we hold up above 21.1 on the NQ December. And then I'd be very interested in a long on Google for maybe a 180 break and take. If I get really lucky, a high day break. So I've loaded up Google here on a trading screen. I'm sorry for the distortions. I'm not sure where the wick is. Where the hell is the wick? Why is it distorting like this? Anyway, I'll have to fix that out after. But yeah, we'll be looking to get in on Google if it does hold up. But I got to tell you guys that the afternoon segment is nothing without viewer input. The Katina Man and the OB is the one. Kanob are going to be on the big boy desk today, and they're going to be looking at the top 5 tickers as decided by you. So if there's that stock that you want to hear how the Katina Man thinks about, or how he traded, or how he would have, or likewise with OB, get into that dang chat right now and vote for it. Let's see what people are talking about there in the chat. Nathan talking about PLTR tanking. Get into the chat, Nathan. Vote for PLTR. Brennan Walsh. GRYP. Told you guys. Hope some joined. Vote for it, my man. See what the big kahunas have to say about that. Seth talking to Pastorma about SOXL. That's the ETF for the chips. Long, we got NYC Urbanista talking about FOXO halted. Don't I know? I almost got caught in that. I got out of Dodge super quick. Let me show you. Let me show them, Ram. Or did I get rid of it? I think I got rid of it. But in any event, New York City Urbanista, throw it in the chat. See what the big kahunas think about that bad boy there. And yeah, every day you have until about 1:50, and every person gets one vote, but only the top 5 make it on, guys. So if you've got friends in the chat, have them vote your way, bully them, do whatever you need to do there, and let me know how it goes. No, don't bully, of course. We say that as an expression, of course. Don't bully anybody. Bullying is no good.
We don't like bullies. We don't like bullies. But guys, I know someone in the chat mentioned TQQs, and I know Katina's in this as well too. But I mentioned why I wasn't looking for a long on this thing. Excuse me. Is because of this, how we slowly started to curl over, and you can see the indecision within the price action here, just trading above VWAP, and no volume stepped in at all. It actually started to dwindle. So in my eyes, I'm like, hey, is this just a pullback? Possibly. And then look what happens when we break low a day. The volume steps in, and it continues and creates another leg lower. So that's exactly why I wasn't looking for a long in particular around this specific area, around 82 on the TQs, because of the potential of going to test the low of day and then breaking with some volume and conviction. So that is what happened. So I mean, continue to hold if the market continues to move lower. I mean, the tech sector is the weakest sector overall today, down about 1.1% on the session, and then real estate down about 0.5% as well. But sitting in first place, we have the financials, still the consumer discretionary, with Tesla leading the way, up about just under 10% on the session, and then industrials placing there, guys, in third. So, and I'm going to look for IBIT. I think we're slowly starting to curl over. We failed to make any new highs on the day, which is totally fine because we were extended. The thing has been on an absolute monstrous run. Let me get these wicks out of here. And then, yeah, so I don't know. I'm going to probably just sit on my hands for a little bit, wait for something to happen. Shreeve, you mentioned goggles,
sir.
up the second strongest one of the Mag 7 here. But still slowly pulling back a little bit. Shreeve, I think I might join you on this one, my friend. If we can continue to go to or hold these levels and slowly start to curl around, and then maybe we can go and test VWAP again. But as of right now, I'm just packing my patience on this one, and I'll fix that dark pool later. But other than that, I'm just going to sit on my hands and see what's cooking up for later on. What do you got going on, brother?
Keeping an eye out on CONL again here, Joe. It's got a resistance level of 69.50. That's been in play here for the better part, I want to say, of half an hour or so. So it's not even like this 69.50 is a new level. We did breach it when we got to 70.50, but look how quickly we gave up that level at 70.50 and and continued on our merry way with that resistance level at 69.50. The first time we got into that level was 20 after 12. We broke it, and then we've been once, twice, thrice rejecting 69.50. Now, what's operative here is not the 69.50 flat top break possibility. It's the higher low situation over here that we're putting in on CONL. And so now let me have a look at the actual instrument itself. I'm talking about BTC. Now, obviously, that's not the only thing that guides CONL. It doesn't just have that on its exchange. It's got plenty of other different types of crypto. So, you know, this is the one that's obviously the most important by market cap, by volume, by everything, or not by volume because it doesn't do as much volume as ETH, for example, obviously, but it's the one that most people keep their eye on. So I'll be basing my CONL trade on the performance of BTC. Right now, we're a little bit below 84,500, about 84,450, but we're going to give this one the old college try over here to basically, oh, it's not even going to let me in. I'm going to have to chase this, Joe, so that sucks. So, and there it is. It's breaking out. No, it's not breaking out. That's not the correct statement. But the spread is getting awfully wide here. And I don't want to have to be chasing this at a level that I don't like. But what I really like are the higher lows and the flat top. I'm getting in. I'm going to work my way into this. So this is a smaller position here that we got into at 48. I'll be looking at DCA into 69s, knowing full well that there is a seller of note here at 50 and has been for some time. So let's see if we can take them out. I'm going to set up my layered DCAs on this name to take advantage of some volatility. So we'll put some orders out there, Joe, and hope that we've got the right trade on here because I like the higher low situation. Whether or not it likes me, an entirely different story there. So we're layering the orders, looking for a breakout back above 84.6 is BTC. So quick as you like, it's above $200. But we're still dealing with that 50 penny seller on CONL. He's of note, or they're of note, and we can't take him out as of yet. And it's obviously an iceberg order, as there's really nothing posted of significant size on the actual book. So there it is. We broke through it. Now let's see if we can continue over here. Did we get a print? No, we didn't get any prints yet. So I'd rather, yeah, there we go. Now we're getting some good DCAs into this, but Bitcoin is still continuing to move up. So I'm happy that I was able to get a bit of a better price there. I'm sorry for the noise, guys. It looks like as if we've got some construction in and around the building. So yeah, do apologize for that noise. Hopefully they won't be too long, Joe.
Yeah, no, exactly, Sharif. And that's one thing I'm going to point out. You're in CoinL there, so I decided to hop in a little bit of Bitcoin. We're going to hold on to this position, but we're going to stick to what's strong and what has been working for us on the day. What an absolute monstrous trend. You could have bought any dip here on Bitcoin and then made a successful trade. So I'm just going to hold on to this position. I know I took a little bit off, but I have risk until 48.11s. So if it breaks that, that's fine. But all I did was just take a little risk off here, but I'm still willing to risk a little bit to see if we can hold these specific levels. But I just want to stick to what's hot. We know that the tech sector is the weakest of them all today, but I'm going to stick to an underlying asset that is absolutely strong, and that is Bitcoin. We're trading at around 84,000. I almost said 65,000. A little 2 weeks behind, guys. But yeah, I mean, this is what we're going to continue to look at, and we're going to look to continue to join what's strong and just avoid what's not. And let me know in the chat, guys, what you guys are looking at. I know there's a lot of tickers. We went over KULR, we went over RDDT, and a bunch of other things. So we don't got too much time, only a little half an hour left on the show. So point out what you're looking at, and then maybe we can do some analysis on it. But as of right now, it looks like the overall market is just in recovery mode. Apple's starting to curl back up a little bit, trading around $222 on the session, down 2.16% on the day, which is fine, and it's leading that weakness in the sector. Google being the only positive one, as we mentioned before, but then we have NVDA down 2.1%, or just 2% on the session as well too. So I'm looking for a little bit of strength to step in. I don't know if it's going to happen today or anytime soon, but eventually I think it will. Maybe later in the afternoon we get a buy program around 2 o'clock. But as of right now, the overall sentiment of the market seems slightly weak. And I mentioned this before. I think in order for this market to continue higher, you need the larger participants, those larger market capitalization companies, to join with you in order to continue on that ascend higher, all right? So that's just something that you need to keep in mind is like, well, why isn't, someone in the chat said, why is PLTR tanking but still positive on the day? Well, I'm pretty sure it gapped up on the session. So that's hence why it can still be positive, 2.5%, but still look like it's trading lower, right? So you can see from a daily perspective, we gapped up, sorry guys, we gapped up here on the session with a massive gap up around 58, and then that open on the day sitting around 60. So hence why we're still at a positive session, even though the underlying asset is selling, is that gap. Yeah, so I'm gonna have to speak really loud here, guys. These guys are drilling, and I'm trying to drill some positions here in IBIT as well too. So I'm just gonna have to speak a little louder there, guys. But yeah, that was my sense on PLTR and why it's still positive, even though it does seem like it's trading lower on the day, right? But you had that massive gap up, and I don't know if we're gonna go and test these lows of days anytime soon. But all I know is that I'm gonna stay in this IBIT position for as long as I can until it tells me otherwise. Then I am not going to be getting out. But it is not a good sign when you have big boys like NVDA and Microsoft selling on the day. So we have to keep that in mind, folks, because Microsoft down 1% on the session and still not that close to its all-time highs. So keep that in mind, guys. Well, I shouldn't say not that close, still about 10, 15%, maybe about 15% or so. I'll have to take a look at that, but keep that in mind, guys. I'm gonna look to join in some Microsoft too for maybe a long-term play. I missed the gap fill play on that, but we are retesting it, which is also, it was extremely lucrative and I like, so we'll keep an eye on that. But again, I don't wanna have too many positions going at once in the swing account, Sharif, because it's like management. That's why we need the algo. But my friend, I'm gonna hold on to this IBIT position. What are you looking at?
Yeah, I'm kind of the same thing, but I'm doing it through CONL. I also want to mention something else that's moving here, guys. Microsoft is double bottoming, and this is very interesting here because Softy was initially, you know, these bottoming tail candles really had my attention, but the volume and the lack of catalyst and the fact that the market was moving down while this was moving up had me stay out of this. Now we've got a pretty established double bottom here, but we're still rejecting off the 20. And look how the 20, which is the yellow line on my chart, was the operative resistance line there. We couldn't break through it on a closing basis. You had a quick wick through it there at 1210. Now we are moving up above it. Okay, so it's not on a decisive, you know, because the candle hasn't closed yet, so we don't know if this candle is going to technically close above the 20. But what I would say is look for a neckline break and take above that 419 on a closing basis. And you may not have to wait long on Microsoft right now for that because it just weaseled up into 418 and 2/3 there. Good look for MSFT. If it's able to take the neckline, possibly have a shot into 420. Which is the volume weighted average price. So good look there. We'll keep an eye out on that for, MSFT. We're up huge here, Joe.
Whoa.
We're up huge here, Joe, on this. Boom. And we've got bigger shares here. I don't usually take big shares on the show. And if you know, you've been watching, you know that about me. But this one was bigger. Bang on this one. Nice. Yes, boy. We're going to look to take it out over here at 60s. Next time, where are we long? We're long at 81s. I just wet my beak out at 40s. I love CONL. It has been good to me to date. So I'm sorry for yelling. I get a little excited. That's kind of my thing. I do apologize about that. It's more of, you know, the fact that I just had a lot of R&R. So there's a lot of pent up energy.
Exactly. And then when you're smashing big trades, that's when you get the fist pumping. I always know to look over at Sharif when the fists are pumping because I might have to dodge one or two here. So yeah, exactly. A big left hook. But we have a question in the chat from Leidoki. I have a serious question. Is it better to short or buy a put? That's a great question, but it also depends what kind of strategy you're looking to employ, my friend. Because if you short a put, that means you are synthetically long. So if you're looking for an asset to depreciate, you want to buy the put. But if you're looking for an asset to appreciate, you're going to want to sell the put. But also mind you, that is shorting an option and you are naked. So you need to probably buy some coverage with that because your broker may not allow you to do so. So that is something key that you need to figure out. What are you looking to do with that put? Are you looking to go short or are you looking to go long? Because if you're new to options, I would suggest just buying a call and experimenting with calls before you start shorting options because it is a leveraged product. And when you start shorting options, those losses can get very, very big very quick, all right? So just keep that in mind. A weekly put or a short. But what are you, Lee Ducky, what are you looking to do? Like what kind of trade are you looking to? Are you looking to short the market or are you looking to go long? Because you asked, should you short or should you buy? So let me know if you're looking to go long or to go short. Because if you're looking to go long and you're just getting into options, I advise you to just buy some calls before you start shorting things. But hey, Sharif, what did I say earlier? I said, hey, I'm going to just stick to things that are working. What is working? IBIT. It's the hottest thing in the market right now. It's the hottest thing.
Straight up.
It's the hottest thing. So let's stick to what's hot and what's not. Too hot to handle, this thing is. So we'll just see what, my favorite show. Ram, I know you like Too Hot to Handle. It's one of my favorite. So we'll stick to that. And we're going to just continue to piece some out here as we only have about a half an hour left in the show. But I think we can go and test highs of days, and Sharif is, I feel like a fist pump is about to come, so I'm going to send
We took it out, Joe, so I had to. Because of that resistance level, I was unsure, but BTC itself, so we're talking about CONL here, and there was a seller at 50. We already knew that there was a seller at 50. That's not complicated technical analysis, but BTC is working its way back into 85. So it's at 84, 8.5 right now. So we're $150 off that $85 or $85,000 area. I'm getting back in here for smaller size, Joe. We're going to have to participate over here. So this is much smaller than what I took before. We're doing it because we got to trade on the show, right? This is a trading show. Bang! We take out one quickly. Shout out to the Katina man, who I got that obviously from. Everybody knows that. We're gonna keep seeing here, or keep watching, excuse me, to see if we can break through that $70 area as we ascend again on Bitcoin. Let's go, BTC. 90s now showing up. Can we get that print a little bit above that 90 penny area? Bang! Again,
wow.
We take it out. So good move today on CONL. We had resistance at 50. Now we've got resistance at 70, with the ultimate resistance, though, being that 70.5. We already saw it reject there, I think around noon or thereabouts. So where are we? About 30 pennies in the money now. Let's set something up at 10s to account for that. We're showing 9s. We just got a big flush off that 9s. 10s again showing up on the ask over here. Can we get the print? We still have to wait for that print. So we got to cross, guys. Remember that. So what's showing up on the ask doesn't necessarily mean that's what you're going to get printed on. The bid has to cross. So packing my patience as we zig and zag here. Joe, what are you looking at, bro?
Yeah, I'm just reading something in the chat from Red Candle Magnet. New trader here, 3 months into trying to figure this thing out. Seems like I'm just giving my money away 1% a day. Seems like every time I get in on a stock, it tanks. Assuming this is common, absolutely. It doesn't get any more common than that, especially in the earlier time in your journey. It's going to take a significant amount of time and a lot of screen time. You want to get as much screen time as possible, but I'll tell you one thing, Red Candle Magnet, that you are doing right. No, yeah, I know. No, we're not.
It's good. It's good. It's good.
It's good. Okay.
It's funny.
Yeah, it's funny. It is, and we don't mean to laugh at your pain because we've all been through it.
Of course.
Sorry, yeah, I get a little blushy. But yeah, I mean, hey, just be prepared. It's going to be a journey and nothing short of it. It's totally common, but one thing you are keeping in check is those losses. 1% a day is absolutely, that's totally manageable. That's what you want to do, is keep those losses small until you can continue to get better and better day in day. Saddle time, run replay, run back your trades, collect data. That's my words of advice. We'll talk a little bit more, Red Candle Magnet, on what it's like to become a beginner training and when you first start off. But let's send it off to Adara first, all right?
We're going to take a look here at both the Bitcoin here and the USD, because we did miss our Bitcoin segment. Shout out again to our friends there at Red Light Holland. But we're going to keep an eye here on BTC, which is nearing that 85,000 level. So much strength here in Bitcoin, of course, as we have these higher lows and this beautiful breakout here. Keep in mind, about a week ago, we were trading here around 68,000. Now we're almost 20,000 above that. So great look for BTC continuing here. Now, what about the US dollar? Also strong look, definitely not having the same kind of rally or strength that we see with BTC, but certainly finding a bit of a base, though still facing some resistance at that 106 level, currently around 105.60. Now, in terms of what to keep an eye on for the DXY this week, we do have a couple pieces of economic data on watch, including the CPI print and PPI print here. CPI coming on Wednesday. Both the month-over-month and year-over-year numbers for core were slightly higher here than the previous month. So let's see if those gains continue to be tracked here for CPI and PPI. But worth noting here, if there's any tickers you're looking at, regardless of what they are, put them in the chat, !join, space, $, and your ticker of choice. Why? Because the top 5 tickers there will be covered by Sean and Obi during the afternoon rundown. You only have about 15 minutes left to do so, guys. Back to you.
Thank you very much for that, Adara. Yes, on CONL, there is a seller of note at 70 Ram, and we've been unable to really decisively take him out because we've weaseled above, but we really haven't been able to stay above. And from my best observation, the bid is not crossing 70. The ask, from what I've seen, has weaseled up into that 70.05, 70.07, whatever, in and around that area, but the bid unable to ascend above 70. That is all the while we knock on 85,000, we are about $47 below 85,000 right now, at least on my chart, $84,953. So you got to make the assumption, if BTC continues to ascend, doesn't it stand to reason that the current trade, I'm not saying fundamentally, the current trade on CONL breaks and takes that 70, at least that's what I'm banking on. I'll have to keep packing my patience because we're unable to take it. And this has been multiple times now. We're about $24 or away from that level. Keeping my eye on BTC, obviously, because of this trade on CONL. Good look. Guys, I should mention that Microsoft is at 419. So that level, we were talking about the neckline break on MSFT, well, we're right there right now. It also happens to be not just the whole dollar level, but the 50 exponential. This is an interesting trade. If it breaks above and holds above 419, you could easily get a squeeze into at least 420, where VWAP is hanging out. It's not the best trade on the day, especially going long on a MAG7 when the NQ is down 0.4. But this setup, you know, it's kind of hard to argue with this setup. Double bottom, neckline break, yada, yada, yada. You guys get it. Are we doing the ad read now, Ram? Are we? 1 more minute. Okay. 20 more seconds. So maybe we can get the 70 break and take over here while we're waiting for that. Okay. Well, that was a quick 20 seconds, Ram. All right, guys. Trade smarter, not harder. Upgrade to that elite trading experience. You'll be able to analyze, strategize, and capitalize by foreseeing those profitable opportunities with the platform that you need. You get a lot of stuff. You get infinite data, you get instant trading, you get to know where the market is moving before others with that lightning fast data and execution. And we all know that a proper trading plan requires sound backtesting. And that's what you get here. You get better backtesting, better scanning. You'll be able to predict the future by understanding what's happened in the past. There's also excellent real-time, reliable market data. You get up to the second market information from hundreds of global markets all around the world. I guess that's what global means. Everything you need all in one place. Don't miss a beat, guys. Execute your best trades now. If you're ready to elevate your trading, scan that QR code on the bottom right of your screen or head to the description of this video and click the link. Shout out to the great folks there at eSignal. And I guess that's a good luck charm because I just got that print at 70.10 on CONL. So 40 penny winner right now, Joe. We're not taking out the last little bit as we do the dance with no pants with 85,000 on Bitcoin. Adair's got something for us at the big desk.
I have not one but two tickers on watch here. One of them is GOVAX, GOVX, the ticker. This one actually is supposed to be reporting earnings tomorrow after the bell, but no new catalyst on this volume spike. But it's worth noting we did have a positive analyst note with a $15 price target this morning. They're currently trading around $2.50. We also did have India's Business Standard reporting here that there's some new claims that there is, I guess, additional spread here for Mpox. Now it can evolve to spread from human to human. So some Mpox-related news for GOVX this morning as it gets a volume spike. Now we have AMZN trying to pop up a little bit here, but it's worth noting I'm seeing this story circulate here online. It's been reported here by TechCrunch that Amazon has confirmed that there was some employee data compromised through a third-party vendor breach, but it was only work contact information that was exposed, and this was linked to MoveIt, which was this mass exploitation hack from earlier this year, apparently called the hack of the year. So AMZN on watch as the company confirms there was some employee data compromised in a breach, guys.
The OB was telling me to look at the 15-minute power bar break. Yeah, that's huge. That one that just printed at 15s, right? Yeah, huge. Yeah, OB's telling me about the Apple trade and specifically the 15-minute chart. The last candle that printed there on the 15 on the dead one Apple is a power bar break. I just want to let you guys know that. Prior bar break, excuse me. This is what we're looking at right here. This bad boy. Oh, I thought he was talking to me. This bad boy right here. I'm not going to take Apple long.
Look at the 15-minute prints at the low.
The 15-minute print at the low, right at
those two. Yeah, right. So you see those indecision candles. Yeah, exactly.
Ah, got it.
You break that at an extreme low, especially when the stock like Apple is down 2%. You see that indecision print, especially on a higher time frame. Wow. Oh wow, Sharif, what are we?
Bro, I'm letting it go, baby. I'm letting it go, Joe.
But hold on,
we're $1 in the money, bro.
Bitcoin. Hold on, Bitcoin. It's a dollar club. I need the hot dog cannon over here.
I don't have it. The Katina man's got it. He's headed back to the desk.
So yeah, Brandon Walsh, Joey, options. Did you hold any Mara swings into the week? I have $20 Mara calls, letting it rock, man. What do you think? Big gap up tomorrow. I'm thinking, yeah, beautiful, love it. We love it. But my friend Brandon, we are not in any Mara. We are in the underlying asset. We are in Bitcoin. We are in IBIT. We want some of that BlackRock Trust. And it is absolutely skyrocketing to the top all-time highs on the session today. Man, Bitcoin is roaring. 85,000. We are an absolute new price discovery. Let's go to 100K. Tom Lee, my guy over at Fundstrat, has a price target of $250,000. I am going to be holding on more than you can ever imagine, and I'm looking to add here, Sharif, into this position and make it so gigantic. I don't even know what to do with myself. And I want to be. I'm serious. I'm being dead serious.
This guy's killing me.
Yeah.
Bro, I love the energy, Joe. This is sick today, bro. This is good times today.
Sick day. All right, I'm done, man.
All right. I took it out, bro. I had to get rid of this trade over here. I took it out at $70.80 on CONL. I'm happy with this trade. This is where we got in. Multiple beak wetters. Same thing over here. We did the same dang thing on CONL. It's been awfully directional on the day. Coinbase, Bitcoin, everything. I'm getting long Google here for that 180 break and take. Look, this is not the best entry on Google. Oh boy, no, I'm gonna have to rethink that. Yeah, I'm gonna have to rethink that. I'm just not 100% sold. Anuja is yelling about Mara. Okay, let's have a look at Mara. $25. Come on, bro. Oh man, that's interesting there. The reason I'm just all upset about that is because, Joe, we called that $15 low and we didn't take the trade. So it means nothing. Let's have a look at the MARA on the 5-minute. It is at basically day's high. Strong name. Guys, Adira, does this report after the bell? Mara.
No.
Not today. Okay, so let's have a look at, see when they report. Tomorrow after the bell. Thank you so much for that, Adira. Yes, they are reporting tomorrow after Zibel, November 12th. Earnings date. So this could be a run up. Obviously, Bitcoin is running. That's probably why this is moving. But just keep in mind that they do report tomorrow. And so, if you're been long this position, maybe some profit taking, not making any suggestions, just letting you know that they are reporting tomorrow. So sometimes it is wise to.
Up 30% on the day.
It's ridiculous.
Wow.
That's ridiculous. Wow. And I know a lot of people were bag holding this from like that $15, $18 level.
Yeah,
it's been a hot minute there, man.
It's been a hot minute, man.
It's been a hot minute there. Now, it's got a propensity to fake out, breakout. And if I could show...
It does. No, it does. I totally agree with you. Yeah.
Let me show them the daily. Because it's done this before, Joe.
So countless times.
Yep.
It would break up, gap up in the range, and then just head right back into that.
There you go.
Yeah, exactly.
And if this chart decides to load, there it is. This is what I'm talking about, guys. So we're on our merry way, 15 to 20. There's the base. You get the breakout, bang, all the way back down, testing 15 again. You get the breakout. Now, what's operative here is that we're not done. The trade isn't done, but it's still a lower high. So we're still below that 27.20 that we put back in July. And obviously, that's when the market was at all-time highs. I'm talking about the NQ, and then we ended up selling off quite aggressively. But the range has been friendly on Mara. That $15 range, if you bought at 15, you're laughing all the way to the bank. And then there was an even different range. There was a $19 top on MARA, and you saw that over here. Again over here, and then multiple times over here where it would work its way above 19, only to have it sell off towards the end of the day and close at or below 19. So I don't know if we've broken above this is a gap, Joe. This is a big boy gap over here. Did we get a gap last time? Yeah, we did get a gap, but it was quite perfunctory because it was filled within about 10 trading days. So obviously we don't know whether this gets filled or not, but I'm just letting you know that Mara has a propensity to fake out, breakout. The latest of those fake out breakouts were in mid-July when the market was putting in all-time highs. So good luck on whoever wants to take Mara, but just keep that in mind. All right, the last trade that I'm in that's boring me to death right now, but I kind of knew that this would be the case, is CAN. I still like it because it's trading above the volume weighted average price. We're break even on it right now. I've gotten a couple of beak wetters over here, but this is not really why I got into the trade. I'm going to look for that 178 break and take. If I don't get it, I'll print something up around 176, 177, something like that, just to get at a dodge and continue the profitable day. But keep an eye on that. 71 incoming, guys, for CONL as Bitcoin ascends again into that high day, and we could take out 85.5, Joe. We got into 85.445, and now we're putting in a 3-candle red green pattern on the 1. Joe's getting excited. I like it. We could get a 71 break and take, guys. Keep your eye out on CONL or any other crypto-related name. They're all green. There is not one red name on my crypto watch list today, but I'm not really surprised by that.
Not at all. Sharif, someone asked me in the chat to look at CRM. Did you see CRM today? Absolutely monstrous. And I'll talk about this because I was looking to play CRM as well too. Salesforce.
Big. 5.25.
Yeah, I don't know why. Oh, it's
Wow.
NY. That's why. Yeah, this thing is absolutely. Oh, that right. Why you gotta keep doing that to me, embarrassing me in front of everybody. Yeah. So, anyways, all right. No, honestly, sorry. Yeah, Elon Musk. This is absolutely a fantastic look because not too long ago there was a gap that I was looking to play in a gap fill, and then it's exceeded that. So now trading around $338. This thing is up over 10% in the past couple of days. So really good look there on CRM. And I mean, I missed out on this train ride here. So I'm really glad that you got a big part of that. Elon Musk. He changed his name now. It's Elon Musk now. So yeah, I'm really glad that you picked that up because I was watching that stock. I got CrowdStrike. But as for Salesforce, you hit a banger there. You hit an absolute home run. If I could hit the dollar club, I would hit that for you plenty of times, 30 times over. But you get the money storm, all right? So good luck there on Elon, and we're going to head over to Adara.
Get it, Adara.
Just be aware here, SAV, we talked about this one being up about 30% on no catalyst. It has about a 34% short float. The stock's not moving much on this, but it's worth noting I'm seeing this circulate around social media, given especially the amount that the stock is up. Apparently, the company here announced via a statement that one of its flights to Port-au-Prince, Haiti, was diverted to Santiago, Dominican Republic, due to the fact that the aircraft apparently presented with damage consistent with gunfire. Apparently, one flight attendant was injured, but no guests were injured. So keep an eye on SAVE, just due to the fact that this one has been on mines with no catalyst to the upside. Here's a potential catalyst to the downside, guys.
Get down. No, get up. All right, Joe, we're long Google now. Where are we long? We're long 92s. I just wet my beak there through 80s, wet my beak again at 5s. Now I'm setting something up for 8s or 10s or up here for this level test, GOOGL. The reason I got long here, despite the fact that I waxed poetic about it earlier, was because we didn't take out that level on the future. I looked at Obi while Adara was dropping hot lines, and I said, oh, look, we got this area at 10:05 a.m. It's a local area trough. We're right there right now. This was the area when I mentioned it to O. But look at this. We take it out decisively on the NQ. So I said, this is my cue. We took out the level quite decisively. Get long goggles. You like that VWAP hold. So I'm long, and we're looking to print a little bit here, but it's zigging and zagging. I'm looking for something at around 180.10. Back into 180 we go. So I'm trying to pack my patience here. The future's still moving up. Like we've done a good recovery here, I would say off below at 21,090. Essentially, it's a 21,100 hold, okay? We broke it by 1 3/4 points. So hopefully we continue to ascend to the high side. Microsoft, though, this was the best of the bunch, guys. And I didn't execute on this. I called it out. I didn't execute. The double bottom with the neckline break at 419. Here comes a squeeze in of 420. Just like we talked about, volume weighted average price incoming. Microsoft at local highs, still well off day high though. Obviously that IB high, that implied balance high, took us into 424.81. We're well below that right now. And if I had to guess, we'd probably zig and zag here, Joe, with resistance at 420. But that's not to be that's to be expected. So Joe's printing up a storm, and bang, we just took out the Google shot again.
Never mind money storm, it's a money shower. Woo! I'm just drenched. And T-Man's in the dollar club too. We don't even know what to do anymore. It's just raining money now.
It's raining money. Hallelujah.
Let's see what,
it's raining money.
When things get hectic, just ask the 8-ball. Will Bitcoin hit $250,000 by the end of January next year?
It's ambitious, Joe.
It is. Let's see. Well,
I like it.
Quarter schmilly, man. Quarter schmilly.
What do you got? You shook it too much.
I did shook it, and now I'm all bubbled out here.
Angry and stuff like that.
Why not ask Perplexity?
Yeah. By the way.
Oh yeah.
Brendo was giving me an interesting perplexity story today. He was basically, he did a Google search on Google search and ChatGPT, both of which led to nothing. Perplexity, though, gave it to him like that. So it was basically his oven was acting a fool. And so he wanted to know what was going on with his oven, and he did a Google search, found nothing. ChatGPT, no go. Perplexity, instant answer.
Like that,
Instant answer. Yeah. So yeah, there's shop around. By that I'm joking of actually shopping, but test different LLMs. I know I was certainly a lot better for leaving Gemini behind. That thing is flying piece of you know what. Joe.
You don't like Gemini.
No, and I got more beef with it today. So accidentally, I loaded it up. I'm like, all right, it's up on the computer screen. Let me just type in a quick query. Yeah. All right, here it was. This is all I asked it, Joe. I'm like, can a sitting president remove the chair of the SEC? Didn't give no names. Didn't say anything about Donald Trump. Didn't say anything about Gary Gensler. Didn't say anything about that, Katina. Well, according to some areas or some scholars, the answer is no, Katina, man. So I wanted answers. And this thing's like, I don't talk about political figures. Did I ask you anything about political figures, bro? I asked you about like just powers of this specific office. You can't tell me about that? I've had it with this.
Bing was doing that to me too, because I just asked when is the day, and it says, oh, I don't talk about that stuff.
That ain't the move, man. That is just not the move.
See you later. Let's talk some Bitcoin.
Google edits heavy, says Rivian Millionaire. You're not wrong, bro. You're not wrong. Yeah, it's just not impressive for me. Bang again, Joe. We take out goggles through that 15. Where are we long? We're long 92s. Now we're printing 180.20. Let's see if we can take out that HOD at 180.25. Goggles on the way up. Good move today for goggles. It's the second best Mag 7 name on the day, only behind the Cybertruck Tesla. It is up over 1%. Tesla up 8%, so kind of no comparison there. But Tesla is actually breaking through VWAP. So Tesla's taking out a key level right now. Volume weighted average price break and take on TSLA as the market retraces, Joe, back into that volume weighted average price. Still negative, though, on the NQ until we can break above 21,230. We're printing right now 21,190. So we're not exactly that far off.
Monstrous. Look at that trade. Nice trade, man. That's a really good trade there, guys. If we can pull up my chart, I'm just going to tell you why I'm sticking to what's hot. Other things weren't working for me today. AMD was not working, and I'm like, why am I trying to trade this stock when we have IBIT that is absolutely tanking, up 11.8% on the session, and then we have Mara just under 30% on the day, trading $5 higher than where it opened at. So really, really good look there on the crypto plays, especially Bitcoin, because IBIT is just making new highs. And when the IBIT's making new highs, you know the underlying asset, our good friend, Bitcoin, is doing so. I don't know why I took that off my chart, but I want to see what we're trading at now. So are we at 86K? Sorry, I should say. Almost 85,787. So 85,787 bucks. It's only a matter of time until I think we hit that 86K. So we're gonna wait and see here, guys. I mean, this was a really good trade. I'm glad that I bought in here. And then look at the volume. You know, we're always gonna look at the volume. You can see this big pop up of this specific resistance zone here. You can see this key level around 4850s. And then boom, look at the break of the level. Look at that volume step in. And what did that do? That just gave me more conviction within the setup to hold. And I took more shares on this setup because I'm like, hey, I do think that we are in absolute price discovery with this underlying asset. And I think that we continue higher and higher and higher. And it's only a matter of time. I don't want to get too ahead of myself. We're all having fun with 85K. But guys, I do truly think that by the end of the year, we see six figures, especially at this pace on Bitcoin. So look for that six-figure play. I could be wrong. Don't quote me on it. But I do think we continue higher and higher. And I do like to listen to some of the CNBC analysts like Tom Lee and Dan Ives, who are just absolute tech bulls. I like the way they think. They're smart analysts. And Tom Lee from Fundstrat says he sees this around at $250,000 within this halving cycle. He had a little bit of a earlier data price target of $250,000 by the end of the year, which it kind of lagged. But I mean, we chopped around for a long time. We accumulated a lot, and now the move that we are seeing can express that accumulation phase, and now we're distributing higher and higher and higher and higher. So I really like that look. Guys, I'm going to say it now. I think by the end of the year, we might see 6 figures on Bitcoin.
Yeah, I have to agree with that.
Yeah.
I think we do get into 6 figures. $250,000 though. That I think maybe
it's a push.
Yeah.
Obviously, it's a massive push.
Yeah.
But hey, there's nothing wrong with being optimistic.
No, dude. The thing about this is, and the generator of wealth that this is creating for non-institutional people, bro. If you were in Bitcoin and you were able to deal with the volatility,
I don't even.
You've gotten like, I don't know what, hundreds of percent, hundreds.
Bro, it's
gotta
thousands.
be thousands.
It's
thousands. Yeah.
It's literally thousands of percent. It's like 10K from like 17. It's like 10,000%.
And here's the thing. So I told you I was listening. I'm a big fan of Stephen Bartlett, Diary of a CEO. I read his book twice. I think he's great. I think he's obviously very intelligent for his age. So he had a guy on his pod, crypto guy, English like him. And the guy, he brought up a really good point. So aside from, the other aspects of crypto, which are bullish, he was basically saying, he's like, look, man, the internet, who made money, the most money, not was profitable off the launch of the internet. He's like, a lot of the people who made money on there were the billionaires, right? The guys that could make the Amazons and whatever other things the internet helped print billionaires for. And then he went on to say, like, AI, who's really going to make the tons of money on AI? And again, it's the same guys, the hyperscalers, the ones that are going to be able to print thousands of percent returns. But he's like, BTC is one of those unique technologies where you actually invest in the actual asset itself, the thing that's actually developing itself. Blockchain technology obviously is the main thing here, but the scarcity of the asset obviously helps in that regard. So he's like, this is one of the first times where you've got like this kind of huge groundbreaking technology that you're actually able to invest in directly, not other aspects of it on the exterior, on the periphery. You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly.
Whether you agree with that theory or not, to me, it rang the element of truth.
Well, no, just to add to that point, Sharif, and I touched on this before, it's just the simple aspect of supply and demand, right? So we already know what and I don't know if this is the best analogy or not, but I said, imagine in the Toronto housing market, imagine they're like, okay, we're going to cut the housing builds by half.
Sure.
Right. Every 4 years. What is that going to do to the value of the house?
Skyrocket.
So when you have an underlying asset like Bitcoin, when you have the halving cycles, right, and the quantity is scarce, there's only a limited amount of them, and then every 4 years you cut that quantity in half that you can receive from securing the network on the blockchain. Then what's going to happen to the underlying asset?
That's a great point, man.
And that's why I said, like, hey, like we're still so early in the cycle. There's 32 halving cycles spanning over 116 years. We're on number 3, right? So I mean, I don't want to speculate too much on this thing, but on the path that it's on, I think the number. I don't even think we can comprehend the number that this thing can potentially go to. So I don't know. But again, Michael, is it only a matter of time until Michael Saylor's one of the richest people on the planet?
Well, apparently we're the future poor.
Yes,
If you hold fiat currency, according to Michael Saylor, you're the future poor.
Yeah, so I don't know, man. This thing, the sky is the limit. We don't know the true. And there's no really, other than the ledger and the blockchain, like you said, Sharif. What is the use case of Bitcoin? We've yet to really determine that. There's no specific, Donald Trump bought a slice of pizza, but who wants to give up their Bitcoin for a slice of pizza? I don't know, not me necessarily, even though Buddy gave up 10K Bitcoin to order kid pizza for his kids.
You don't usually sell your gold, though, at point of sale either.
No,
you know what I mean?
Is it like, so what are you going to do, barter is it becoming like a barter system? You know what I mean? So
and can I say one other thing, too?
Yeah, for sure.
I read a really interesting article on the weekend that the U.S. Treasury Department could start holding crypto as an asset now. Bitcoin, I'm not sure what other ones.
Why wouldn't they? Like, why wouldn't they? Who cares?
That's the thing. Can you imagine central banks and Treasury departments start buying up this thing?
Bro,
we're just speculating. That's all we're doing right now. We're talking
but don't
out loud.
You think it's only a matter of time until that happens? Until it's on the balance sheet?
Yeah.
Like, you know what I mean? It's only a matter of time, especially the way things are going. We feel ROMO and FOMO and whatever it is. So how do you think that they're feeling? These people that are just printing, right?
Yeah.
Exactly. So
and they were saying, like, a lot of these fund managers, Joe, they're going to watch that 100,000 break and take, and they're going to be like, they're going to be pulling out their hair. They're going to be trying to keep their jobs because, well, they weren't in.
They didn't have it.
And so they're saying there's going to be a funneling in at 100,000. It's going to be like a squeeze. Again, all speculative, but you know that's all that's what the market is in general, right? We're trying to put odds on our side and speculate with facts.
I mean, with IBIT and the ETFs coming in well too, it's just adding more security to something that was like, hey, I don't know how secure Bitcoin is. Yeah, it's 2 o'clock.
It's 2 o'clock. Ram's very upset that we're talking still. Guys, I just want to mention before I send it to the Katina man and the Obe, he is the one Kanob. GOVX breaking out, guys. This is one that we've seen before. GovX breaking out right here midday. It's a midday small cap gapper. We know how these midday small cap gappers go when the volume starts kicking in midday. Keep your eye out on this one. 58% already, squeezing, good look. All right, time to send it to the big kahunas.
Midday madness with the boys, the Bash Bros.
See you, same bad time, same bad channel. Get it, guys.
Thank you.
All right.
Yo, what's happening?
Yeah, I mean, we've still got the long IBIT. We've got short now, the TQs. We've been putting that in the chat for just a quick minute here. But thanks everybody for coming back. Thanks for what a great midday show again. Got a couple winners on there. I think that Con L, he loves that Coinbase trade. Happening over on that side, and that was a great one there. And we'll just continue to do our thing over here. And you know, we're short again here on the market. We had a great trade off the 50 period. Then we tried a small piece there. Now we're trying to work it off the 200. I'm not sure what this market wants to do, but it had a nice run up. I'm going to see if we break through VWAP right now. I did get out of some Google today. That was a long-term holding of mine, of course, and we talked about that. And we got out of some Palantir up here near $60 as well today. So yeah, man, I mean, so far so good on all of these names. The market's huge. Tesla, you're in it right now, yes. Yeah, so that's going to be something to talk about. What an up and down whole craziness there, going long and getting out and then getting stopped out on VWAP, and now it's kind of just in the middle again. But wow, welcome back, everybody. We'll have Bitcoin at the bottom there, 85.7. And then forget about Bitcoin, it's also an Ethereum kind of party too. 3,300 for ETH, continuously going there. But wow, market getting exciting. Tesla's already 160 million shares today, and it's 2 o'clock. I think we're going to do a lot more than that. Maybe we'll break through 200 million now. SMCI, people want to talk about. All right, you're in Disney still. Oh, you just got out of Tesla?
Yeah, I just got out of Tesla.
But wasn't that for flat or so? I thought you were short at 347.
Yeah, I did get out for flag. It was just like, as soon as it kind of dropped down, it just starts ripping right back up. Like the bid is holding, right? Yeah, we talked about like what happened here, down here. I did take a few scalps there. Tried to short into VWAP, didn't really work there, and then got short again on a stall underneath that 350, 3.7 halves, I guess. But every little dip keeps getting bought up, and something I do want to know is that we pretty much lick grabbed the day low. That day low was what? 336 halves, and we come down to 336 flat. And then rip right back up. Not only that, I was like, oh, Apple's starting to bounce as well. Some of these other tickers are starting to bounce as well. So I get long into the 340 break on Tesla to take to VWAP. But again, didn't really work out too well. I flipped short before VWAP there. And I was like, all right, well, you know what? That's clearly getting to VWAP. I'm gonna let go of that one there. But yeah, aggressive bid coming right back in here on Tesla. And yeah, I took another short there. Risking into that 37.5, but when it comes right back in with that aggression, every kind of dip keeps getting bought up. I don't necessarily want to fight that there. But yeah, double bottom on top of 336s on Tesla right now, headed for that 350. Man, this has been an absolutely crazy wild day. Kind of a range, pretty much. Yeah. But very extended on each one of these legs within the range for sure. So Tesla is. I'm sure it's going to be on that list.
Yeah, Tesla should be on this list. We're about to get through it now. Check out below, man. We have the tickers going through. You can check out your hottest stocks right there as well. So, all right, he's pacing around. So you let me know when we are ready to go over there, Miss Ramin, and we will throw it over to Sharif. But for now, we're good. Okay, let's go over to Sharif.
He's muted.
Welcome to the afternoon rundown, the show where you decide what we talk about every day. You saw it. Obe filling in for Neil today. Him and Sean are locked and loaded. They're ready to look at the tickers as decided by you. So make sure to get into that chat during the How to Trade Midday show and vote. but only subs can vote. So make sure you are subscribed to the channel. This is the Qs. So only down about 0.25%, well off the lows. We were down more than 0.5% today on the NQ December contract, the Qs as well. The ES flat right now, but in positive territory. The Dow up 2/3 last time I looked, and the Rus, as we watch that continue, rotation trade continue to take place. It's up about 1.5%, so good look for that one right there. First ticker as cited by you, Coinbase. No real surprise there, up over 22%, going on 23 right now. I was trading this during the midday show. I was trading CONL, another derivative of Coinbase. Obviously, a lot of stocks in the crypto field, guys, rising as we take out 85,000 on BTC.
Really. What an amazing run it's been here for crypto. we're going to have to a rough start here. I was muted there. All right. Anyways, crypto, huge start today. I mean, I'm still in IBIT right now as that continues to go higher. I mean, we had marked down IBIT right off the jump here that we wanted at 47 long. It's at 49. So it is now officially a $1 and a $2 winner right now on IBIT that we still have. And again, posted here on our sticky note. And I just said, let's try to hold this for longer. Let's see if we can get a nice little run up here in Bitcoin. And that's exactly what happened. I mean, nothing's been stopping it today, up to 85 and change. The name that Sharif was on was CONL. You might have heard a little bit about that. Again, a little bit less price name, but double the move. So 46%, sorry, straight to the upside now, looking to turn around. And I mean, I think Coinbase is probably overdone to the upside, but tell that to shorters, because I guess they've been losing up until this point right now. There goes Coinbase, still going. We already looked at where this could stop. I mean, I think it was 360 was the IPO price. So you're getting pretty close to that right now, up to 333. Like, what a disaster this stock had been, but now making us all look a little foolish for not being long into Coinbase. But there it goes, up 22%. And again, custodial, a lot of people trading Bitcoin right now, and they have pretty much I don't want to say every coin, but pretty much most of the big coins over there on Coinbase. So as trading continues to increase in the space, you're going to see a nice little run-ups here for CONL and Coin. So I really like the names. We've already talked about Mara a little bit, but I don't know if there's anything you want to look at. Coinbase really hot right now.
No, Coinbase is actually a very, very strong trend on the day. And what I'm looking at is we're nearing territory where I guess prices in and around that IPO day here, that prior high right there, 360, what is that, 368.88 in and around November of 2021. But take a look at this. This is the IPO day now. This is a 3-hour chart, 3-hour candles right here. And now look at the first opening candle right there, or opening or close. That candle closed that day on a low of 310s. We're finally trading above that. Again, opening up around 389 off of the IPO. These are certain levels that we have not seen since IPO or since 2021. And even when we were here in 2021, 22, we weren't above these levels for very, very long. We were only there for about 20 days. Look at that. These tops are made within about 20 days before it kind of head and shoulders all the way down into a low of 31.57 there on Coinbase. So yeah, some interesting levels it's coming back into, and some strength, very strong coming in off of that Bitcoin all-time high push, right? So that's kind of a definitely something to watch. Don't want to fight the trend on this one, is what I'm trying to say. Nice.
It's a little late for that, Ram, but it's nice. GameStop, good look today for GameStop fifth. This is the longest streak GameStop has had in 4 months since Roaring Kitty tweeted that whole thing there. So good look. Coming off the highs, though, 7%, guys. Any look here on GameStop?
First of all, how are we just going to bypass that sick entry?
That was pretty dope.
I mean, let's do it again.
Like
Can we do it again? I want to see that thing again. That was some.
The rundown.
I
like that. It's like ominous music.
Dung at the end.
There, yeah, you know.
And there's some pretty hype
Like that,
stuff
solid.
up in there right now. Okay, so GameStop,
Yeah.
fun name, and yeah, again, with some of these squeeze plays. We talked about some of the short interest running through on a lot of these names, but then you think about short interest names, and you know what? I'm here to tell you that the last time I checked GameStop, I thought we were in the teens, if not lower than that. 9% short right now on GameStop. So for me, this is not necessarily anything that's maybe a short squeeze. Maybe there's something about this. We do have, I don't know. And again, Obi, you're the guy that plays the games and so on and so forth. Is GameStop, I mean, we had Black Ops, didn't we have 6 come out or something like that?
Yeah, there's a new Call of Duty
game coming out. I don't know, or is out already. And then we have GTA coming out. Yep. I mean, maybe there's something there for GameStop. I don't know, but at the end of the day, we've been talking about this for a minute. Down here, $20, $21. It was holding it. It was a really, really nice trade down there. And now you're starting to break out. There's a lot of names that are starting to break out. This has a lot of upside if it gets going. They've been diluted and so on and so forth, a lot of different share offerings and whatnot. But we know the momentum that this name could have. Yep. And, very, very familiar to a lot of options traders. GameStop continues to work out. And I would say this same play all the time. When you start to get these moves up, you want to wait for a fade back in there to VWAP, especially early. So there's the break of VWAP. Maybe you play the long, but then there it is, up to day's high, reject, hold, and bang. And then it did it again and did it again right now. So for me, maybe $26 here as a possible trade for GME.
Yeah, no, that's a good look there. Now, I do want to pick up or pull up the longer time frame chart here. And since we've been running earlier on this year in May, we remember the pops that we had off of a roaring kitty right there. Kind of, we remember those cat ears that were kind of formed. Something interesting to note is that it failed to follow through on a breakdown below this low right here at 1750s, and then it can't break down this 20s, and we're only kind of curling back up. Now we have anchors set in from some of these highs, and those anchors are sitting at 28, 29. So let's see if some of that selling pressure comes right back in as it was before, off of that euphoric push earlier on this year, or a few months ago, I guess. On GME. So we're kind of entering in and around that territory. We've been creeping up, coming into the elections as well. You can see this kind of pop and that volume start to increase in and around mid to late October here. Again, on a failure to follow through. Slow, steady grind in the 20s, can't really break down, and then goes sideways. And then if you can't break down, can't really go sideways. I feel like you kind of only have one direction left to go, and it's kind of going in that direction. As of right now, 2667s. Yeah, sure. Does it have room to the upside? For sure. I think it definitely does. But how much further? I have no idea. But I'm going to be watching some of those anchored VWAPs in the coming days to see for a potential opportunity there.
Good look for SoFi, today. Big gap up over 7%, 7.75%, as these financial institutions continue to catch that Donald Trump deregulation trade that we've been talking about as of late. Separately, there was this headline from Benzinga with respect to unusual options activity. They detected about a 7-to-1 call to put ratio for some of the more recent options there. And then last but not least, we saw with the Biden administration, the student loan forgiveness program that may be coming down to an end, and SoFi, stands to benefit from that because they refinance higher interest student loans at lower rates, guys.
SoFi there. I was just, okay, so right now just about the Qs. So we've been taking some profits there. We just bounced off the 50-period moving average. We're 20 handles in the money. So good trade for me. We're just getting some money back here out of some of the positions that we'd had prior, and we'll talk more about that. But not for the Qs. All we've been doing is shorting there, shorting again, waiting to see if we can get a move down. Look, SoFi, we've talked about this. That was a great break. The break of 13 and then the hold. So there it was right there. Get to the upside, and it was really this top right there. I guess, sorry, break of 12. We held 13 today, but there it was. It was breaking over this little level there. Try to get back above that 1150. We had seen it many times get bumped up there on earnings or on upgrades again, and always falling back in. This time we continue higher, and it is going to be a political name because with the new presidency happening and cabinet and so on and so forth, what are they going to think about some of these loans that are out here to student loans? So SoFi, that's a big part of their business. I'm still in the stock. I like it. We're finally in the money. We're in the money about 20%, not like huge, but we held it all the way back in, and now it's coming all the way back up. But for me, up 8%. I mean, we're still underneath right now. I'm trying to favor some shorts. right now. You can see that we're clearly short the futures. So, that trade's been working out for us. So I would still say I like the short there. But yeah, SoFi really working out and creating some nice little wealth, especially if you're able to buy that bottom down there around that $10 mark. That was great. A great little break and hold. So there it was, breaking the 200 period, coming back in, holding that rate around $7, $8. That was October, guys. It's November 11th. This was an $8 name. It's now 14. So it's a double up there for SoFi. I like the stock, but I think it's a little bit overextended. But what are you going to do? Sell winners now? Does that seem like the right thing to do? I don't know. I got out of some Google and some Palantir at lunch. I feel like it's a mistake, but, got to have dry powder.
Yeah, no, I think SoFi, since the beginning of the year, SoFi so good. All the way up to $14.44 on the high of the day today. Again, back-to-back earnings beats again. In May, double beat, another double beat in August, and the earnings that we had just last week right there, a couple weeks ago, another double beat coming in. And again, at the beginning of the year, another double beat. So this thing has been solid on earnings. You can see that some of these anchored VWAPs have been holding. We kind of broke trend here as well. Looking at a higher time frame, we're kind of just on our way up. Kind of looking at the weekly right here. We pretty much based out here at $4.24 right here. Couldn't really sell off further, and then continues to push off higher. Again, a lot of different catalysts on this one, and catching a bid with a few of the I guess election tickers as well on SoFi. So it should be interesting to watch. Definitely in play, doing about almost three relative volume on the day today is SoFi. But after the morning session, it's been kind of sideways here. So we'll have to continue watching this one to see what it does relative to its day high or day low right there. But that pre-market consolidation, oh boy, did that hold really well right off of the open.
Salesforce CRM, another great day for it. 5 2/3 over here, looking to take out 5 3/4. Several different pieces, not several, but this was the reason why we're moving up. Jefferies maintaining their buy rating and boosting the price target there from 350 to 400, saying that their partner checks are indicating an uptick in demand and the influx of larger deals coming back into Salesforce, both from the commercial and the public sector. So nice move up, guys. 5 now 3/4.
I mean, we've talked about how much. I mean, I like this Mark Benioff dude. He's been there, for a long time. We like these CEOs that have been there through thick and thin. Left, came back. I mean, up now 6% and continues to extend higher. We heard that story last week that they were hiring people to train their large language model. They have Einstein over there, and it was really working out quite well for them. So far, so good here for Salesforce, and a nice little upside move. So yeah, like the stock, like what it's been doing lately. Continues to go higher. It's a holding of mine, and I don't think there's any reason to really get out of this. Breaking through now. We can go double check this. Let me check it out on eSignal charting. I have a weekly chart up right now. I mean, just look a couple weeks. This is about 2 months ago. We were at 250. Now you're at 350, taking out what I believe is now all-time highs. It took a minute to get back into here. There it goes. So through that 300 level, there's that key break, and now it's up and away. This is a monthly chart now. Let's go over to a daily. You could see well off of the 200 period. Like the last time we had this kind of a move, we did fall back in. So none of this would be a surprise to me if some of these names did come back. But you gotta like what you're seeing here. We talked about HubSpot and whatnot. I like Salesforce. Now today you get the upgrades coming in. I mean, when did they already report? I feel like I didn't see their number yet. Salesforce. Yeah, November 27th. So we still got a while to go before Salesforce comes through. So I think we're right about that. And people getting long ahead of earnings would be my guess. Huge move to the upside. Taking more profits now. We just took some out there as we went above. Now it looks like the futures may want to come back in and break the 50 and get a little bit lower. We're short right now the market. But I don't want to be short Salesforce, that's for sure.
Yeah, no, definitely not. Again, this thing has been trending up. Another one that's been pretty much trending up since the beginning of the year here on CRM. You can see this beautiful hold of this anchored VWAP that I have. I only have one anchored VWAP, and that was off of an aggressive sell-off off of earnings here in May. And you can see how beautifully that level kind of comes in, being supported until the next earnings report right there, going into this current earnings report. Again, like Sean said, coming into that earnings, we were starting to accelerate right there. We've kind of broken past that strong selling volume as well as breaking past some prior highs as well on the day yesterday or prior trading day, and continuation all the way up into 340s on CRM. So absolutely aggressive. We're seeing a lot of these tickers push all-time highs. Definitely something you don't want to get in front of as of right now. But again, that morning momentum has definitely dissipated as of right now, trading a little bit sideways with a base just above 337s right here on Salesforce.
I quickly want to talk here about Trade the Pool. Imagine trading with a real advantage. Trade the Pool gives stock traders like you the edge with their funding program. For a one-time fee, you can join their evaluation. Once you hit the profit target, that's it, you're funded. That means you get to trade up to $260,000 in capital with none of the risk on your end. And they make it easy and flexible conditions. You can focus on your strategy, not the barriers. On top of all that, they offer up to 80% of profits. So why wait? Check out tradethepool.com and see how you can trade bigger and better. And we trade here at Real Trading as well on the prop side. So definitely give that a shot. You know, very familiar. A lot of the strategies that we're doing here on the show can obviously be transformed into any sort of prop shop or your own trading as well. The big advantage for prop trading, of course, all the different markets, trading someone else's capital and lower fees. So big one for me. I've only ever traded prop. All right, and props up to anybody that is trading prop. And that allows you to do things like this on the TQs, where now we're starting to get out more at the 50 period as it tries to drop back in here. So just capturing a little bit of profit as we go. All right, hey, we love the stock. It's Robinhood.
Day for this one, gapping up very similar to SoFi with that big gap up from Friday's close, up a lot more than SoFi though, 10%, knocking the door of that 10% level. A couple of analysts today chiming in about SoFi. The first, Deutsche Bank maintaining their buy rating and boosting that price target up to $32. Morgan Stanley also chiming in, not as bullish though, maintaining their equal weight rating and boosting the price target up from 22 to 24, guys. But a great day for SoFi. Oh, hood. My bad.
It's good in the hood.
Freudian slip there, because SoFi and Robinhood both continue to be upside. And I think that, go. You want to talk about Robinhood? I just sort of.
Sure.
You want to do? I can go after.
Nothing too crazy here. Again, a gap up. Nice continuation. I think just looking back at it, sure, it's in retrospect, but the opportunity I see here was pretty much off of the open. You can see that it gaps up. It has these distinct lows in the pre-market session, post gap up here on Robinhood. And look at the opening range. It comes in right there. It fails to follow through. This low from the morning session right here is at 32.24, opening range low at 32.23. Literally 1 penny lower than the pre-market low, and it cannot drop any further. And look at where it goes. It kind of rips right back up into pre-market highs. Pretty much goes sideways from there. Nothing too crazy. Bit of a quadruple top happening just underneath this 34.20 as of right now, but pretty much sideways, holding on top of VWAP as well. So some price compression, but I guess the trade opportunity that I see was right off of the open, off of that pre-market low lick grab, and continuation off of that hold. Again, reclaim of VWAP as well. Like you kind of come in and pull back. Where does the bid show up again? Kind of on top of VWAP, as well as some of this pre-market consolidation highs going into the open as well. So interesting stuff. Gap up continuation on a bigger picture trend here on Robinhood.
Yeah, I love all of that on Robinhood. I mean, I think you have that gap, sort of that island fill again that we had talked about a couple times here on the show. There it is. There's the gap fill. You come back in, you retest that 50-period moving average, and it's like, thank you very much. Mr. Trump walks into the White House, and Robinhood just goes right back up. So it's like stealing from the poor, giving to the rich. I don't know which way is happening right now, but there goes Robinhood. Like $33. Like, give me a break. This name last week, $23. Now up to $33 right now, Robinhood. And there's that island fill. So for me, you got to see about a 30 hold. I'd like to see it pull back in there, getting long in and around here for the hold, then the continuation break. We've seen names like RBLX. We talked about this earlier. Same kind of a play, Roblox. There's the break up into here, right? That island at 52, comes back in, holds that 50, and then we break higher. So we got to see some kind of a hold right now. Same thing on Palantir. You know, Palantir is what it is right now. But you had this break right here, over $50. It wicked down to 52 the next day, but we haven't really had any tests, making me a little nervous. We did get out of some Palantir there today. But you know what's breaking outside right now as well? This IBIT, like here, let's just use eSignal for a second. Look at this IBIT chart. I mean, this is just like right now, IBIT's never experienced this before. Like we had gotten up to $42, right? Sharif had mentioned there, nice little breakout level, 42, breaking now out back there up to the upside, right? But there we go. I'm still thinking in order to like, Bitcoin might not do this. Bitcoin's a completely different, any charting on Bitcoin, you're kind of just resting on, like nothing's moved like this before. Like, you know what I mean? This birthday was 16 years ago. Bitcoin right now is $86,000 per coin. You dropped $5,000 into this thing 10 years ago. I mean, thank you for watching, but you don't need to be. There's a nice move upside there for IBIT, up to 13% right now. I'm going to still hold this. I still think this is a long, and I mean, this is why we wrote it down right here today, 47 long break. It was just like, we liked it at the beginning of the day. Here's the trade for us. We liked it twice. First of all, the early break, boom, comes back in. We got out. We got out when it broke 47. Then it holds VWAP, and then we get back in and done nothing since. Small position, obviously. I mean, if we had the thousands of shares or anything, we'd be very, very excited. But we don't. We're going to have to wait to see what happens now with IBIT. For me, I think right here, what about just a 50-period break? We've really rode this up now. We've rode this up about $1.20 all the way to the upside. Let's see if it holds this. That's 48.90. All right, 48.90 break. We're going to stop out of IBIT. So you know where my stop was? 46.24. I just put that in, or 46.64. 20-cent stop right now for 220. So we're going to go 48.79. We'll do that, get out of everything, and see if we can hold it till then, Obi. So that's what we're going to do.
Yeah, Sean. Great. I think that's a solid, great trade on the crypto move, right? And I think that was a big miss of mine, not really getting involved in like a crypto related ticker off of the open or in the morning session right there. But a lot of them kind of pushing to the upside right here. So I did have like a bit of a layout with a few crypto names on Coinbase, Mara, MSTR, and IBIT. All of them trending very strongly to the upside. MSTR is one to watch out for, man. That thing is going quite strongly. Again, a lot of these tickers, again, very strong uptrend. But MSTR, MicroStrategy, very strong as well. You can see that 300 break comes in off of the open there. That gap up, we already watched that level in the pre-market session, but opening range high breaking out at 304s. A very aggressive push off of the 304 break, trading at 330s right now. Yeah, you all have seen Coinbase, Mara as well. Mara obviously looking just as strong right there. A bit of a consolidation chop during the middle of the day, but take a look at this grind up that came in all the way to 25. Sure, we're taking a bit of a pullback as of right now, but yeah, no, that's been quite a strong trend. And yeah, BTC is pushing quite nicely as well. All-time highs as of right now, 86,847. So we're trading at 86s. 86 almost flat 86s as of right now here on Bitcoin. But can't stop, won't stop is this ticker. You can see it on the weekly how strong we have been on Bitcoin. We talked about this earlier this morning, and then we were also talking about this trend resistance a little bit or over the past few weeks right there, that if and when this consolidation can potentially break out of this trend resistance, we could definitely send it. And yeah, this thing is definitely sending it there. Prior highs in and around that 68, just shy of that 70. We saw that initial break happen earlier in March, but then a little bit of a consolidation before the next leg up here on Bitcoin. And the leg we are definitely making, Sean. A lot of these tickers are coming in quite nice. Now, in the chat, you guys are talking about Lunar, LUNR, so I did pull it up there. Again, another ticker that's doing some strength here to the upside. Pre-market highs broken at 1071s, trading at 1078s as of right now, but it seems like that VWAP reclaim might have been the area to take a look at this one. Wasn't really on my radar off of the open, but in the pre-market, you can see it's clearly been doing relative volume, so it is definitely on the radar of people here. So yeah, Tesla coming right back in. Oh boy, all right. So I guess I did have a bit of a cover there on top of, where was that? On top of VWAP, 45.55 there on Tesla. Let's see what we can do here. That 50, another failure to follow through of that 50, Sean. So is this looking like a head and shoulders as of right now? Opening range, you basically grab the 50, you pull back in all the way to 36s, you push past the 50, nice aggressive break. You can see, you can go back and look at the shorter time frames here on the 350 rebreak. That break came in very aggressive, hot and heavy, all the way up to 354s, pushing all the way to 358s before coming all the way back down. And then now the right, potentially a right shoulder here on the 350, can't even get there. So let's see what that high was as of right now. 349.94 on Tesla is that second or the right hand shoulder, if this is going to be a head and shoulders. Now again, I don't really look at it as like that chart pattern, but basically the logic behind it is you attempted to push into a resistance area, it shows up, you break it, you fail to follow through, you only get about 8 points past it, you come back in, you break back down, and that same kind of area shows up again as a failure to follow through. So let's see what that 350 has in store for us here on Tesla as the day goes forward. I really like that 335s. Again, we talked about that in the morning session there, Sean, and take a look at that secondary bounce that did come in as a double bottom. 336 is flat. So I got to do a little bit better at being a little bit more nimble. If I'm looking for 335s, it doesn't have to get to 335s. It's an area that I'm looking for buyers at, and that area definitely well within range when it bounces off of 336 halves. So that's something that I definitely have to keep in mind and be a little bit more nimble. I did kind of piece off of that initial short, but I got anchored to the short idea because I was like, oh boy, this is really nice. Can it give me my level? Doesn't really come in, and it breaks back through 350, but it seems like that 350 resistance potential is coming in as of right now. Let's see if we can get back down to 335s, 336s, or do we make a higher low here, Sean? But some of these tops and bottoms looking distinct here on Tesla. Is the move over? I have no idea.
Yeah, I mean, I really, really like that short. I mean, we're 30 handles in the money on the Qs, so we're short the futures, and we've been short since we sat back down here today. I feel like underneath, the NASDAQ's been having a little bit of a tough time getting going again, right? I mean, we kept on trying to come into VWAP here. We've just did a nice little trade there. We did get stopped out. Well, not... Our only out where we lost was right there. We did average it back in, took a little bit out there on the 200. Now you're starting to come in, and I'm just trying to take some more out. Again, not trying to predict like that this stock is just absolute, or the market's going to absolutely tank right here. But I like the trajectory here to the downside. The one name, again, you just nailed Tesla, so I'm going to leave it. I did want to look at that though, and I think that you have to trade it. Tesla's my number one P&L today. So we really, really traded Tesla well, and I'll show that to you after. We actually went long and short. NVIDIA, I mean, this is a lesson in discipline for me because sometimes in the past I've been a little bit stubborn and traded this all the way down. You know, either averaged in at some point and then rode it back up and maybe made some back, maybe didn't. You know, who knows at the end of the day. And then if Tesla or NVIDIA or any name really that you average into keeps going against you, then you create what they call not a money storm, but another kind of storm. That hits, okay? And you don't need though, and we do not need a graphic for that or anything, but that's when you get in trouble, right? Yeah. So we're able to get out of this once we broke back below this 147. And again, we'll talk about the sticky note for winning trades and for losing trades. And right onto there, we had written down 147 long. So when it comes in right here to 147, we're going long. Like, you know, it already dropped from 149, right? It was straight downside. I felt okay with it, although we were getting involved in the first 6 and 7 minutes of it. A little early to like be picking levels, but we liked that level there, and it was from the close. So we had sort of looked at some levels that had held there from Friday, right? And so I liked the 147. I would have felt horrible if it came in and we didn't take it. So I'm doing that. Anyways, drops out. We tried again right here, sort of to see if we can hold 146.50. That did not hold, and we're out. So that was an L. But then we came back in and we sort of thought about going long again on that. And this was as we were here trading live on the show. It fell back in right there. We took some bids off of VWAP. We took another bid here into this 145.50, held it upside, got out of the majority of it. Then once we broke 145.50, got out of the rest. And it all happened real quick. Nice downside move there, but almost made back what we lost right there, right here. So overall, in and out there on NVIDIA. And the reason why I want to talk about it, market's trying to go back up. I think that if we are going to rip, I still like NVIDIA. And I really like this level right here, 144.50. I had thought about buying that a couple times. Looks like it might be gone. So I think the next time, if we're able to dip back in here, I like this trade. We are almost out of, I would say on that dip down, I mean, we have a bunch of outs down here. I'd have to look to see what we have left. I'm going to just throw a number out, probably 20 to 25% left of our TQQs trade. So it's not been super sexy or anything like that, but it was dripping to the downside, and it's a positive stock for us today. So we'll be really happy with that. So yeah, but again, thanks. It's great to have Obi over here. Again, trades, different styles. You know, we love having Neil. We love having Sharif, Joe, everybody on here. So keep up the different questions. You'll get different perspectives, and hopefully we'll all come up with the same thing at the end of the day, and that's a positive P&L. And if not, we'll learn something. And I mean, you know, the whole thing is to be able to come back tomorrow. And, you know, we have risk parameters. Obi and I are unable to hold anything past 4 o'clock. Today at 4 o'clock, Sharif will be filling in for me again. Unfortunately, I can't do Mondays. So the recap show will be with Sharif and Adara. They're back together. They're back together again. And I don't know any good songs for that. Yeah, they're reunited. That's a good one. Yeah, that's a very, very good one. So they'll be reunited, and hopefully it feels pretty good there for everybody there tonight. And there'll also be Michael Noss on. So he talked about a couple plays today. We did have some more talks about MindMed and whatnot coming through, psilocybin, and then some of the shroom stores. Brendan, what was the company midday? Red Light Holdings? Holland.
RIP.
Was on there today. Go check that out. A big company there. I was talking about being in Costco.
Yeah,
Red
that's
Light
crazy.
Holland
I mean,
right there.
have you seen the chart on Costco? Man?
Have I seen them there?
Have you seen the chart on Costco?
Oh man, yeah, I still own a bit of Costco.
Crazy, man.
Definitely not enough. Oh, I went into my portfolio. I was looking at it, and I'm very proud to say I still have 5 DraftKings shares.
Nice. Let's go. I mean,
no idea how that happened. It's not like it's a dividend or something.
Yeah.
I feel like I might have had, and I don't know what I would have had, maybe 50 shares or something. And I said, let me just hold 5. I would think maybe that's what we did there. So nice. Yeah, that was a recent buy that I wanted to get back into.
Totally, man. I mean, I'm here looking at the Costco chart, and Costco chart has been absolutely crazy to the upside here. Again, we're getting pretty close to that 1 thou mark, Sean, and just taking a look at how well Costco has done on the year here is just mind-boggling. You can see that. Okay, sure. Another prime example of stonks only go up is Costco. Since I guess beginning since it IPO'd. When did it IPO here? I guess I have the first candle in '86. Yes, apparently. So 1986. I guess the all-time low here.
Obi, you were just a thought, my friend.
Yeah, I guess I definitely was just. I was a thought and a dream. Not really manifested just yet.
Nightmare.
I mean, yeah, maybe. I don't know. We'll see. To some, maybe. To some, maybe not. But yeah, Costco on the year, absolutely crazy. This is a weekly chart here. So you can see at the beginning of the year, coming into, I guess, in December 2023, we did kind of gap up, breakout of that 600 mark. And then we've only been trending up since then. And it's almost the end of the year, Sean. Coming into middle of November almost as of right now, and trading at a high of 962. So absolutely strong stock on the bigger picture there. Now I'm sure a lot of these what would you call staples are definitely doing pretty well here. Again, you look at the Walmarts, you look at the Home Depots. Right here, you look at some of the home builders as well. Look at these charts, man. Absolutely crazy. These things have been performing not only on the year, but multiple years back to back, doing extremely well. Now, again, if you want to look at a higher time frame, you just take a look at the 6-month chart where each candle here is 6 months. Look at that. Consolidation for multiple years here. So we consolidated 2020 all the way to 2022, and the end of 23, we start to break out and really accelerate to the upside here on Walmart. Now, again, Home Depot, kind of a similar story here. Again, these are, again, I got to remind you, these are 6-month charts. Price action, definitely kind of, again, you look for consolidations, you look for legs, you look for kind of similar things there on the candles, and you can see it was very, very telling on the pullbacks and the extensions that we did get over the past couple of years. I guess that's the 2020 low right there, and look at how well that got bought up over the past few years. So absolutely crazy on some of these names here. 2NY Send asking, I am looking to short PLTR at VWAP. What's your take on that? Let's take a quick look at Palantir here and see if that has anything in store for us. At VWAP, let's pull up some VWAP right here. Okay, so it's consolidating below VWAP. We've made some higher highs in the morning session, then carried on to make some lower highs as well. And I was telling Sean, I was like, oh boy, this thing was trading at 62 and a nice little crack. Talk about a reversion. I think the place to short definitely was in and around, excuse me, in and around the break of the morning momentum here as it breaks back down this consolidation, 61 halves maybe. But the thing is, it kind of confirms where this kind of short-term support turns into resistance right here in the middle to end of day session right here at that 61 half mark, where it attempts to push, it can't really go, and then continues to the downside here after making lower highs. So a break of trend on Palantir. And look, yeah, sure, maybe for that continuation, I like that consolidation underneath that VWAP. I have no idea what this ticker is going to do, but it's been showing lower highs. We did get an extension to the downside, which did revert all the way to VWAP. I like those. I like the break of trend for the reversion to VWAP, and it's pretty much done that trade as of right now. But this consolidation, this tight consolidation underneath VWAP, who knows where it could go? But I would be watching this the consolidation or the range highs and lows here. The highs definitely coming in with confluence at that VWAP, 60, 61s on Palantir. So that's what I'm looking at right now. AMD and NVIDIA race to 150, saying Shinobi. Okay, all right, so let's take a look at AMD, see where that's at. Race to 150, yeah, pre-market highs at that 149. But the thing is, man, this thing already tested and washed that 150 last week, whereas NVIDIA, not so much. It did kind of get all the way to 149.95 is the high, pre-market high on Friday, and then pulls back in all the way back into 144s. So it should be interesting to see which one does get past that 150. But you got to remember, one is very different than the other. You take a look at the market cap comparison on this. NVIDIA is almost a $3.56 trillion market cap, whereas when you go to AMD right here, it is a 236 billion. So a distinct difference when it comes to valuation, when it comes to market cap on that. It definitely would take a lot less dollar volume to get AMD to 150 than it would NVIDIA. So that's something to definitely consider on that one. Nice little consolidation happening here on AMD as well, kind of a level that stands out. You can see that pretty much since about 12:30 till now, we've been holding a support on that 145 halves. Sure, we've violated by a little bit, by about 9 pennies. We've ticked lower than that 145 halves, but holding consolidation underneath VWAP as of right now on AMD. Interesting look nonetheless. Market's still kind of sideways as of right now. Sean, what do you got going on?
Apologize for any sounds you may be hearing in the background as our building is falling apart in front of. No, they're doing some repairs. Okay, we hit that because this means new position alert.
Yes.
Obi, what does this mean?
New position alert.
Correct.
Sorry.
Hold on. All right, so there's the move down in there. So we are, yes, sir, let's go. It's a nice little move down here. We are now an amazing 13 cents in the money for Apple. We want to get a little bit weak right now, so we go short on Apple. We're also short on the futures. Miss Adara.
This part of the show is brought to you by WorkSport, introducing a new discovery in the NASDAQ, WorkSport, ticker WKSP. WorkSport's a U.S.-based manufacturer and rapidly expanding with growing revenues, government contracts, and innovative green energy products designed to power your life off-grid. Whether you're on the move or seeking sustainable energy solutions, WorkSport has you covered. Now trading on the NASDAQ under WKSP. Discover the future of clean energy with WorkSport.
Yeah, we're just discussing right now. I was like, I was saying I really, really like that Tesla short, and it's because, again, the market, I just said I don't know about the market. That's because, like, I'm short right now, TQs, which is not really doing too much, and then we try to pick on a weaker name as well with Apple being down right there. So the reason why, I mean, I like the Tesla. I mean, you're in the Tesla. You'd already talked a little bit about it. I just get nervous because we're up 8%. So what I'm saying is, like, if the futures fail, this name has no problem giving it up. So it's just like this will drop. I feel like this will drop into the 340s. It's just right now we need this futures, in my opinion, to cooperate and not just hold, but make the move down. Give the sellers reasons to hit the sell keys, right? I mean, and here we go. So now Tesla's starting to move down. So Instead of me telling you I like the trade, I should have hopped on it with you. But there it goes. Nice move down in for that. So we'll celebrate just as much, man. Hopefully we can get a nice move down on the TQQs here. And then hopefully Apple will continue downside as well. So again, we just reloaded on some of these. The Apple trade for me is a pretty simple one. There's VWAP. There's that high. I was giving it to 50. We're just playing with it now, scalping in and out right here. Not trying to worry about one-to-one money-wise. We're just trying to put a little bit of profit in our pocket if we get sort of the movement that we're thinking. And that is quick scalp back and forth here, and then pretty much that's it. Like, I mean, you and I, again, Obi, I know we're waiting for a bigger move on Tesla, but we already sort of talked about what we were thinking about was going to happen earlier, and that was that so many times you're $3, $4, $5 in the money, and you're just like, it's $4 in the money. We want 10, we want 15, we want, sometimes those don't come, and you got to take what the market gives you, and unfortunately, I think Tesla will give it to us. Palantir, I did get some out around $60 during the midday when I got back. So I was so excited about it. So I did cover some Palantir there. Did not cover Tesla, did not cover Cardano. And then I got out of some, although my largest holding is now NVIDIA. Google's back into space number one. It was bouncing off with NVIDIA. And I, again, got something out down here in and around, these are not good outs, it looks like, but in and around here when we got back again, around 180 break lower on Google as it's made a huge move back up. Like Google just a couple days ago, I mean, this is true of every stock, but we were down here 160, 164. What I really like about this is, and this is why I heard Joe say it, so, obviously, he's looking at charts as well. But you see this sort of up slope here now in the 50-period moving average. That's like, and again, shout out to Michael Noss, who'll be on the Market Recap show, Brian Shannon, and very much everybody that's taught us how to look at charts differently or the same or just give that conviction. Like now you're starting to move the other way here. So you withstood all of this, right? You had to wonder what was going on with Google. You had to hear Gemini stuff. You had to hear this, you had to hear that. Now all of a sudden, maybe good stories are about to happen here for Google, right? I mean, their cloud was huge. They had a huge number over on that side. YouTube continues to be the stud that we all think it is, continuously grabbing more and more views every single day. Daily active users up, daily active minutes up on the watch side of things for YouTube. I think Google right now is primed for that. And the other one that I really like, honestly, and this is, I'm loaded on, Michael came on this morning and he was like, hey, just to let you guys know, I'm in MindMed. I'm in MindMed too. I'm down 83% on it. I checked it out. It's a great trade. But at the end of the day, Meta, there's another name that most of the tech names that I'm going to talk about, I'm probably invested in on the long term. Neil and I have sort of made up a policy here that for us too, anyways, we won't get in and out of any shares, and pretty much on the whole show completely is we're not going to get in and out of anything while we're on the air. So I'm not going to go ahead and start buying Meta right now or anything like that. But this is, again, another name that I really think the advertising business is kicking, and I really like it. It keeps on getting higher up here. Even those TikTok headways, now that we have President Trump in there, at January 20th, I'm not sure what executive orders this guy's going to pass. I don't know how he's going to blow with the wind there. But one thing I have a feeling about is I haven't heard him really say anything about Zuckerberg. I haven't seen this guy on Capitol Hill. All I'm watching this guy do is demonstrate these glasses. This guy's got a new look. He's feeling good about himself. I actually think he might do well in this new administration. So with less and less restrictions on Meta, less and less restrictions on Facebook, on Instagram, WhatsApp, all that, if we're gonna give Elon a clear path sort of to the White House, I mean, Zuckerberg is probably not too far behind. So that's kind of what I'm thinking about all that right now, as we are now 22 handles in the money, as both of our shorts are working, and great trade over there, Obi, as well, as that continues to work. And oh boy, it's IBIT, and IBIT just continues to go. It is the Bitcoin storm that we've all been waiting for. No, this is not the tornado that may or may not have landed in and around the GTA last night and almost swooped up Ramin, but this is the storm that we call crypto. And right now, it is not a crypto winter. And if it is, man, these are some fat, bears, because they are not hibernating. The IBIT is ripping to the north side right now. We are 1, 2 and a half. Quick half.
Oh,
she wants to say something.
She's definitely happy about what
our call is $500,000.
$500,000 on
BTC.
I mean, sure. I don't know what the timeline for that is, but
5 years or something like that. It was not too long ago. Kathy had a nice little prediction on that, and she was talking about very, very similar things. You know, there's the halving cycle. There's the fact that this is going to be a finite number of coins, and you know they liked what that meant for the space. So there you go. Zuckerberg and Trump have hung out at UFC fights. Someone in the chat said that. I cannot confirm nor deny.
Interesting.
That report.
Yeah, no, I guess it's a smart move to kind of, if you are the CEO of one of the world's top companies, to kind of befriend the president of the United States.
Very much so.
You know,
Good move,
I think
right?
definitely some meta games going on there, literally on his part. So interesting stuff.
I don't think Zuckerberg is going to walk into the White House. That's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying about as far as like all the pressures that Instagram can face from the DOJ or FTC or whatever they come down on a lot of those corporations, right? So from what we've been hearing is that a lot of these restrictions and whatever is going to be lifted from a lot of these major tech names, therefore spurning the way for hopefully more innovation.
No, I know. I was just watching this clip on some of those augmented glasses that were coming out. They're absolutely solid, man. Like I think some of these technologies will definitely, like, I don't know if they're going to pick up right away, but they're definitely paving the way for an interesting future nonetheless. I think a lot of use cases in a lot of different industries, a lot of different sectors as well. Again, you can I can speak to some of the things that maybe I'm familiar with, and you can have surgeons with these augmented glasses, kind of giving you perspective as like real time during the surgery. And same thing with technicians. Right, you go into a room, it's full of wires and modules and whatever. You don't know what's what, but then you put on these glasses and it shows you everything real time, making your time a lot more efficient, making your job a lot more efficient. So I think there's definitely good use cases for these augmented glasses. And so we'll see how far they can go. But yeah, no, definitely if you have that tailwind or lack of barriers when it comes to approvals for new technologies, that definitely can put you on the right track there. But yeah, no, 343s coming in here on Tesla. So we did pull back nicely off of that 350 mark as of right now. So let's see how, again, like I said, let's see how much further we can get. 336s are the low of day on this sticker as of right now. But that double bottom, oh boy, that definitely showing some strength. Again, the first time it came in, aggressive bid all the way up to 358s. The second time it comes in, bid up all the way to 350s from 336s. So nice little look there. Again, almost over a 20-point run on the first bid, over about a 10-point run on the second bid there. Again, each one of these, what's the ATR on Tesla, you may ask? I'm asking that same question here. I know I have this already open in a different window. So let's take a quick look at what Tesla's ATR is here. It's about almost 16 points. On Tesla. So yeah, some of these legs doing pretty much over 1 ATR on the way up, on the way down, and in the range as well. So interesting, I guess, moves here when it comes to Tesla. Again, one of the top volume leaders, not only today, but over the past couple of days there. Yeah, you're taking a look at the hot list.
Trade right there, yeah. But you know what's picking up right now is GME. I mean, GME right now popped to the high of the day. There it goes. So yeah, you want to talk about a money storm right now. GME coming through right now and living that dream one more time. Up 12%, GameStop. I mean, Adara's on the desk if there's anything on GameStop, but it is starting to go right now. I have news in my ear as well, and if I do hear anything, obviously the whole team and I and everybody will bring this to you. But there goes GameStop. Just might be one of those names, again, that wants to go upside here. A good report. Again, report. I mean, we had talked about them reporting. They did not report last week. I think it was AMC that actually reported last week. There goes GameStop right now through 27 and change. We did hear that Roaring Kitty was out of Chewy, and maybe there is something potentially here with GameStop, but we'll wait to see where this name wants to go right now. All right, we are now 25 handles in the money on the futures as this one's trying to get to the downside. Maybe Adara has something.
No catalyst on GME, but it's worth noting this is actually in the watch list this morning as well. A lot of these names with short floats or retail attention are running today. We're talking Joby Aviation, JOBY. We know Robinhood, HOOD is running, though that also could be in sympathy with crypto. HIMS, Hims and Hers Health. So it looks like GME is part of that overall move. They're apparently set to report here December 4th before the bell. They do have a short float as of right now, about 9.25%, as Sean mentioned earlier. And it's worth noting, as we speak, I saw AMC popping up on a volume spike. It's getting its largest volume candle of the day on the 15-minute chart. So AMC here with a 14.6% short float. It looks like a lot of these retail-related names are having their moment in the sun, guys.
Yeah, that's for sure. Nice moment in the sun for sure. I think the thing also is the fact is that as Bitcoin, I mean, Bitcoin's now pulling back, actually. Wait a minute, where's my out? I was supposed to get out at a 50-period break, right? We're going to give this to 49 now, breaking out. So my stop before, I'm just going to see where it was. We did have an IBIT stop at 48.80, so we're going to cancel that one. That was back into here, breaking this little level. Let's just not be too crazy about this. 49 flat break, so 48.97 or so. Although, you know, I'm just not being exact here. Just if we break it, it's an ETF, so it's not like there's going to be a big wall or anything of buying there at 49, even as it should follow right down here what's happening with Bitcoin. We just had to run up to 86.5. So again, congratulations, props up to anybody that was all over there. I did get my Solana fill while I was over at the gym here during the midday there a little bit, and that came out at, I think it was 219 or something. Where is Solana? Let me just refresh this here. All right, so from the top, that's why, all right, got to zoom back in a little bit here. I'm going to zoom in just to have a quick look. So there's 86.3 right now. This is from CoinGecko, so, you know, it might not be the most exact reference here, but there it is. So 86.2, 33, we talked about that, 3,300, of course. There's Solana, yeah, so it must have been in and around that 219, so 218 right now for Solana. Binance Coin, wow, another one. I mean, look at some of these percentages over the last week. Dogecoin up 100% in 1 week, of course, as we continue to go higher over there as well. USDC not moving, that should be the right way. Cardano, nice little move yesterday following the 81% move. Upside Avalanche, as you can see, they all continue to go. Chainlink. I mean, you guys can put your favorite crypto in the chat right now and see where we go and make a prediction over the next 7 days. Which crypto would you rather be in? Maybe Bitcoin, Ethereum, or other. We can include Dogecoin and some of these other names that continue to make moves. But all right, so far so good. Apple is really like chilling. The market's chilling, but at least we're 20-something handles in, and this is trying to go lower. Apple might not be that trade that I'm looking for here. Let me go over to Amazon. We wanted 208s. We haven't looked at Amazon in a minute there. Yeah, we had wrote down, okay. Yeah, so but again, not bad, 206. Decent area there with only 25 cents around away from that level. That could be something down there at 206. We could have a little bit of a play there coming in. I know we were talking about AMD before. We did have a super chat in there. I want to thank there it is right here. Thank you so much. It would be better if you tag with the last name as well, but Bears vs. Bulls does a great job of picking these out as well. Send me a bit of your pause for view year end. Yeah, so we actually talked about this on the recap show on Friday. We had a question about where we thought the semis were going to go and everything like that. I mean, I think we all go wherever the king goes. And NVIDIA reports November 20th. As long as NVIDIA can come out and tell us what we need to hear, that is that still strong demand. We're going to hear about their Blackwell, how that's performing. Where's the demand for that? What does CapEx look like? We didn't get any warnings from really anybody. Amazon actually spending a little bit more money, same as Google, lining these things up. And I think it was, I don't know if it was Tesla or if it was Meta that talked about having like hundreds of thousands of these H100s just running either Grok or one of their large language models or something else as well. So as more and more AI becomes the talk, I really like some of these plays. But let me just go over to SMH because this is a much more broader look. So we'll just talk about this real quick and then we'll go back over some trades because as the market's trying to move, maybe we can go over and find out what's going on with GameStop. But okay, so right now SMH, the 200 period's been so good. I think we've talked about that a little bit here on the show. That little dip down that happened in August, what a great buying opportunity that was. Obviously, we get the August 5th flush. And then don't worry because it goes right to the 50 and then drops down another $30 right back into the 200 period again. So what I want to say is it capable of making this move again? Yes. All right. And if it does, I think you just buy all of these dips. Until something changes for me in where the technology is going. I just think bigger and better things are around the corner. Apple AI, obviously disappointing. They never said it would be anything good until at least 2025, as you know, they roll out more apps and get more development into those spaces. And more people, quite frankly, buy those iPhone 16s. So for me, I feel like AI is kind of in the early innings. A lot of people think that with the move up recently, we could easily fall back, and I would say that's probably true. NVIDIA themselves have had many ups and downs in their stock, but honestly, I like the outlook moving forward. I mean, even gaming, crypto, mining, all this kind of stuff like is require more and more power and more technology, which is why I kind of also like URA, which is the uranium ETF.
Yeah.
I just think that as we
SMR a few weeks ago, right?
Oh, SMR is hot, but again, just to get a little bit more diversification and get into many more names, URA, again, as we try to power this next wave. So, yeah, I mean, I like it, but if you're talking about year end, I would say, and I made a call on NVIDIA, I said 175. I said that on the show the other day, that I thought, you know, a good beat. Right now it's trading at, I think it was 30 times, or the PE is around 30, 32. We'll have to have another look at that. Now down 2%, so it's getting a little bit better. You know, the market PE right now is 22. So if people are piling into the market, I just think NVIDIA will probably beat and then guide even higher. So then that multiple has to change again. So, you know, I would think this could have a 50 PE on it probably. That puts it into that 175 area. So we'll find out.
Yeah, no, I think it's definitely interesting to watch here. I do want to kind of talk about those chips, but before that, take a look at AMC, man. Something's coming in on AMC here. It's been getting this increased volume since about 240 right here. This aggressive bid to the upside. I don't know if it's halted up a couple of times just yet. Let me just take a quick look at the NASDAQ halt right here just to see if it did halt up a little earlier. I don't think, yeah, no, it has not halted up just yet, but yeah, no, for 450s trading as of right now here. I thought that kind of looked like a bit of a halt, but it's not really. A bit of a price skip there on the 3-minute chart here. But yeah, AMD getting a lot of volume here coming in on this day, going into power hour here as well. But yeah, no, going back to the chips, Sean. I think something that was said was something about the CHIPS Act. Right. I think. Well, if now correct me if I'm wrong. I think Trump said something about pulling that CHIPS Act and putting on some more, I guess, tariffs and restrictions for some of those chips. Now, a lot of the bid that we got early on a lot of these chips was due to the CHIP Act. So the question becomes, if that is the case, then are we nearing and they've been getting some euphoric price action as well. So the question becomes, do we start looking for the backside on some of these chips, right? Or maybe not necessarily, like they're not going to go back to zero, going to go back to where they came from necessarily, but again, nice little healthy pullback, because if you do look at some of the yearly gains on NVIDIA and AMD and some of these other tickers, they are pretty intense. So what are your thoughts on
the run-up's been huge. I haven't done any work. I mean, when you're talking about the CHIPS Act here, I think that Trump can invoke, I think he will invoke tariffs day one. And I've already mentioned that I thought there was going to be a run potentially in an Intel, as we talked about All-American.
Intel's doing some stuff today.
Yeah, and that was Intel's been another huge run up since then. But yeah, that would make sense to me. Anything. I mean, NVIDIA's trying to modify their chips so that they can pass any of those acts to get them into China to be a little bit less competitive with the chips that are available here. They've been finding their ways around that. To me, the market's been going up for a couple of reasons. Obviously, Donald Trump we've already talked about all that, but he's a businessman through and through.
Yes.
So he's going to try to make the best deal for America as possible, and NVIDIA is an American company.
Yes.
So to me, I would think that he'll try to keep as much wealth probably here, countryside. But at the end of the day, the tariffs that are going to be laid down there into China should be something pretty good. I would look at maybe weakness maybe in Taiwan semi or something like that instead. But I really do like NVIDIA moving forward, and we'll just have to see. The way the stocks have been moving, there's been huge moves. And what is it year to date? It was 180%, I believe. Let me just quickly look at that. NVDA year to date was now 192. So 192%. So yeah, I mean, yeah. we are probably a little bit wild on some of those. But hey, it makes sense. Not much of a short float. Earnings are coming out. They will get reevaluated higher. And hey, you have more and more price targets coming through. We had 2 upgrades alone today to NVIDIA. So nice move up today, but well, move down, but nice move up early. Then the consistent fade out. Like the short maybe today, but I don't like the short moving forward. What's up, Adara?
Another story here to potentially explain that move down in the semiconductor space. It has to do with TSM. One of these catalysts was actually in our watch list this morning. So the Minister of Economic Affairs in Taiwan basically said that TSM, or Taiwan Semiconductor, is actually unable to manufacture its 2-nanometer chips overseas due to Taiwan's technology protection regulations because they want their core technology to stay in Taiwan. So that is one negative catalyst for TSM. Then a little bit later today, the Global Times reported that apparently the U.S. Department of Commerce has instructed TSM to stop supplying China with some of these more sophisticated AI chips. That's a measure that took place as of Monday, aka today. So a couple negative catalysts for TSM. From what I'm seeing, this move down in TSM could potentially be attributed to some of the weakness in the semiconductor space overall, guys. And we are brought to you by Firefly Neuroscience. Firefly Neuroscience has taken a bold step in advancing brain health technology. In collaboration with Bright Minds Biosciences, Firefly's innovative AI-powered platform has successfully analyzed data from a groundbreaking phase 1 clinical trial, using advanced EEG technology to track brain activity. This data unlocks new potential in treating neurological and mental disorders, reinforcing Firefly's position at the forefront of brain health innovation. As they prepare for phase 2, this partnership signals exciting developments for the future of neuropsychiatric treatments. Firefly Neuroscience, shaping the future of brain health.
Yeah, check out Firefly. I mean, I was thinking about putting on some more shares now for the NASDAQ. Like, it's just...
Short?
Short, yeah. I mean, we've already made this move up. I mean, I covered a little bit. I'm covering a little bit more, but it's like 10 handles. And it's not, we want to make money, obviously, but we don't want to make stupid trades. That has nothing to do with that. It's like, I just wonder if we're going to take this level out right here. That high is 40s. I don't have a stop in there until we get into that area. So I think I'm going to cancel that stop and maybe put on another position if we can get into the 20s right here. I'm going to put on another offer. It'll be, the same price pretty much that we have right now. We'll see if we can get something in there for the TQQs. But yeah, I think I'm going to add a little bit to that using that high there, 82.30s, 82.40s, I think it was actually. Hold on a second. Get it exact. So we'll just use VWAP actually. 82.40 and change as our out. We'll take a little bit more here at 20 just to add to our position. So I'm going to put on another, so double the position up here, and it'll give us a little bit of shares, not so many, not enough that we can't manage it, but that's what we're going to do right now with the TQs, and then put our stop in at, just got to make sure that I cancel my old stops, and then now we'll put this one in at 82.42 for that stop right there and see what we can do. So yeah, we're going to try it right there on the TQQs.
Yeah, no,
I get a little bit more short.
I was just kind of looking back at again, we were talking about the CHIPS Act, and this act was signed and I guess enacted on August 9th, 2022. So I just want to go back and look at where we were on August 9th, 2022, right here. So here we go, August 9th, 2022. September, there it is, right here. So right here, we were trading in and around, I guess, pre-split, split adjusted prices of around $19. So split adjusted $19 on NVIDIA when that act was kind of enacted right here. You can see we did dip down about 50% after that,
there you go.
and then rips all the way up. Now look, I have a lot of I got a lot of lines on my charts here, but yeah, it rips all the way up. We're at 145 all the way. So from 20 when the act kind of started, we dipped down to 10s, and then now we're pushing 145s with the 149.77 all-time high here on NVIDIA. So interesting nonetheless. We've been only pretty much catching a bid since about, since the beginning of 2023. But you can see February, March, we do a bit of a gap up past some of those prices from earlier, and then just a gap up through that 30 mark into a 40 base. Now again, these are all pre-split prices. Don't forget that we split a 10-to-1 on June 24th, the 10th of June 2024 is what I mean there on NVIDIA. So yeah, interesting stuff nonetheless. Let's see if that idea comes to fruition. I'll definitely be watching for that to come in. But yeah, no, these chips are hella strong on the year, like Sean said. Yeah, take a look at that. Tesla coming right back into VWAP there. I was looking at this to come back into the 340. Didn't really come in, and then we start catching a bit of an aggressive bid on top of 342. So I was like, all right, well, I kind of want to get out of that one there. If you're going to show me the bid, distinctly different from some of the selling that was going on off of that 350. So yeah, this could definitely go sideways. Again, it is power hour. It's 308 right now. I'm not really looking for too much else. Kind of just packing my patience here. Only in this Disney trade. This Disney not looking too good for me as of right now, as it kind of winds up on top of VWAP. Bit of a range happening here. Range highs at 160s, kind of range lows just hovering above 100 to 110 here on Disney. So interesting price action there. Bit of a sideways consolidation, but not really giving me the trade that I'm really looking for. But again, like I said, in the morning session, the better trade is to take the trend break into that VWAP retest. After that bid kind of dissipates or falls off, that trade has already happened, not only once, but twice there. Let's see if it happens a third time. But what I'm actually looking for was that break back through 100. Didn't really come through, man. So again, what is the next trade? I'll let this one kind of pan out in the next 40, 50 minutes. Let us know in the chat. What are you guys trading? What have you guys been trading today? What are some of the names you guys have eyes on as of right now? CO Spy talking about short SMCI. Oh boy. I mean, if you were short the past few days or the past couple of weeks there off of that, was it DOJ news or SEC news? I think it was. It might have been.
There's the whistleblower there.
Yeah, there's a
Ernst &
whistleblower.
Young backed away from them as the
their
accounting firm.
Their accounting firm was
they
like,
released they're not going to be reporting. They don't have like any guidelines to report.
Yeah, it was funny. Wayne was showing me the letter that the accounting firm sent to the SEC, and it was basically like, yeah, you guys are totally right on your assessment. There's definitely some fraud going on here, and you can see that quadunk that happens off of that catalyst with that day one happening on October 30th. We've only been downtrending since then. Nice little flush off of earnings as well. Pretty much continuing to make lower highs here on SMCI. So yeah, I don't know. Short, definitely bigger picture. It seems like that has been the idea that's been working quite well on this name. But as of right now, I have no idea. VWAP sitting at 22.38. So we are technically trading above VWAP on the intraday session as of right now, but below some of these prior day levels as well as pre-market highs and consolidation lows as well here on SMCI. So a nice little, nice look there. I do kind of have SMCI in this tech basket look that I have going on there here. But yeah, no, SMCI is the only kind of chip name on the day that's pretty much ticked up aggressively after that morning flush. Most of the rest of them didn't really quite make it back. Or trading near their day lows as of right now. Again, you can look at SMH as an example right here. You can see that VWAP resistance has definitely been the case there since the morning session, and that VWAP is coming in once again going into the last hour of the day as of right now on SMH. So interesting look there. ARM as well. I had ARM on watch. ARM continuing to sell off. So I guess that TSM story, that's the one that I missed, I guess, and that definitely would have a lot of these chips taking to the downside off of that news. Kind of TSM being like, yeah, we're going to hold on to our technology, hold it near, I guess, in Taiwan. So a lot of these chips, aggressive selling coming off of the open. Again, SMH is a great indicator of that. Look at that opening bar. This is a 15-minute chart. The first half an hour, just continuous selling there on SMH, kind of giving you a perspective of what's going on in that sector. I see that you have IBIT on your chart.
Bitcoin just broke. Congratulations to everybody. 87 right there on Bitcoin. So there it goes, man. 87,000 right now for crypto, for Bitcoin, and crypto probably broke 3 trillion or something as well. We can go have a quick look at that one. But here's the daily on Bitcoin. See ya. I mean, you want to talk about that break right there of 73,000. Nice move up there for Bitcoin. And I mean, just wealth creation, right? Like this is January of 2023, 17,000 straight up to the upside. So if you believed on that one and you held on to crypto, then you have done yourself a favor as that continues to go higher right there. So we can look at it again with different time frames. I mean, maybe a 5-minute chart to see any kind of pullbacks. We're still long. We were long down here, man. We're already long IBIT. You can see IBIT right now, by the way. IBIT, we have something for this. $3 now in the money on IBIT right now as that continues to go higher. But Bitcoin, no point of slowing this down. I mean, 85,000. I mean, where's the next little? We already went down here into 84 and held right there. Now upside in Bitcoin. Look at that, 86, 87 right down here, 87,000. Continues to impress there to the upside. So big moves all around. All right. So I just put my stop at breaking through 50s, but I don't know. Don't really want to get stopped out, small piece anyways. So, all right, TQQs, we're about to get shut down on this one. We had sort of thought that the market... Sorry.
John.
My bad. Stopped out of this one right now on here. Yeah, this trade might be shut down soon. That's what I should say. Not myself. It's going to be a green day for us. So we're not, I mean, imagine, I'd have to make a really serious keystroke to screw this one up at this point. But, you know.
A few extra zeros.
Yeah, maybe even more than that. Because it's not really moving that much. That's all I'm saying. Like, even if I had 10,000 shares here, I mean, we're talking about 10-cent move. All right, so like that's all that it's done. Anyways, breaking through VWAP, we're out. We are looking to get a little bit more short at 82.30. So where are we now? Why didn't we get filled? There we are. So now we're filled. Okay, I was like, why are we not filled there? So there's our 82.30 fill. Again, stopping out a little bit more above this level. I just thought that, hey, heading into power hour, it didn't seem like we were moving that much. And I still feel pretty good about that statement, but it is a move higher. Feel crazy that if we average into this and didn't take a piece there. So we're getting closer to that right now. Our average price is 24s. So even if we wind up losing, just to double check my stop, is a breakthrough 40. So it'll be about 15, 20 handle hit on that one if it goes. And then almost out of this one, we get right up to the VWAP again on Apple. Took some profits there. Just trying to see again about this VWAP there as well. So a couple levels to look at here. Apple, crypto, we're already long and waiting to see that one fall back in. And then the futures. So waiting for a nice little pushback here. If we can get it, our stops are already in place.
Yeah, no, another name that I kind of missed out on when it comes to crypto names here is, I'm sure you've heard of this one before, BTBT, Bit Digital. So again, doing some significant relative volume on the day today. This is a 1 hour chart, so I have about 5 times the relative volume here. Again, not really an extended move there off of the open relative to some of these other crypto tickers. Again, you can take a look at here. We'll run through a quick picture here. Again, hourly chart. This is Coinbase right here. So near high a day. Mara as well. Look at that. Very, very strong on the day. MSTR, very strong on the day. This one doesn't even have red bars on the hourly here on MSTR. So that one is aggressively strong. In the IBIT, of course, Sean is showing you as well. Very, very similar. No red bars on the hourly. So this thing has only been taking up that prior bar low, respecting quite well here on IBIT and a few of these other names as well. But take a look at BTBT as well. So BTBT a little bit less directional, a little bit more choppy. But again, you got to remember this thing. The market cap is okay. Wow. Okay, 804 million market cap with 147 million share float there on BTBT. Definitely one of the volume leaders on the day. Not the top list right here, but you can see it is on the volume leader list as well. As soon as I pull it up. I guess BitF as well, people talking about, and CleanSpark. Can't forget about CleanSpark. CleanSpark as well, CLSK, $15 hold off of the open for a push all the way up to 1776 as of right now. But yeah, taking a look back at some of these tickers, I'm curious to know whether these smaller cap ones will have a move going forward. Again, breaking past some of these prior levels. Look at that. Prior high here is 538. That's an aggressive spike. Confluence with a lot of volume here that happened earlier on this year. This happened at the beginning of the year. End of the year last year, December 2023 to January 2024 was this crazy move on BTBT. Again, that is that prior high since we haven't seen some of these prices since 2022. So this kind of breakout on BTBT, again, how hard will it come in? Will it take a few days? That's the question that I'm asking. Let's take a quick check at the short float on this one, because last time I remember this one had a decent short float. So I got right now 18% short float. We're only trading about a few pennies above that prior high there at 538. 544 is trading right now with a day high of 551. So some of these tickers might be a multi-day move, but we'll have to wait and see what Bitcoin has in store for us, Sean. I think that 100K is very, very close by, well within range, I would say. We're almost at 90, and then what's another 10K? We've seen what what it can do through that 70. We're almost at 8. We pushed past 80. We're almost at 90. What's another 10K, Sean? So I think that 100 definitely well within the stars. And I know there's a lot of bets going on for that 100K Bitcoin, because there have been a lot of there has been a lot of skepticism or skeptics that never believed that Bitcoin could push that high. But the thing is, stocks only go up.
Yep. AMC is ripping.
Cults tend to tick up as well.
We
definitely one of those.
cults are good there.
Cults are good long.
Apparently, Google searches for how to move to Canada has also ticked up. As well,
I heard about
off of that election there. So yeah, lots of things happening right now in the wild world of politics. And I mean, Bitcoin's a funny one, because there's been, like they ran on some Bitcoin platforms, like, both parties were talking Bitcoin, right? Yeah. So we kind of knew that there would be some potential. I don't know what the right terminology is here, but there was some headways there, some tailwinds and headwinds in the space, and continues to work out. All right, I just wanted to say, we did get stopped out of Apple. It broke VWAP. We got out of it, so we're going to slap a fail. We will go red right there on Apple. But the futures, however, we're able to scalp out a little bit out of there, but not a lot. So we are going to wait to see what happens. There it is, short there. Our average price was 24s. These were 17s and 18s that we got out there. So we were making like 6, 7, 8 handles. So just trying to be patient with it to see where we can go. Apple was wrong. Apple started going up. We might as well just get out of these tech names and just try to mess with the futures. Never a good idea to be short the futures and Apple at the same time, especially if you feel like it's not going to be right. So we'll get out of that one, and then now wait to see if there's going to be any love back in for Apple. Maybe a long at some point. So why not? Yeah, I know we should be in a 3 times levered thing. I liked IBIT, and we had wrote down IBIT today that we really liked 47 break. So we had sort of done the work on IBIT and traded that. I don't trade anyways, the ITX as much as we probably should be, or some of these other names as well. But that's why I'm trading TQQs. Just I like that. I like the advantage that gives me as well. So TQQ is another one on my mind. What's up, Adara?
Mentioned earlier here that a lot of these retail favorites or heavily shorted names have gotten moves today. Another one that just popped up on volume for me is KOS. So it's worth noting here, KOS Corporation, KOSS. This is another brand that got a pump up based on some speculated Roaring Kitty affiliations back in July. It's worth noting here, not a ton of volume, just around 500,000 shares traded on the day. But at highs of days here, up almost 13% with an 8% short float. Beware of a little bit of a relative volume spike for KOSS, guys.
Just got stopped at F50s there. We were just talking about that short there in Apple and how we liked it until we didn't, of course. But you saw that turnaround. And
I saw the turnaround. I got long Tesla on that because I was like, the market could be turning here with Apple doing that kind of a move again.
You're out of Tesla.
Yeah, I'm out of Tesla because I was short underneath that 350. That failure to follow through was the idea, but then that break of trend again. I got to do a little bit better with respecting the chart and the price action here, and I haven't been doing too well with that, Sean. So a little bit of I guess I see what's happening, and I don't really trust it.
Right.
Which is again, it's an ego thing. I will admit that's something I do have to get better at. And again, it's a problem that I wasn't experiencing earlier as heavily, but now as of late, I think I have been just not really trusting that price action. But I got to get back at it and kind of just trust that price action. So that was a little bit of that decision making where I'm like, all right, well, if it's breaking trend and holding that 342, I was observing it coming down off of that 350. I was like, all right, bid. I liked the long off of that grab, that low day grab. And then when it did slow down on top of that, or just underneath that 350, I liked the selling. It looked distinctly different. But then I was like, all right, well, if this is going to bid back up, we might get back to VWAP, and we did for a pullback in. But it seems like VWAP was the area that we got lower highs at, and it continues to tick lower as of right now off of that VWAP area. But again, with only about 40 minutes, just under 40 minutes left on the day, I'm not really kind of looking for too much or anything too crazy just yet. Looking for more of this, I guess, structures to break. We've had that bid come in off of 342. We have an even stronger bid come in off of that 336, and then we have some selling coming in off of that 350. So if we can't really get to any of those prices going into the end of the day, I'm not really looking at too much else here on Tesla to take into the close. I'm not really seeing too much else either. Amazon's still trading sideways, man. Amazon was, again, solid kind of a push through that 200 mark when that Bezos lid lifted prior week right there. You can see that 200 comes in. Day one, that short still stands, but then I guess it pushes on election day or post-election results right there. We watched that 200, and lo and behold, off of the open, that 200 is good to go, and we finally push up all the way to 212s coming in last Thursday. A bit of a pullback as of right now, but you take a look at the intraday action. This is consolidating so tightly. So again, price compression, pullback off of those 210s, 206s. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw more filings of Bezos selling more of his shares. I think what was it? He has about 10 million left to sell, and we initially thought that it was all going to be at 200, but again, he sold some all the way from 200 all the way to 210. I saw on the filing there. So I'm sure we're going to be seeing a lot more filings coming in the following days to weeks as he finishes selling off the rest of his intended sale that he kind of filed for. So should be interesting, but as of right now, the sideways consolidation, man, absolutely crazy. You throw a VWAP on here, you can see that we're trading well below VWAP right here, kind of holding a bit of a base on top of 206s with the 205.60 day low as of right now here on Amazon. So it should be interesting. Again, market came in hot and heavy off of the open as well. So I have no idea, but it seems like we may be poised to close in and around this area here if Amazon continues to consolidate without any significant moves. But yeah, you guys are talking about the Apple, so I want to show you the Apple kind of a turn there, the turn that I was like, okay, this could be the market coming in for a bit of a bid, and you can see consolidation right here happens for how long? Starts around 9:50, so 9:57, so around 10 o'clock. Happens for about 2 hours with a distinct base coming in at 222.70s, 222.50s, whatever you want to call it. Right here, you can see that level kind of showing up distinctly as we make lower highs underneath VWAP, as VWAP has shown to be heavy. And take a look at that strong volume bar right here, and we finally crack that low for a push back down. And I was like, this is pretty I guess grindy selling, and take a look at that reversion that comes in off of the low of day right here. Again, that reversion coming in off of the trend break, off of a hold on 221/2 right there for a pushback up into VWAP there. And you could observe this a bit of a turn on a lot of the constituents as well. So I was like, maybe that is poised for a turn. You can see it a little bit nicer here on the 15-minute chart. You can see that we break that consolidation. You get strong candles to the downside. The candles start to compress as, I guess, the selling starts to slow down. And then you have that strong wick back up into that 221.60s right there for a push back up. And look at that reversion, man. Extended bar all the way back up. And then nice little consolidation underneath the VWAP before another leg up. So leg, consolidation, leg through VWAP, ticking back up. The market not really as strong as this Apple move, but again, we were sold off quite extensively going in to the middle of the day here on a lot of these tickers. So gonna keep it on watch. Should be an interesting week, Sean.
You don't want to forget about this name right now, AMC right now.
Still going, still holding.
Yeah, still trying to go upside right now, trying to break through this level right here, AMC. We were just here a couple days ago, right? So you got to watch out for this 480 area, 470, but it is trying. It's giving valiant effort right now. It just touched 465. This is a 5-minute chart. Here's what it looks like on a 1. Nice move up. The way I'm going to play this, first of all, we're waiting for the TQs coming back in a little bit, which is nice. Back to flat now on the futures as we hold on to that position. I always look for these kind of retracements back into the 50-period moving average. So we are gone right now on AMC, up that 8%. And I would just say for me, just looking back at some of the, whoopsies, why am I on that? Looking back now at some of these levels, that, well, like, what is this shelf here? So 5.15, let's call it $5. I mean, I know there's a big difference between 5.15 and 5, but in there, probably where AMC wants to rest its head, between 5 and 5.50. So I think if you're playing for the long trade here, this would be a good idea, something to do. Target 5.50 from here. So that would be a nice move up, right? It's about 20% higher. So I think a lot of us would probably take that if we were in AMC. So it's a nice move right now. I think it can extend a little bit more. Let's just wait to see what's, well, let's go over. We don't have to wait for anything. Let's go over and see what AMC is doing. GME is doing in relation to this trade. All right, so GME now is pulling back. You still see it's down that 10%. Up that 10% right now, pulling back in a little bit off of that 28. We had looked at a 28 level before and noted that there could be some selling up there. But again, nice move up. There's that consolidation and there's the move back in. I don't know if we need to pay for shorts or not right now on that trade, but I'm just going to go get some orders in on the TQs. Hopefully that one will be able to last for a minute here. Here's the pushback. I do have a bid at 20 for this, just to take 5 handles out of there. We go 10% out. So we do take a bid there on this. Now we'll wait to see what winds up happening with the TQs, but there's a nice pushback in there. So happy with that trade, needless to say, on the TQQs. Nice pushback in there for us. So good trade, and we'll wait to see if there's going to be any more coming through, as now we've held on to that position. Someone was saying to me, Palantir's back to 60. Yeah, look, I mean, we like get down TQQs. I mean, it's my only position, that and IBIT. Our IBIT stop is already ready to go. This was a great short there at 60.60, and I think even Obi, I think all of us talked about this. That was great. Like all of these touches, but you know, we take one from our friend there, Raider Trader, and next time he's on, I'll have to ask him about it. It was something about the water running dry, or you can keep going back to the well. Eventually it's empty, but he had one for the break upside as well. But at the end of the day, you know, you keep cracking on this, it's going to break. But Palantir, just such a great stock on the daily. Wouldn't be surprised that if the Nasdaq's ever down 2%, this name could go down like 7 or 8% on a flush of the Nasdaq. So just be aware of that. Like, I'm not calling that trade that's going to happen, but I did take a little bit off there on Palantir as it's hovering around $60 right now. So just be careful with that one. I don't think there's anything wrong with it. Like the name, like the play, lots to do with Palantir. But at the end of the day, if this Nasdaq ever flushes, this name will give back. I mean, so will Tesla, so will all of these names. But this one especially trading at like 50 times sales. So watch out for that. Palantir definitely well priced to the upside, even priced past perfection. What's up, Adara?
Let's take a look here at some of the bigger movers to the upside and the downside in the S&P 500 that maybe we haven't discussed yet today, or we haven't discussed as much. I usually like to do a theme for this segment. So today, what we're going to be doing is looking at some of these big moves to the upside and downside on analyst notes. So we're going to start here with Dell Technologies, DELL. Nice uptrend for this one, bouncing off lows up about 3%, getting an overweight rating maintained here by Morgan Stanley and getting its price target increased from 136 to 154. Then we have FTNT. This one is basically at day's highs here. Fortinet up about 5%. This is also a day 2 earnings move for FTNT, which reported after the bell on Thursday. But HSBC, I guess, liking this report, upgrading the stock to a buy rating and increasing its price target to 111 from a previous price of $83. And then last but not least, we have Monster Energy, much like FTNT. This is a day 2 earnings play for MNST, which is up about 3% right now, getting a price target increase from $50 to $55 from TD Cowen, which did maintain a hold rating on the stock.
Thank you, Dara. I was just showing Sean a couple of these tickers here. Now, shout out to the chat for pointing this out. I did kind of have this on my watch list over the weekend, but then I got distracted with Tesla and some of the crypto names that did start to run after Bitcoin start to push a little bit higher. But we're talking about Moderna. Moderna, day 3 earnings today. Interesting price action, to say the least. Since earnings, look at that. Earnings, you kind of pop. It's a bit of a I guess a nothing burger off of that earnings report. Pretty much closes in and around the same price as it was trading at in the prior couple of weeks. But take a look at this aggressive selling that's been going on. Sure, it's doing relative volume, but again, on a double beat off of its earnings, getting sold off aggressively. Day 1 closes near day lows. Day 2 closes near day lows. Today is day 3, guys, and take a look at this. We only have about less than 30 minutes until the close, and it is literally trading at the low of day right here as of right now. Day open was in and around 46.70s, trading at 42.30s. Oh boy, this is definitely a missed trade, a missed opportunity for me, and just a continuation trade. Every day you open near the high a day and you close near the low a day is clear aggressive selling happening on this name. Taking a look at a higher time frame as well, you can see how it's been cracking some of these prior levels. Not only has it been getting sold off since the beginning of August, since prior earnings, you can see that prior earnings, they get sold off quite aggressively, sideways for a couple, I guess, for a month or so, and then continues that selling. And then off of this earnings, that continuation coming in pretty aggressively once again. So interesting look there on Moderna with that downtrend happening. I just want to take a quick look back and see when we traded these prices last. Oh boy, Sean.
Oh boy.
Talk about a full-on recovery all the way back down. I remember when Moderna was trading sub $10. That's in and around the time, or sorry, sub $20, sub in the tens and teens, right? So I was like, that's in and around the time where I kind of started dabbling in the stock market right there, all the way up to 497 in the COVID, I guess the COVID pop, whatever you want to call it, right place at the right time, kind of supplying some of those vaccines. But look at that slow, steady bleed as the volume never really got back to what we were trading, some of the volume that was traded in 2020, 2021, and 22, and that slow, steady fade all the way back down. And look at this. This is a weekly chart, man. Steady, back-to-back weeks, just straight reds here on Moderna. So talk about a beautiful, beautiful swing short on this. I'm sure Pfizer is looking relatively similar as well. A little bit of a stronger ticker as it's held more of its highs there. And again, you can see 1991 into the dot-com boom. You can see the extension that Pfizer had into some of those days, and then more euphoric times. It got that extension once again, but holding some of these prior levels. But again, taking back a lot of those prices that we haven't seen since 2019, 2020 here on Pfizer as well. But Moderna is definitely a lot more significant in terms of its retracement there. Again, almost a $500 top, trading much, much lower there on Moderna. So are we going to get the same tomorrow? I don't know. Maybe not. I've already talked about it today. So more often than not, when I say things out loud, they kind of stop happening. So we'll have to see tomorrow if it kind of follows suit and continues to get sold off. But the thing is that selling has been happening for weeks on end. So maybe looking for more of the same coming into tomorrow. I like to keep an eye on some of these, like, back burner trades. Sure, we're trading the Teslas and the Nvidias, but something like Moderna, if you know that it's following a kind of pattern, you just leave it on and just let it run. You can risk the opening range high. It's shown you that we can do that for the past 3 days. I don't know if it's going to happen the fourth day or not, but again, you can find definitely a place to get involved and risk some sort of a prior bar.
I was going to say that we, talk about that. We had Moderna written down on the sticky note last week there. It's going to look bad because of where it's at now, but remember, we lost in a long $55. But the idea was looking at names that are in play, and I think that you nailed it right there with that one as well. So, all right, just real quick, the TQs. We had 2 outs right there as we fell back in. We talked about that. We got 2 more 18s or whatever it was down there as we get a little bit lighter now as the market into power hour. Seems like there's not too much power, but at the end of the day, it seems like we're just ramping to zeros now. And you can't look at any of these things without looking at eSignal, right? And so eSignal, again, very, very powerful tool. We want to thank you to eSignal and thank you guys for clicking on that QR code, helping us with an affiliate here and eSignal. And you click on that, you get your free trial. Look, I mean, for me, eSignal, I don't really even have to sell this, I hope, because it's just real-time data. It's lightning fast. The back testing is so super legit. They also have all of those screeners, tick charts, any kind of chart you want to. I could demo them right here, right now. Maybe we'll do that soon. But as you can go, these hot lists, me and Obi were just talking about that. He sees me looking over here. Find which names are hot right now, volume-wise. You can sort them by trade rate, volume rate, 52-week highs, anything you want. It's completely customizable. There's nothing in your way if you're using eSignal charts. So I would just say, again, great customer support and everything, but they are affiliated with us, so make sure you scan that QR code. Go tell them you came from here and you want the best available, and they'll hook you up right there. So that is eSignal. Again, something that we really like, and we're willing to support it over here. Everybody on the show eventually, I mean, this seat has it. I know you're into something else right now, TradingView, but again, very, very great platform, and I think everyone should check that out. All right, so we're almost stopped out of this. We're not averaging into this anymore. Our stop is a break of 40s. So right now, one more breakthrough on the TQQs, and we'll have to, unfortunately, stop ourselves out. So right there, we are now stopped out of this trade on the TQs as it breaks a little bit higher. Positive, but at the end of the day, breaks there. not much happening into the futures, I feel like, but still, we got to respect it in case this does start to rip our faces off here at the end of the day. What a good out it was, apparently, on Apple. We talked about that one. I mean, we got out right there, and that saved us 30, 40 cents. We got out on a break there of 40s, touches out to 80s. So pretty decent there. Not happy losing, obviously, waiting out for this trade, but I thought the futures would sort of come back in. Does not appear to be happening at all. Be a positive day for us today, but unfortunately, shorting Apple and shorting Qs into this last move was not a profitable one. So yeah, that's that. What else do you guys want to do right now? I mean, I already feel a little sad that the missed trade for me right now was Palantir. Yeah. But we're coming right back up to that right now. Nice move. Someone just said, what about 60? What about this? Am I going to make the mistake of shorting this one as well? We could get this. Right now, it's kind of worth it, right? Risk to reward right now on Palantir, bringing this back into the downside. I mean, if the futures do come in, we know that we'll be able to have a winner. Let's just punch short now on Palantir. So our average price is 44.5 right now. I'm going to give it to 62. So we'll take another piece if we get into like 55s, and then we'll just give this in and around 62. Try to see if this wants to go back through this level. Unfortunately, I feel playing a little silly now because the market seems to want to rip, and going short might not be the right thing, but back into 60 is definitely possible. Back into the 50 period is definitely possible. So that gives us a nice little ratio right there on PLTR. So a break up there through this high. And I think, Obi, this means?
New position.
New position alert.
Let's go.
So we are new position alert. We just took it right in front of you. It's going to be Palantir. Let's hope that our first trade on this name today is not a losing one, and it's not right now as we're short at 44 halves.
You know, both Bears versus Bulls and Nick W asking, can I take a look at Snow when I get a chance? Sure. Take a look at Snow right now. Again, I don't know what it's been doing, not really doing any sort of relative volume, but kind of a sideways consolidation all day. Beautiful range happening here, a bit of range compression as well, probably orbiting around VWAP. You can see some of these lower highs and higher lows as well as it compresses in and around this VWAP. So that begs the question, what are we looking like coming into today? So that's what I want to ask right here. So go straight to the 3 hour or higher time frame right here. I like the 3 hour and the hourly charts because it encompasses both the intraday and the pre-market and after hours action, and you can see kind of the volume bars relative to all those time frames as well, or all those I guess sessions. Better word to kind of call them right here. So yeah, we've been kind of creating a base on top of this 110. It seems like this 107 is a little distinct. You have a triple test of that. Again, aggressive bid coming in on the initial test. The second couple of tests holding it down before we trade a little bit higher here. But again, you got to remember where this thing is coming from. If I remember correctly, Snowflake is definitely has fallen from the clouds. For sure, 490, 429 here, a bit of a double top action in and around the 400s right there, trading pretty much near all-time lows there. Sure, 20 points, about 15 points above that all-time low, 107.13s, but trading near there nonetheless. So let's see, are we poised for a little bit of a curl up? I have no idea, but again, that's the picture on this ticker here. You can see bigger time frame, we've been trading lower and lower, lower highs as well. Look at this aggressive, a lot of this aggressive volume coming in on these strong sells here, and maybe not as aggressive, but you can see expanding volume when on this flush all the way back down before it kind of stabilizes here in and around those 100s, 110s right here on Snowflake. But interesting action on the day today, bit of a consolidation sideways range. What does it mean? I have absolutely no idea, but that's the look on it.
All right, with earnings coming tomorrow, we have Shopify. So we'll say, what's up to Canada? And shout out someone in the chat there. Someone tagged me. There it is. Oh, Kyle. Yeah, I did actually. I sold very, very small pieces of Google today and Palantir there, Kyle. So we are trying to rebalance a little bit out of tech, but it just went into tech. Into cash right now. So we'll wait to see, where we go with that play right now coming in there. So we'll have to wait on that one. All right, so I can't find, oh, there it is right here, D-Loaf. What's up, D-Loaf? There's the question right there. Do we have any thoughts about Shopify earnings? Where's the risk and what does it look like? So
that's tonight or tomorrow? Tomorrow, I think.
Believe it's, tomorrow morning.
Okay.
Okay, so yeah, basically right now. All right, so a good little level there for Shopify. Watch out for this. I mean, look at this move upside. what I always like to do here, and wherever we're talking about some of these names, is sort of look at the peers, right? I mean, Shopify is well up. You can look at a PayPal or a Square. We've seen Block make some moves. At the end of the day, you're running right into this level right here, right now. So that could be a level of concern. I think anybody looking at Shopify has to look at this 92, 93 area, and that's right where we're coming into here. So again, an aggressive move for Shopify. I would say what you're looking for is something that we'll have to find out what the expected move on it is. I can look at that up on our Market Chameleon in just a minute. But I think you're getting ready to get something out. If you're in it right now expecting for a beat, I think that's great. We always want to see some beats. But at the end of the day, would we really be surprised if we're down back down and around here tomorrow on some kind of a miss? I mean, I think everyone's doing well in the space, but you're topping out now on Shopify. So pigs get slaughtered, and I think in this situation, you want to be careful that if you're still in it waiting for a good report, that potentially you're out. But where's the risk? I mean, we've already bounced off the 50 period. Generally speaking, we'd rather be a little closer to this to be able to assess how far down, because you don't want to go from 90 back down to 75. That would be a pretty disastrous play right there. So I think right now, looking to break through 70, $80, I guess that's 78. So 80 to me, if you're looking for puts, something around there. If you're looking to sort of bid something, I think that's a good bid area. And then, breaking higher, look at what PayPal's been doing lately as well. We talked about examples with Square and so on and so forth. But look at PayPal just continuously, once it loads, same kind of a move to the upside without earnings. So if they didn't have earnings, I think we could continue higher. And again, some of these reports have been pretty strong, so I think we'll have to wait out for that. Square, another name right there. Let's just have a quick look. Palantir is starting to rip now. So all these shorts into the close don't seem to be working out. $84 for Square. Again, look at this move upside. So yeah, we're coming right into it. Web seems to be hot. And again, think about all the technology that's out there. We have crypto, Square, next thing you know, they're going to be accepting crypto payments. Maybe they already do on their little tablet there that you can pay with at the, like a Toast or something like that, which obviously runs the business side of things on restaurants. Now you have these little pads for Square, tap and go and get out of there. So, I think the sky's the limit for a lot of these companies. All right. So anyways, I like the stock. I just think it's a little silly to not get something out there, and I will check the imbalance, first of all, it's 345 already. The imbalances are coming out. I got to get the heck out of Palantir, man. I don't think we want to be in this name with these imbalances coming. So now I'm short. We have a position. Our average price is 60.49s, as you can see right there. So oopsies, that's the TQs, my bad. Here it is right here. So we're basically flat on this trade. Average price 60.49. Let's put a little bit more out. Remember, we're getting stopped out if it breaks that 65 level.
And then I'm just looking at some of the names I had on watch this morning. And yeah, a lot of missed trades on my part, man. We were talking about that FTNT in the morning session. Day 2 earnings today, and now again, very, very strong close on day 1. Another double beat name right here, pushing up higher right there. You can see earnings day 1. You kind of push past that 80, 82 mark. Close pretty much near high of day, and look at the open coming in today. Aggressive bid right back up through those pre-market highs, can't even break back below the closing price of prior day, and continues to push up. Now again, you're right, we only have less than 15 minutes left until the closing bell, and this one is poised to close near high of day once again today on earnings day 2 on Fortinet. So I'm not too familiar with what these guys do, but the price action is definitely super, super strong off of the earnings. Again, earnings reaction high was in and around 88.91. We break that. A little sideways consolidation, grind up into the close. Strong continuation on the day today, up about almost 5.5% on the day today is FTNT. So aggressive kind of action there coming in. Here comes Disney as well. I've been holding this one for quite a while, but it's coming right back up into the range highs here. So day high sitting at 64s, 164s. We're trading at 154s, and yeah, you're right. Only 4 minutes left, Sean, until those closing imbalances come in. But a bit of a tight, not necessarily tight, but a bit of a strong range here happening on Disney. We've made a bit of a flat top here in the 60s. We are making higher lows, is what I have to potentially respect. But like I said, I'm going to give it the risk that I initially intended to give it here. Again, if I get stopped out, that's perfectly fine. Only about 3.5 minutes or 2.5 minutes left until these imbalances come in, Sean. So Don't really have too much else on watch. Again, ARK was another name, ARKK, innovation ETF right here. Off of the open, nice strong drive, but pretty much sideways and consolidating since then. So pretty much dead since about, what is this? I would say about 12 o'clock, around noontime. Hasn't really done too much, anything too crazy. Here comes Disney up into the highs. Probably going to stop me out soon enough if we get through that day high. On.
Well, we could have got out for Palantir for flat. It's never gone in the money for us at all. The futures, I feel like we did right by trying to call this move to the downside there. We are stopped out of the futures, of course, as look what just happened here. That's too bad, again. But sometimes if you don't wait for the right prices, you don't get the right thing. So right there, next time, let's just be a little more patient, I guess, and wait for VWAP. But at the end of the day, here comes Palantir. Look, I thought the short could have been something else. And I didn't even realize how close we are to these imbalances. And so we are going to get stopped out for sure, I would think, on these imbalances right now. I didn't even look at these. I should have looked at these first. It's absolutely ridiculous not to have done that. But here we go, upside for Palantir. Looks like we will get stopped out of these last pieces. There it is, this last piece of, that was the first trade we took on Palantir today. Sucks, man. There's 15 cents down the drain on Palantir. I mean, I'm super happy with it. The fact that it's going up is nice. But these are the imbalances that we have to deal with right now heading into the close. So we should have been a little more reasonable with what we were doing there into the close, because that was quite silly to take that this close to it, but we're fine with it. IBIT still a nice move up. We'll see if we can break a little bit higher. That's been a good trade all day with only now 1 minute left before these imbalances. Let's just stay on Palantir and see what winds up happening. We have Apple, we have Nvidia right now, 145 and change. I want to make sure I don't have any stop orders. We have Tesla trying to still get to that 350, but here we go, man. Only 30 seconds left, and then we will wait to see what goes